Good morning, everybody. My Krishna Vatsa. We have been long colleagues in UNDP, and it's so great that our paths cross again, as I've been appointed just 1 month ago as the new resident coordinator for India. Welcome to the second day of this workshop, and I have a couple of remarks to make on behalf of the United Nations in India. Distinguished guests, colleagues from across the UN family, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. It's a pleasure to join this important conversation on extreme heat governance. My thanks to the National Disaster Management Authority for convening this event at such a critical moment. Let me first restate the obvious. Extreme heat is no passing inconvenience. It is a steady, intensifying threat. It harms health, especially among informal workers, women, children, and older persons. The human costs are already profound. It disrupts livelihoods, strains infrastructure, and deepens inequality. Unlike floods and cyclones, it arrives quietly, slow onset, yet its consequences are severe. Yesterday, we explored the science, the systems, and the solutions needed to confront extreme heat. Today, we turn to a question equally critical. How do we finance resilience? How do we ensure that the communities most vulnerable to heat stress have the resources, protection, and pathways to adapt? The UN system in India stands firmly alongside the government and the people of India in addressing this challenge. Our support spans the full spectrum of climate adaptation, disaster risk reduction, and resilience building, because we know that heat resilience cannot be built in isolation. It requires integrated approaches across sectors, scales, and systems. Just a few examples of the support of the UN system. I'm sure it came up yesterday as well, but it's important to restate. National adaptation plans, strengthening climate finance facilities in states, improved heat action plans at state level, urban heat risk assessments, and enhanced early warning and advisory services. All of this is support that the UN family extends to state levels, to local communities, and also here in the center, to build the resilience within institutions and communities alike. In all of this, gender-responsive approaches remain fundamental to this effort. But programs alone are not enough. We need financing mechanisms that are fit for purpose and that empower communities to manage residual risks. Today's session will explore critical instruments such as risk finance, adaptive social protection, insurance innovation, and community-level financing. They are lifelines for informal workers who lose wages during heat waves. They are safety nets for farmers facing crop failure. They are pathways for women entrepreneurs seeking to build climate-resilient livelihoods. The challenge before us is clear. How do we shift from reactive relief to proactive resilience? How do we move from one-off interventions to sustained system change? How do we ensure that financing flows not just to infrastructure, but to the people who need it most? So, few thoughts on the way forward. As we engage in today's deliberations, I offer 3 principles to guide our work. First, prioritize equity. Climate finance must reach those who are most exposed and least protected. This means simplifying access, reducing barriers, and ensuring that financing mechanisms are designed with communities, not just for them. Second, integrate systems. Heat resilience cannot be achieved through siloed approaches. We need convergence across health, labor, urban planning, agriculture, and social protection. The UN system is committed to supporting such integrated action. And third, invest in innovation. From parametric insurance to forecast-based financing, from cooling materials to early warning systems, we must harness technology, data, and new business models to scale solutions rapidly. India has demonstrated remarkable leadership on climate action, both domestically and on global stage. From the National Action Plan on heat-related illnesses to heat action plans across states and cities, from renewable energy transition to nature-based solutions, India is charting the path that inspires the world. The UN stands ready to deepen this partnership. It is a moment to forge partnerships, to commit to action, and to accelerate the transition from vulnerability to resilience. I thank you.
I now request Dr. Vatsa to share his remarks.
Good morning to all of you, and I extend very warm welcome to my old colleague, Stephen Prisoner. We worked together in Bangladesh, and it's so nice that we are meeting again, and there is so much that we can accomplish together. UN system has been a very, very important partner. We work along with several UN agencies, UNEP, UNDP, UNICEF, UN Women, on the issues related to heat wave management and broader disaster risk management. And we look forward to strengthening, deepening collaboration with UN system. Thank you very much. And yesterday, we had a great discussion, very intense discussion, and I hope that the intensity of the discussion continues today also. Yesterday, we focused more on the broader issues related to heat wave management, and today we are going to focus on the financing, which is the most critical part of the heat wave management. We will have several discussions related to different aspects of financing, and what I propose to do right now is to just frame some of the issues that we will discuss during the day. Perhaps it will help us set the agenda and steer the discussion in the right direction. So I have a small presentation which I would like to make here. Thank you. How do I, this is, okay. Yeah, so and heat wave management, while we have been working for quite some time, financing heat wave management is a kind of Achilles heel for us also. The reason is the perception. The reason is that we still have not been able to kind of impress upon all those the urgency of the matter, how we need to invest in this area, while it should go beyond the seasonal preparedness to a long-term heat wave risk management. So we need to go beyond the seasonal relief. We need to think of heat wave management as part of the climate risk investment. It is a slow onset disaster. The spells are getting longer, and therefore we need a very structured multi-year financing. So there has to be some predictability, there has to be some coherence and long-term vision and planning. So as the frequency, intensity, and spatial spread of heat wave is increasing, we experience higher morbidity, mortality, and it has system-wide impact in terms of production, how our urban systems are coming under increasing stress, and the vulnerable populations are disproportionately affected. We need to look at the heat wave management not just as a welfare expenditure, it's a fiscal risk management. So this is how it needs to be presented, a fiscal risk management. That's extremely important. Two, and this is where our problem lies. The disasters are very spectacular, we have very visible impacts. In the case of heat wave, we have no visible destruction. The impacts are very dispersed across the a large geographical area. It's very cumulative. It's kind of perceived as a seasonal discomfort. But what the reality on the ground is this, that the mortality exceeds a certain threshold, that we have huge labor productivity losses in various sectors, more so which are manual labor intensive. We also have a larger burden on our health system, and in urban areas where the urban heat island effects are very visible, the urban systems, the critical infrastructure comes under a huge amount of stress and pressure. So there is a need to go beyond this perception of seasonal discomfort to disaster risk. Heat wave needs to be recognized as disaster risk, and there has to be some financing. And yesterday I mentioned how the Finance Commission, how our own ministries have actually recognized heat wave as a disaster risk. What is the kind of continuum that we see in the area of heat risk management? One, we look at preparedness, then we also have to organize response, and third, mitigation. So right from the issue of early warning and how we are the issue of public advisories, how we are alerting the health authorities, we need to go to response, and we need to start setting up cooling centers, hydration points. We need to readjust the working hours, and then finally we need to also transition to the mitigation measures, which are multi-year, which are long-term, which involve applying cool roofs, urban greening, vegetation, passive cooling solutions on a large scale. So when we are thinking of financing heat wave management, we need to look at the entire continuum. It is not just about relief, it's not about seasonal preparedness, it's about supporting all the entire spectrum of interventions. We also need to go beyond the annual spending to multi-year programs, because ad hoc seasonal allocations, while they are very helpful, they do not promote consistent long-term effort. They are essentially small interventions here and there. They make impacts, they show us some results, but what is important is that we support long-term resilience programs where there is a clear difference between the operational and capital support. We definitely need operational support, but we also need to have investments. And when we are funding various interventions, we also need to include the maintenance provisions. So heat financing must be predictable, must be sustained. Fourth, we are looking at the governance architecture for heat financing. It has to be supported at different levels: the urban local governments, the state level, and the national level. Most of the interventions, such as cooling centers, markets, cool roof implementation, hydration points, all of them need to be provided at the local level. But at the state level also there are certain interventions, and at the national level where we are framing policies, providing financial incentives and guidelines and frameworks, there are certain interventions needed at the national level. So the allocation has to be made at all levels. And this is extremely important, that we need to have a proper allocation at all the levels to balance different kinds of actions. We also need to think of a risk-based model. First, we need to provide the base allocation to all the districts, all the cities which are suffering from heat wave. So there has to be a minimum level of preparedness across the board. And then certain districts, certain cities suffer more than others. So there is a risk-based, risk-weighted allocation to those jurisdictions which are actually exposed to higher risks of heat wave. And then finally, we also need to recognize certain cities, certain districts are doing better in terms of performance, delivery, outputs. So they have more effective, more operational heat action plans. They are producing better results. So that also needs to be taken into account. So what we are looking here is that we focus on equity, we bring in more objectivity, and we also ensure accountability. So that's the kind of risk-based model that we need to think of. What are the financial instruments for heat resilience? And this is largely from the government perspective. And we have not included insurance here, but we should definitely consider this. We definitely need to provide the seasonal and operational grants, so which is for preparedness and response. Some of these are on an annual basis, some of them are on recurring basis. But we also, along with the recurring expenses, we need to make capital investment grants, which are in nature of improving the overall atmosphere. So we need to invest in cool roof, urban greening, water restoration. All these are multi-year interventions. And here, just the government financing would not suffice. We need to bring in different kinds of resources together. We need to have more diversified model where the central and state governments and urban local governments, all of them are coming and contributing to this effort. We also need the private sector to step up and invest in this area. The private sector has so much of at a stake here in terms of ensuring the productivity and ensuring the welfare of the workers. So CSR, philanthropy, all of them have a huge role to play. So what we are saying here is that there has to be pooling of resources, and this pooling of resources should be ensured through all the stakeholders working together, so that it is a sustainable model, it is a scalable model. So, and we also need to bring in the insurance. Now several insurance experiments are going on in the country, and maybe all those insurance efforts need to be taken to a certain scale. And this is the point again about the pooling and convergence of resources, how we have the response funds and mitigation fund at the state level and national level. We have the municipal budgets. We also have several government schemes, smart cities, GRAMSI and health missions. All of them need to contribute to this. So we definitely need to bring in the city level planning, city level pooling, climate funds also need to contribute, and so there has to be several co-financing agreements here. Financing must also be evidence-based. So first, we definitely need to see that our investments are reducing mortality. Hospital admissions are actually are seeing good significant decrease. We need to see more cool roof installation across the city. The increase in tree canopy is also an important indicator. When we are creating microclimates through these interventions, we can see that in certain areas we have reduced the temperature, surface temperature. So all these could actually contribute to the monitoring mechanisms, and for that we also need to bring in some institutional support so that the monitoring frameworks works properly across the state, across the districts. So what we need to develop is a good ecosystem for the heat resilience financing, where we emphasize the risks, where we bring in more consideration for equity. It has to be a multi-year investment. We need to promote convergence among different sources of funding. It has to be locally responsive, locally adaptable, locally tailored, and it has to be outcome oriented. So heat wave is not really about managing temperature. It is also about protecting livelihoods, reducing fiscal risks, and improving the climate risk management in a warming country. So if we invest better, invest in a more planned manner, we will definitely have more impacts in terms of reducing economic losses and also improving the living conditions for the masses of the people. So this is the kind of financing framework that we will discuss during the day, and I thought it proper that I just frame these issues right in the beginning. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those valuable remarks. I now request Dr. Vatsa to please present the mementos to Mr. Webster and Mr. Priestner. We now move to the introductory session, focusing on the high-level principles for investing in disaster risk reduction, with specific reference to the G20 framework and its relevance for heat resilience. It is my privilege to invite Sri Abhilash Panda, representing the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, to deliver this overview, highlighting how global policy commitments can be translated into actionable investment strategies. We will also be joined by Mr. S. Rakesh Kumar, Advisor, Policy and Plan, NDMA, as a discussant later after the presentation. I also acknowledge Mr. Ranjan Bora, Consultant, NDMA, as a rapporteur for this session.
Good morning. Before I begin, a big thanks to Government of India, National Disaster Management Authority, all the colleagues from CDP, UNCDF, UNEP, and various organizations that have been assisting and supporting this conversation since yesterday, prior to that, and hopefully even after this. Now, Dr. Vatsa has left, but I don't think I'll be able to match the level of details that he has gone through and with the intellectual capacity that NDMA has on this subject vis-a-vis specific to the issues and hazards and the risks within India when it comes to extreme risk. But what I'll try to do is share a bit with you on what the G20 adopted after 3 rigorous years of work, which started back in 2023, and that led to the adoption of what's called the G20 high-level principles for investing in disaster risk reduction. I will, however, attempt to add a bit of examples and suggestions, bearing in mind that it's not exactly how it can get implemented, some of these principles. It is to the decision of the government, finance ministries, and the various actors that are involved in some of the implementation processes. I would need some, all right. Again, I don't think I need to go through this for the audience here. I mean, you all are from the area of the work on disaster risk reduction and resilience. But one of the background reasons of why this entire conversation started around having these principles is the continuing issue around lack of investments in financing. Now, while we all agree to a large part that the cost-benefit analysis have shown that if you invest $1, it helps you avoid losses up to $7. But this is contextual, right? It comes from various examples from one to other. And it, in certain cases, which if you look at the a report by GCA, it also talks about $1 invested sometimes also earns you back $14 or $15, right? However, what has been happening for a very long time is the investment portfolios have been locked in response and humanitarian field area of work. Now, there's nothing wrong in that. But what we need and what we had needed for a very long time is this portfolio to move, or that should be an adequate investment going into proactive disaster risk reduction or resilience building. This is where the principles come in. Now, what if you recall, it was India's presidency under G20 back in 2023 that led to the establishment of the Disaster Risk Reduction Working Group. It set the priorities in motion of what this working group should be looking at. There are like 6 priority areas. I'm not going to go into all of them, but financing risk reduction is one of those priority areas. What India started led to Brazil, where the conversation was all about, how do we make it happen? We know the problem, but how do we make it happen? And what's required in making it happen? And what that led to is the South African presidency, which ended in 2025, was the adoption of these principles. Now, where do these principles go next is a journey that we still have to work out with the next presidencies coming in, whether it has to do with identifying solutions specific to member states, or is it more around looking at the monitoring of the implementation of the principles. Now, applying this to a context of extreme heat is more or less the same way where you look at any multi-hazard scenarios in itself, right? But very quickly, there are 7 principles, which is part of these high-level principles. It starts with looking into knowledge, innovation, and risk information, but then cuts across into the domain of governance, which is critical, and then that builds the trust in bringing the finance in, and ends, and it brings together at the end the solidarity and the international cooperation together. So, as I said at the outset, what I'm going to share with you are not exactly the examples that can be applied directly in any country. These are all contextual. Invariable if it's addressing heat risk or flooding risk, this has to be contextualized to the risk and to the risk portfolios of the exposure of the countries and the governance mechanisms in itself. But if there were a few to look at, if we look at risk information, we all know, if we have insurance partners here in this room or otherwise, they will all say that, without the data, historical data, but also the future climate scenarios, it's very difficult to price the risk. And if we cannot price the risk, it's very difficult to then, put the values around together in itself. Now, there has already been work that India has been doing around looking at, risk hazard maps to risk maps, so on and so forth. It goes quite a long time. When I was working here in India, we already had multi-layered hazard maps by state level, by district level in itself. And I'm sure, and we are sure, it has further been strengthened with heat exposure and heat stress coming in. But maybe there is an opportunity here to fast track and bring it to the most vulnerable out there. Dr. Vacha mentioned about the lowest level of the governance architecture that needs to be resilient in addressing heat risk, and it also applies for other hazards. Could AI and Earth observation be an answer to it? There have been multiple pilots that have been happening in India and outside. India is hosting the AI summit next week. We're hopeful, some of these would already be tackled in those conversations, and if not, they need to be. So that's principle 1. Principle 2 and 3 of these high-level principles of G20, they look into two interconnected factors. One is mainstreaming resilience, but also having financial strategies in place, or DRR financing strategies in place, both at national level and local level. Now, mainstreaming resilience or disaster risk reduction in the context of India has been happening. I mean, it's not just the dedicated National Disaster Risk Management Fund, but also for quite a long time, disaster risk reduction and management has been shared. The risk, at least the risk portfolios have been shared across various sectoral budgets and decision-making processes. For instance, CDRI has done some great work for instance, in Orissa, where they looked at the energy sector, and that has now led to a state of Orissa allocating funding into addressing some of those findings of CDRI in building the resilience of power sector. The opportunity that we have with the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, PMAY, is one that we should look at. Dr. Vatsa mentioned about cool roofing. That's when we are building millions of homes, and that's where we need to look at the risk scenarios and potentially the climate scenarios taking heat risk into play. Can that be an answer? I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying that this is the only answer. There could be multiple other options in itself. But the idea around principle 2 and 3 is to mainstream, look at sectoral budgets, how do you bring risk reduction resilience into it, and further, how could we put at the right financing strategies both at national and local level. Local action, that's the principle 4, because at the end of the day, we can have some of the best governance instruments at national level or maybe at international level, but then taking it down to at the local level is where I think the most of the effort lies in. So whether it's putting in local risk resilience strategy in place, whether it's creating those financing facilities in place, Dr. Vatsha mentioned about fiscal transfers that Government of India is doing through the National Disaster Risk Management Fund, or is it the conditional grants? There are multiple options and ways to look at, but the essence of all this is there adequate capacity at local level? Can they spend this money? What do they require to spend this money? And if expenditure is not happening, why is it not happening? And if the expenditure portfolios are not taking heat risk into account, why is it not taking into account? So it's a combination of putting governance architecture, but at the same time building that capacity, giving that interoperability at the lowest level for the funds to be managed based on the needs of what we would like to define as local level. Principle 5, this has to do with managing the residual risk, because as much as we can do around risk reduction and mitigation, there would be risk that we would have to absorb and transfer, right? But at the same time, what kind of financing instruments could be put in place to have that financing ahead of that shock or the impact? We have colleagues here from UNCDF and CDP. UNCDF is doing some great work on parametric insurance and trigger-based payment out in a lot of countries. CDP is working in also a lot of countries around building those instruments or the governance architecture with us in making it happen. There have been pilots, and there are case studies in India also where parametric insurance is being used. Now, is that an answer to the problem? Can it be scaled up? If it's not getting scaled up, why is it not getting scaled up? Could there be regulatory issues? Are there barriers that is not allowing investments to go into some of these things? It could be I'm not saying that there is a problem, but it could be multiple reasons why it has not scaled up for the entirety for coverage. There are instances where we have seen that the parametric triggers are not being met based on what the triggers had been put in place versus what the community in itself or the data evidence is showing out there. Now, Dr. Vatsha mentioned about GRAMG. I mentioned here it's Manrega, but it's now coined as GRAMG. Could that be used as a vehicle for the payout systems? These are internal discussions within the governance architecture that could be looked at or could be explored. Now, Principle 6 has to do with unlocking private capital and building the resilience of private sector, because the data that you see around 34 million jobs projected to be lost is coming from ILO's work. And McKinsey has done also interesting work where they looked at the exposure of the supply chain industry in India and how extreme heat is affecting now and potentially could affect. So it's not just a matter of having private sector look at it in itself, but also to work with the private sector to put the right standards in place. Whether it's looking at the labor laws or the safety standards, but also there are issues to do with how does the private sector currently disclose its risk portfolios? Or does it take extreme heat as one of the risks that's going to affect its, not just its accounting sheets, but also its coverage and the employment it generates in itself. The market is expanding fast when it's supporting in issuance of resilience bonds. We have managed to do at least a few, one in Brazil recently, and that's where the market is moving on towards too. Can they be engaged in funding some of these instruments where the government is looking at public-private partnership as an opportunity and option? The last is international solidarity, and you cannot achieve this globally. And extreme heat is alike to any other climate risk. Is not just about one country. We are looking at a globalized market, interconnected markets in itself. So we need to work across all countries, right? So that's where we need the solidarity and the international collaboration to come in. Dr. Vatsa mentioned about the heat action plans. Potentially India, through its various engagements in the global south and beyond, could lead that, lead that effort in supporting other countries in putting in place heat action plans. There is bilateral and multilateral engagement that India is doing, providing credit lines to countries. That could be an opportunity to further promote the disaster clauses, which allows countries to, pause payments in case of an extreme heat event if it's declared as a national calamity or itself. But there are multiple other opportunities as that conversation goes forward. Now, these were the 7 principles for the conversation, and to give the Joint Secretary Policy and Planning an opportunity, I just thought, I'll leave you with potentially some options to look at. And as I said, it's not necessary that these are the only ones. There could be more. But it's a matter of looking at the ecosystem in itself. It's not a risk that manifests itself on its own. It's a combination of decisions that are being made and that are going to be made. So I'll pause over here, and I hope this made some input to your conversation that's going to go throughout the whole day. Thank you.
My friend, Mr. Panda, dignitaries in the hall, a very good morning to you all. I think Mr. Panda has taken us through on the philosophy that exists globally in terms of disaster risk financing, and also has shown us some snippets of the different instruments that are being thought about globally. At the end, he's also left some job for me. I'm sure those are things that I would also try to work on. Well, what I would do here would be to actually give a snapshot on the philosophy of handling of disaster and disaster risk reduction in India, and how we are approaching at disaster risk financing in India. As we all know, India has taken a lead in terms of disaster risk reduction, and the foundation of it was laid with the enactment of Disaster Management Act in 2005. Where the philosophy shifted from response to disaster risk reduction. Now, when we talk about disaster risk reduction, which entails steps to be taken to reduce the disaster that happens, and which involves substantial funding to follow up, and which is where India has taken leadership in. We have a plan for a disaster risk reduction, which came into being in 2019, which kind of delineates different ministries which have to work towards a common goal of reduction of disaster across all the disasters. And for it to be backed up with the structures that need to be put in place, there was a governance structure also established, and the foundation of which was laid by the Disaster Management Act, and which became functional post the disaster management plan coming into being. Now, for the plan to get executed, we need sustained funding, and which is where the leadership of India in terms of committing funds towards and a sustained funds towards and sizable funds towards disaster risk reduction came into being. And this came into being through the mechanism of the Finance Commission. And the Finance Commission did two things. One was it laid the foundation of how the disaster risk reduction funds need to be spent. And wherever the disaster risk reduction funding was found to be insufficient, it was later planned to be actually covering that through the risk transfer mechanism through the insurance. In terms of the funding pattern, what clearly came out was a distinct segmentation of funds in terms of response, reconstruction, capacity building, as well as for mitigation was done. And sizable funds were earmarked to these as windows, which could only be used for this, and that had to be tapped in by the concerned ministries while they are operationalizing the national plan. So that became one of the institutionalization of the mechanism of use of funds in the governance system. The other part was earmarking of risk priorities itself in the Finance Commission report. So some of the disaster risks like the drought, the flood, landslide, as well as earthquake were actually earmarked a certain amount of funding within the Finance Commission, and which were supposed to be acted upon for disaster risk reduction measures to be implemented in different locations where these risks existed. Now that took care of the disaster risk reduction and the financing for that part. Now, as I had alluded earlier, there is still a risk which would be a gap and which needs to also be catered into, which is where the residual risk through risk layering as an approach was also adopted by Government of India, and that was also led by NDMA. Three instances were actually as a policy incorporated. One was a disaster related death, the other one was for livelihood protection, as well as the infrastructure disaster protection or insurance. So this led to the creation or ideation of insurance products which would cover these aspects, as well as for creation of risk pool which would take care of the disaster that would be taken up by the infrastructure. This has led us to the concepts of few of the states championing this cause. So in subnational level, we have seen Nagaland that has come up with parametric insurance for heat, as well as some of the states like Karnataka, Kerala, and Maharashtra are also attempting at their own end through help of ADB to come up with products that would tap into this insurance products that would be customized for the requirements of the particular disaster risk in that area. That said, all these requires, because this is a new area and this is a new thought that is to be pushed into, so the leadership in the knowledge dissemination advocacy is also something that is harbored by NDMA. So in short, these are the efforts that are being taken by Government of India in order to reduce the disaster and reduce the disaster risk, as well as to commit resources for such an effort to happen. And before closing, I'd also like to assure my friend, Mr. Panda, that as you have mentioned, that we would also look into how at the policy level, these instruments can also be foundationally benchmarked. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. Rakesh to present the memento to Mr. Panda. We will now break for high tea. May I request everyone to kindly return to the hall by 11 a.m. for the first technical session of the day. May I invite Dr. Krishna S. Vatsa, member and HOD NDMA, to kindly chair this session. May I invite all the speakers for this session. Mr. Matthew, Head of Infrastructure and Finance for Resilience Unit at UNDRR. He brings extensive experience in financing resilient infrastructure across Asia Pacific and other developing regions. Mr. Amar Patel, Risk Finance Advisor at the Center for Disaster Protection. He works with governments and partners to strengthen disaster risk financing and social protection strategies. Ms. Visala Annamalai, she represents Climate Resilience for All, where she works at the intersection of climate resilience, human mobility, and inclusive development. Mr. Ashish Agarwal, President and Head of Agribusiness at Bajaj General Insurance. He brings industry expertise in agriculture, risk coverage, and climate-responsive insurance mechanisms. Ms. Akshita Sharma, Country Climate Focal for India, Asian Development Bank, who brings a demonstrated history of working in public policy and environment. I also acknowledge Mr. Shishir Agarwal, Consultant NDMA, and Mr. Ajay Ghosh from Irade, who will serve as rapporteurs. For this session, we would request to get only 2 questions from the audience. I request Ms. Akshita Sharma to please come on stage.
We will start while she is coming here. So thank you. A very good morning again to all of you, and welcome back after this tea break. We will start this session, which focuses on disaster risk financing mechanisms to address multi-hazard risks and heat resilience. It actually is a little more inclusive. It's not just about heat resilience. It's also about the risk financing for all the hazards. So let's look at the broader picture, and then we can also come down to addressing the problem of financing heat risks across the countries. We have 6 panelists, or I think 4 panelists, 5 panelists, Mr. Amar Patel, he is from the Center for Disaster Protection, UK. Matthew is from UNDRR, welcome. And Visala is from Climate Resilience for All. And Ashish Agrawal, he is from Bajaj General Insurance. So thank you very much for being here. I will start with Mr. Patel, that you are looking at the overall financing for disaster risk reduction across the countries. First thing, to what extent disaster risk financing is structured at the national level, and to what extent it is about relief, and how much do we allocate for risk reduction? Do we have hazard specific allocations? Or do we have just the allocations for certain functions? What are the broad directions that are emerging in the area of disaster risk reduction, if you look at the situation across the countries? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your questions, and thanks to the NDMA for, I guess, the opportunity to speak and contribute to this workshop here today. I think you've asked a lot of very interesting, very good questions and very relevant questions to the room here today. And I've got, I think, some of the answers to your questions, and I've coordinated alongside Matthieu as well here to hopefully pick up some more of the disaster risk reduction themes. But in general, I think myself and the team at the Centre for Disaster Protection, we work alongside governments to support national level frameworks for disaster risk financing. So that forms what we call a disaster risk financing strategy, and that encompasses not just extreme heat, which I guess we're here today to focus on, but as you mentioned, multiple hazards, because not just a country like India that is vast, but many other countries, face multiple hazards all across their regions. And so I think what I'd hope to share today and to hopefully support some of the questions that you've asked is to talk about the role of pre-arranged financing. So within the framework of financing for disaster risk, we sort of see three elements: risk reduction, which Matthieu will pick up a little bit later on, but also risk retention and risk transfer mechanisms as well. And we've heard a lot over the last day and even earlier this morning in your own remarks around some of the importance of insurance-based mechanisms, but also contingent funds. And we're seeing them being used a lot for other hazards, but I think wanted to introduce the room and frame them more broadly in terms of the landscape.
Okay, thank you.
So if I can just very quickly talk a little bit about what is pre-arranged finance, and we talk more about pre-arranged finance with relation to risk retention and risk transfer. It's sort of exactly as it says up there, financing approved in advance of a crisis and released to a specific party when an eligible event occurs, defined by a pre-identified trigger. And we had a lot of conversation yesterday around trigger design indexes. We had some very, very smart people talk about how they develop indexes as well, and that can be used to support the design of these instruments. But why does it matter within the room and within the sort of international context? CDP does a lot of work talking about why we believe pre-arranged finance is important, and I think the three key words up there are predictability, speed, and effectiveness. It allows the response to shocks that can reduce human and financial costs. And then it also supports the disaster risk management at a national level, but also providing clarity to organisations that work within the framework. And so to kind of maybe hopefully lead into a little bit of what Matthieu is going to touch on as well. We see kind of this being, as I mentioned before, the sort of layers to a disaster risk financing strategy and plan, and sort of complementary to the investment in risk reduction. But you can see up there contingent loans, emergency funds, which perhaps trigger again on pre-specified conditions to allow that fast disbursement, and then insurance-based mechanisms as well. So finally, just to touch on and hopefully set the framework for the rest of this panel as well, we wanted to sort of introduce this idea of a framework for disaster risk finance, and this is hazard agnostic. So whether we're talking about extreme heat or other various hazards, we've heard a lot already about the context in terms of extreme heat, specifically what the underlying risk is, the disconnect perhaps between heat that is felt versus indicators for heat. There was talk yesterday about the need for perhaps humidity or, overnight temperatures to be involved in some of these calculations. And that all of that falls into the context, and India's context is unique to India, but there are a lot of lessons that can come across as well. Then we have money in and money out instruments, which I highlighted on the previous slide, so linking how those instruments are then getting the money out at the right time to support interventions across the range of hazards. And then finally, just the last point to touch on the project management.
So I have just one question. If there are funds that are set up by the government to deal with emergencies and disasters, would you consider that as a case of pre-arranged financing?
Yeah, that's a good question, because the line there probably isn't as clear as a yes or no.
Yeah.
I think when it comes to funds that have disbursement based on pre-arranged triggers,
Yeah.
so the exposure of a region to 40-degree temperatures or some sort of metric related to another hazard, then I would certainly say yes.
Yeah. I mean, let's also understand that within the governments, the mechanisms would not be so efficient that just in case there is something happening, we organize the finance sufficiently in large quantities to make a difference, unless you have a long-standing permanent mechanisms to deal with them.
Yeah.
So while the pre-arranged financing could work in a smaller mechanism, in larger institutional framework, a more long-standing arrangement would be more helpful. What do you say about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the underlying premise of pre-arranging finance is thinking about these kind of disbursements, these issues before the crisis hits. If we go back to sort of that slide with the timeline, it's really just about making sure the plan is there, whether it's sort of a defined specific trigger or making sure that there's a clear process in place. We know who we need to escalate if we need to, rework a budget allocation or something like that.
Thank you. So Matthew, I will now turn to you. And you are dealing with the climate resilient infrastructure, which is a huge area, but these areas are normally handled by the line ministries, the ministries which are actually responsible, not so much by the disaster management setup. So to what extent, based on your own global experience and from the vantage point of where you sit, to what extent do the line ministries, the infrastructure agencies, infrastructure ministries, do allocate resources for investment in resilience? And to what extent do they deal with some of the contingent issues? Say, for example, in the energy sector, the kind of contingencies that they need to have in place when the heat is rising. To what extent are they willing to allocate resources for dealing with these contingencies?
And thank you so much, and very pleased to be with you all today. To respond to your question, and then maybe I can expand a bit on further, but what we have seen is, it's a question about disaster risk reduction being a shared responsibility, and so it's indeed something that all the sectors needs to take on board, energy, transport, health, education. But the drawback of that is that it's also sometimes might be felt not as anyone's responsibility, because it's everyone and no one at some point. And so the question is how we have tried to kind of square that circle within the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction is trying to see how can we create that kind of shared accountability and responsibility. And one way to do that is what we have been doing on what we call budget tagging and tracking systems, really trying to make sure there is some transparency on how different ministries, Ministry of Transport, Energy, are actually allocating funding to disaster risk reduction objectives. And I think that's a very powerful system, because it's also forced basically the line ministries, when they make their budget submission, to also indicate how much they're going to be allocating to this priority, and having a mechanism to track that down the line to see how much has been allocated and what has been the result of that allocation is something that is very powerful to create that kind of accountability mechanism. And I think that's one way to really address this issue. Another way is indeed to all this question about stress testing. And we have been doing a lot of work on stress testing of infrastructure system for some specific hazards in collaboration actually with CDRI. And so this is really when you push the system to see how they will react to those kind of extreme events and how the energy sector will be able to cope with a rise in demand due to cooling demand, for instance, and really to see how first of all, is the sector ready to respond? Has the right mechanism being put in place? But also, what could be the kind of the cascading impact of, for instance, energy failures on other critical infrastructure systems? So, having that kind of mechanism to do stress testing and mandating the companies that are in charge of those sectors to do those stress testing, I think is a very powerful system to kind of push those sectors to take that into consideration. Because, I mean, there is a tendency to kind of avoid the bad scenarios and to kind of put that under the carpet. But I think those kind of stress testing force the sectors to actually realize and have to kind of take action against those type of...
There has to be some business case for investment in these areas. That business case must be pressing. And today, in the context of the climate variability, how can we strengthen that business case? Say, for example, if there are the spells of heat wave across the country, how should the agencies, line ministries, infrastructure agencies be prepared for them? How should they allocate the resources for dealing with contingent demands, rising demands? Do we have any scenario planning, from your own experience?
No, I mean, we maybe want a kind of an easy example in that space, and that was something, I mean, maybe I'm not going through the slides I prepared, but one of the examples that are in these slides is, for instance, what Singapore did with kind of the system of certification of buildings, and really giving kind of a recognition for the real estate developer that are actually building residential housing, for instance, that are capable of dealing with extreme heat, with passive cooling, and having that recognition actually add value to the property, and that create actually something that then you can monetize, and that really kind of give the incentive for making that investment, because you kind of have a recognition of the value of that investment, and then being able to kind of gain some benefit out of it. And I think that's bring to the question of the certification, the kind of disclosure of the risk, the transparency of the risk, and I think that's where, if we improve the transparency, then the reward will be kind of more easy to monetize for the owner of the asset. So there is a question about
let's recognize that some of these certifications are for premium properties.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
and they do not actually refer to the large number of people who really suffer. So that brings me to you, Visala. I know you are working at the cross section of the social protection, disaster risk reduction, and you are actually trying to promote a blend of financial instruments, which include social insurance, but there are other grants mechanisms. How do you see this various combination of measures coming together to support people who are out there in the informal sector, who are actually engaged in manual labor, and who really suffer from various kinds of serious impacts in terms of livelihoods, income, and well-being? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vatsa. Thank you for the question. I'd like to start by just highlighting the urgency of extreme heat. what data says is it's no longer a seasonal thing. It's a protracted reality. And for cities like Delhi, it expands 300 days a year. And there's one person dying every minute because of extreme heat. And that's from the most recent Lancet Countdown report. And that simply just kind of frames the urgency and the need for solutions and at scale. And I guess from all of the remarks that we've heard today and yesterday, there's an agreement that we want bundling of solutions. Risk transfer and reduction go hand in hand. And I am going to share our experience across 3 years, how that has looked like in action with women informal workers in India and beyond. I'd like to start by introducing all of us to Geeta Ben. She is a head loader in a market in Ahmedabad. She makes around $3 a day, which is close to 240 rupees. In May of 2004, she was transporting fabric from one shop to the other. It was a hot, sunny day, 48 Celsius, which is close to 118 Fahrenheit. She feels dizzy, she faints, the fabric falls to the floor, it's damaged. She falls down, breaks her leg. And there's a lot of things happening here. There's implications to income, there's implications to her health. And she's not alone. There are 772 million such women in the informal sector who are street vendors, who are waste recyclers, who are head loaders, who are motorcycle taxi riders. Just so many. And we've heard many a times mentioning heat as a silent killer or something that's invisible, but it's far from silent for all of these women. It's the sound of lost income and failing health. And that brings me to our solution and the way it's worked across 3 years in India. It's a combination of risk reduction and risk transfer, and at the heart of the risk transfer is a parametric heat insurance product that ensures income loss due to extreme heat. And at a lower temperature, but still dangerous temperature, is a cash support, and that is bundled with a range of risk reduction solutions. And we have done all of this in partnership with the Self-Employed Women's Association in India, with Swiss Re Public Sector Solutions and ICICI Lombard for the parametric insurance product. We have set up cooling centers, which also provide rest, recovery, access to toilets, and then physiotherapy to help women actually rest and recover. And then physical level investments like a tarpaulin sheet for shade, a water flask to store water. These are very, very simple, but they manifest in different kinds because women become aware about how they protect themselves. And then early warning systems, which also we have tried in Ahmedabad in India. Now, the gendered reality of heat is real. It disproportionately impacts women. Women are 4 times more likely to be heat intolerant than men. 60% more women lack access to cooling than men. And women also reinvest 90% back into their families and communities, so naturally they are the agents of change. That's where we start building resilience, and that's the focus of the Women's Climate Shock Insurance and Livelihoods Initiative. I know that's a big name, we're working on getting it a better name, but I'm gonna call it WCSI for now. Over the year of rolling out WCSI in India, working in partnership with SEVA, we've taken this to other countries and other parts of the world. We've scaled this in South Asia, Southeast Asia, Africa, and North America. And there are 4 hard-won lessons on what works. And you can see that these things have come up in many of our conversations today, and something that's super important here is co-design. Working with women like Geeta Ben to be able to set those temperature triggers, to be able to set those cash layer triggers, social protection, is what leads us to think to the most effective outcomes. Now, insurance can be a really great solution when it is calibrated to the needs at the ground level, but it cannot be alone. It cannot be a standalone. It has to be bundled with all of these risk reduction measures. And a cross-cutting theme there is knowledge as agency. women or vulnerable communities that are on the front lines of heat need to know how they are impacted by heat. They need to know how it impacts their health to be able to make informed decisions. Now, they need to be, Geeta Ben makes $3 a day. She needs to be able to be willing to part with that money to know that she has cover from financial exposure and she has access to financial protection and a range of risk reduction solutions. And that's a hard decision to make without the knowledge. And most of these women, this is the first time they're engaging with banking, let alone insurance. And financial inclusion, literacy, heat literacy is a big component of all of this. And working with those co-creators, we've learned has great impacts. Those are some of the testimonials we've got from women as to how they've engaged with the program, what the money has done, what they've used it for, the kind of independence they get in terms of using that money, and all of that, which is invisible, but it does build that resilience. And coming back to your question, this kind of signals to the government and the industry that there's a big market opportunity there, and also there's a big exposed vulnerable population that is in need of social protection. And that is...
Thank you.
And that is what we are trying to frame here by showing that this works, and this is what we've been trying to scale and trying to take to more women. We've done this with SEVA in 2024, and it reached 50,000 women, and in 2025 it's reached 225,000 women, and now scaling in other parts of the world by taking the learning. India as a birthplace for solutions, we're taking this to other countries and other geographies.
Thank you, and I will now take my question to Ashish Agrawalji. I think what Vishala brought out very clearly that women are willing to invest in risk transfer mechanisms, and the poor understand it's a little bit of insurance. The real issue is how efficient the payout could be, how credible the mechanism of risk transfer is. And since you are from the insurance industry, and we have discussed it in the past, we organized a workshop together on this subject. So what would you say about both now that the demand side is improving? How would you like to see further improvement on the demand side? And what are the kind of improvements that you see on the supply side in terms of providing more insurance products and better payout mechanisms, more efficient payout mechanisms?
So thank you, Dr. Vassa and NDMA for this opportunity.
Yeah.
It's really great to discuss about the increasing risk of temperature now, because in the insurance industry, if you see, the risks, though we all understand that climate is nowadays emerging risk, it's one of the biggest risks now, which all the industries are suffering from. But in the insurance industry, earlier we're talking mainly, whenever we used to talk about any kind of calamity, it was mainly about flood, it was mainly about drought, right? All those kind of things, right? But now, because of this increasing heat year on year, because we know that last year, I think February was the hottest year in the last 100 years, right? And we know that it is going to increase further. And this kind of heat is going to create a lot of issues, mainly in terms of productivity. Like I think earlier also speakers have mentioned this thing, that this the risk of heat, increasing heat is mainly that is going to reduce the productivity. Also in terms of economic losses, if you'll see, somewhere I have read that it is going to cost about 1.3 lakh crore rupees productivity losses in terms of economy in India, and it's going to double it by 2050. So it is a huge risk which we need to kind of address for sure. And as an insurance company, we are there not just as a risk carrier. We also want to mitigate those risks. We want to work with the organizations and partners, government, to kind of come up with the resilience solutions which can bring resilience in the entire system, right? Like rightly you mentioned that now demand is increasing about this heat insurance, and supplies also has come up. Like earlier also we discussed that as an insurance company, there are many products which is available now. But whatever has been offered so far, it was mainly to an institutional client or through governments, or maybe some NGOs who are working on this sector. But when we realize the importance of this heat insurance or climate insurance, Bajaj General Insurance, we launched a climate safe insurance last year, right? And I'm really happy to say that the uptake is increasing a lot. Because this product, to buy this product, you don't need to kind of reach out to the underwriter, reach out to the company and get the quote and all those things. This is a retail product. I would say that this is the first of its kind product which is available on the website, which anybody, it's not only this vulnerable society, anybody from us also, if you want to kind of get any kind of risk cover, we can do that. So the most important thing is the product should be available. I think this kind of workshop, this kind of conferences should be organized, and we should take it to the common man, to the common people to understand the risk and the availability of those products. So those things are there. And I'm sure that in the coming future, there are many companies who are planning to come up with such products, which are considering the risk of maybe heat, maybe cold. Like we launched a product for cold waves also, because cold is also kind of make the system very vulnerable in that way. So no doubt, demand is there. Supply side also, things are improving, but I think a lot of effort has to be done to increase awareness about this product, that how does it work. Because when we talk about heat insurance, we're not talking that any significant losses will happen. The problem is, as and when we say anything, whenever significant damage has not happened, visible damage has not happened, people don't consider it as a risk, right? While heat is mainly something which will only decrease your productivity. You'll not be able to see how it has kind of destroyed your system. So we need to talk more about this. We need to create some kind of IC activities to make the customer aware the products are available. So those kind of things I would say.
So when the loss is relatively invisible,
yeah,
the payout may be slower. That is an issue.
No, it's not like this. The payout is very objective, because what happens,
no, from your point of view, it is very objective.
Yeah.
The perception is that payout could be little slower. So my question is, how do you improve the mechanism of the payout?
So for that only I said that it's products are available, and nowadays because of the gridded data is available from IMD, and many satellite-based information are also available. So we get the weather data on daily basis, right? And because the risk period is limited, we know that when this heat losses or flood loss or this cold waves are going to impact this thing. As in when the risk period gets over, immediately within 7 days, the companies are paying claims to that. And that too, customer don't need to give an intimation to the insurance company. We don't need to send our surveyors for loss assessment. Everything has been kind of incorporated in the triggers itself. Okay. The only thing is that trigger should be objective. Trigger should not be very conservative. It should not be very aggressive also, because we have to make the product sustainable. But if basis the granular data availability, I think things will change, and payout is not a concern as of now, sir.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Coming back to you, Mr. Patel. So, again, from your experience, do you have one very successful experience of pre-arranged financing working for the slow onset disaster like a heat wave or any other slow onset disaster?
Thank you. Yeah, I think rather than talk to one very specific example, we can highlight across multiple regions. We've seen the extensive use of pre-arranged financing and payouts, which I guess is what you're alluding to in your previous question as well, that these instruments are effective not just when they're set up, but to make sure that the funds are dispersed to the affected parties, and they can take the right, or help support the right interventions to protect. So yeah, we've seen across multiple regions the use of contingency funds, the use of budget reallocations, and then within our pre-arranged financing report as well, there's a lot of information on the drawdown of contingent financing. So that's pre-arranged financing that acts as a loan from multilateral development banks, basically triggered in the event of both slow onset disasters, but also sort of the more rapid disasters as well. And then, we've heard from the panel within India some of the success stories for insurance-based mechanisms that we see parametric drought insurance being used in other regions across the world as well. So I think there's a really clear sort of precedent here that prearranged financing can kind of help bridge that gap a little bit of we've got the money in kind of mechanism, and then we've got fantastic organisations that are working directly with the impacted parties as well to make sure that the money's dispersed.
Thank you. Thank you. Matthew, I will come to you. As NDMA, if I have to advise the Ministry of Power this year for dealing with heat wave and making some arrangements, both financial, regulatory, and their business-related issues, what advice should I give to them?
Well, that's a tough one. Maybe just before coming to that, I was just thinking, following your question on what kind of pre-arranged financing mechanism, a successful example you have. And I think we have discussed a lot about insurance, and we'll be discussing a lot about insurance. But I think one of the messages that we wanted to share is also the need to kind of combine those kind of pre-arranged mechanisms, risk insurance mechanisms, with the investment in risk reduction, and the importance of combining those two elements. And I think that's really key. And I think India has a very good example with the National Disaster Management Fund that are both for risk reduction and for response. So combining those two elements, I think, for us is key, and especially, again, in this context, I think is also very much valuable. And one example of innovation, and that was also mentioned by Abhilash this morning, that we have seen is this the use, for instance, of instruments like resilience bonds, and which are basically debt that you're issuing on the market for specific type of investment, and some of those investment could actually be on risk reduction for extreme heat. And one example, we prepared a short background paper for this conference, and hopefully it could be shared with the audience, where we actually summarize some of those examples. But one example in that background document is what the city of Paris, for instance, did. They issued a 300 million euro municipal bond for urban greening. And you mentioned this morning the need to have this kind of long-term approach to risk reduction, and especially in the context of extreme heat. And I think this element, like a resilience bond, where you're taking a loan for a number of years, bring that kind of long-term perspective. It's not a one-off thing. It's actually something that you're raising capital to make investment over a long-term period of time. In the case of Paris, it was about greening, increasing the number of trees and urban space, urban green space in the city. And that created kind of long-term vision also, and also responsibility for the issuing party, the municipality in this case, to track progress and track performance, which I think is also a point that you highlighted this morning, because you need to report to your investors how much you have been investing and what the money has been used for, and what is the progress that has been made. So I think that's one of instruments that I thought would be quite useful for the audience to be aware of. On your question on how to advise the Ministry of Energy, I think I will fall back on this question about the stress testing and really forcing the kind of a scenario-based analysis, okay, to do that kind of exercise, so drill about what will happen if you have even a more extreme case. I mean, we know extreme heat is predictable, but if you kind of push the envelope, you push the limit a little bit up, because we know those kind of more extreme event will come. What will be the impact on the grid? What will be the impact on the power supply, the generation capacity? And so I think by doing those kind of stress testing work, then you highlight the vulnerabilities, where the improvement that are needed, and then you can take the action that are necessary.
Thank you very much. Just one further question. Resilience bond, CAT bonds, climate bonds, these are the solutions that we keep talking about. No, the finance ministries are not very enthusiastic about them because they add to the fiscal stress of the governments. What do you say about that?
I think that's a very good, valid point. I think what we have been trying to see is also how we can combine that with climate finance. Because indeed, if you're issuing a bond and you, as a government, you're paying the same level of interest on your bond, of course, you're signaling to the market that you, as a country, are very committed to this issue and that you take action, you attract different type of investors. But if you end up with more or less the same interest rate, then, okay, well, the benefit is less tangible. What we have been seeing also is how to combine that, for instance, with the Green Climate Fund grants, to kind of create also kind of a financial incentive for those issuing those bonds and trying to combine that with those grants that then can create some concessional financing, which then for the Ministry of Finance makes it much more appealing. And we've seen that, for instance, in the Caribbean with debt swap that have been done to really swap high interest rate debt for lower interest rate debt, and the saving that were made will actually invest in climate resilience. So I think that's where the combining those instruments with climate finance and the climate instruments, I think that's where the most value can be reaped.
Thank you, thank you. Vishala, it's about the community level. We are talking about the blended finance. What would be an ideal combination of blended finance look like at that level, when we are delivering to the communities? Grants, loans, insurance.
Yes, and a big part of this is also sustainability, right?
Speak a little louder.
Yeah, and a big part of this is also sustainability, right?
Yeah.
And coming back to insurance, it should be used as a tool, tool for empowerment, and that kind of builds behavioral change as a part of building heat and financial literacy. To move away from looking at population that is on the front lines of heat as beneficiaries to looking at them as stakeholders and as customers that actually value and demand service. So then they become risk managers. They're efficient enough to be able to manage their risk. And coming back to closing out on Geeta Ben's story, she was enrolled in this program that year, meaning she received a cash payout of around $5 and an insurance payout of around $15. That kind of helped her manage her immediate financial expenses. And that buy-in kind of manifested in women increasingly contributing towards the program, and it stood at 40% in 2025. So it all comes together, and then if that awareness is there, they invest in it as communities on the front line see meaning for the product. And that is also another big part of blend. It doesn't matter if it's blended finance or whatever type of finance, there has to be that awareness to be able to buy in.
Thank you. Ashish, to what extent the business case for this is strengthened when you are actually replacing one peril insurance with a multi-peril insurance, and maybe expand your pool of people who are subscribing to insurance? To what extent do you think the capital adequacy will help you in sustaining the products that you are offering?
Right, sir. So single peril has its own advantage. Like, this is a kind of cost effective. It's easy to understand, and anybody, whoever kind of feels that I need coverage for this particular peril, they can buy it. That is there. But there's also demand that we should not just buy some small ticket size things. We should get a comprehensive cover for all kind of perils to get covered. And especially when you're talking to some institutions like banks, NGOs, they don't want to go again and again to the customer and pitch them this product, right? So normally for them, multi-perils products are also available. We have been discussing with many MFIs, many bankers, and they have kind of appreciated that all this is getting covered, and that is why the demand is already there. So it's not like that. The best example is like if you see like in crop insurance, right? In weather-based crop insurance, it's not a single peril covered. All kind of perils are getting covered, whatever is relevant for that crop in that season. So that is there. And basis the risk, companies kind of quote the, provide the best possible premium what they charge. And because we know that the climate change is reality nowadays. Every time, whatever we see, it's not going to happen. And definitely we see some kind of surprises. So I think the payout is also very high in terms of any parametric insurance or in terms of any weather-based insurance. So I think that has a huge potential. And I'm sure demand is going to increase as and when the customers get aware about this thing.
Thank you very much. The floor is yours. Questions, most welcome. Huh? Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you for the presentations. My question is about using temperature as the sole trigger for products like parametric insurance. So actually we see that this heat stress is a combined effect of many factors. So using temperature as the sole trigger could be problematic. For example, 35 degrees Celsius temperature may feel like 45 if the relative humidity is 100%. The other thing is the coverage of AWS, the temperature data, especially in rural part of India, is very sparse. So like for several 100 kilometers, we have temperature sensors installed. So how do you address this problem? Thank you.
Ashish, you would like to respond to that?
I think this is a very relevant question, sir, because these are the kind of challenges what an insurance company faces, right? So like he talked about that density of weather stations is not that much as of now. For any physical kind of information, we are totally dependent on some private companies are there who provides weather data, plus IMD, Indian Meteorology Department, provides. But still, if you see in terms of distribution, it's not uniform, and there's a lot of variation to get those information. The best thing about temperature is that the variation is not as much as like it happens in case of rainfall, right? Suppose at least in case of 25 kilometer, 50 kilometer, the temperature would almost be the same. So I think that we can use, but you rightly said there's a need for increasing AWSs, which has to be there. And I think the good thing is that there are multiple programs which Government of India runs. So under which there's a program called WINDS, which Minister of Agriculture is kind of driving it to do that. So in that, there's the idea that in each and every taluka level, there should be one AWS, and I think that will bring more and more, that will bring a lot of the data availability will not be constant in that way, that is going to happen. So in that case, like you said, sometimes temperature is 35 degree and you are, it feels like 45 degree. So it all depends on humidity. So that is something which we can always accommodate, we can always relate with humidity and temperature. We can come up with some either double trigger or we can come up with multiple trigger if something is required. So product customization or product formulation is not a challenge in that way, right? The only thing is we don't want to make it too complicated because customer as such, they don't understand how the insurance works and will come up with many jargons or many terms, then it becomes very complicated for them. So the best thing about this single trigger is that it's very easy to understand. But you rightly said that when the density of AWS will increase, that will definitely reduce the basis risk. Plus also the loss will be more actual as compared to what actually customer is going to face. So that is going to happen, and I'm sure in the next 3 to 5 years' time, things will be much better as compared to whatever it is now.
Yeah. Thank you. I just want to mention here that in the next 5 to 10 years, we will have one AWS in every village. It's the way different departments, different state governments are moving in this area. This is going to see significant. This area of observation is going to see significant investments. Mr. Patel, would you like to add something?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for your question as well, because I think it sort of speaks to the heart of. We've probably got up here and spoken about a lot of the benefits for parametric insurance, and your question speaks to kind of the trade-off that comes with a parametric product. And I think I want to sort of tie in maybe some of the remarks from my colleague here as well in terms of ways to address it, but sort of acknowledge the problem. And in particular, I think what you're speaking about is basis risk, where the party, the insured party, the member, Gitaben, they experience extreme heat, but the trigger, the measure, doesn't reflect their experience. And I think what's also important sort of acknowledging maybe some of the limitations as well, with a temptation to throw sort of more complexity at trigger design, incorporating more information when it comes to humidity or, as we talked about yesterday, overnight temperature. But I think the co-design and co-design with members, so that one, they understand how the trigger works, where the gaps are, because ultimately these parametric products, the work of community-based organisations, I think, is really dependent on trust and trust for insurance mechanisms, and things like basis risk can erode trust.
The simplicity of product is critical to the success of these innovations. Other questions? Yeah, please. I will come to you. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. In the interest of time, I'll be brief. So I understood from the case study from Seva Bank.
Can you speak a little louder?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I understood from the case study from Seva Bank that's with individuals at the household level, and I know from experience it's quite challenging to scale such type of products when you are dealing with individual customer and you try to work through intermediaries, but still number of challenges are mentioned. And there is a lot of focus around that, I understand. But there is also a larger kind of a economic sector where there are economic losses. We are talking about like producers, distributor, let's say agriculture supply chain.
Yeah.
So it's my question generally to all to all the speakers, if there are some experiences and examples in your part of work that you see where there are some product innovations are happening about dealing with economic losses pertaining to, say, we are in the heat conference, pertaining to heat in the business sector, so especially the agriculture supply chain, similar product. There are products in some advanced markets, like for example, US and some of the European countries have even the combined one, like they use THI index. There are also weather derivatives. I know India last year also approved the framework for weather derivatives. I was just wondering if there is also some work is being done in the area of covering economic losses from slow onset such as heat and the business sector. Thank you.
So the question is essentially about improving the delivery model. How do we do that? How do we develop the products, variations, innovations, and then deliver? Will you like to, Risala, respond to that?
Yes.
Maybe you can.
So there are different delivery models, right? We've been working with the informal sector in Seva, but that's very different when you come to supply chains. Most of them will be formal sectors, but workers might have lesser protection, construction, garment sector, for example. And somebody yesterday spoke about how do we leverage private sector to get into these solutions and deliver it to their workforce. We've started looking at the garment sector, the construction sector in South Asia and Southeast Asia to kind of make the business case to show that there is a productivity loss and there is something that that companies or factories can do to be able to reduce that productivity loss by strengthening their worker force. These conversations are actively happening, and there's definitely some work that's happened in the Middle East, particularly in the construction sector, when it comes to protection of workers from extreme heat.
Thank you. Would you like to?
Maybe just to complement and also on the point of calculating those economic losses. And I think we at UNDR we've been working for quite some time on that topic, and also we're talking about infrastructure, about looking at the cost of doing some modelizing cost of disaster. And I think it's important because you need to understand the cost of those different hazards to then make the business case for investing in resilience and trying to start calculating what would be the cost benefit of certain measures. And we are moving more and more on, I think you were mentioning the agricultural sector. We also start looking more and more on how can we model the cost of different periods to the agricultural sectors. And so we are working on trying to calculate those costs and improving the models around that, because I think that formed the basis, the foundation for maybe the heat action plan, but also for businesses to actually see how they can improve their resiliency towards these different hazards.
Thank you. Yeah, please go ahead.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Aditya Varghese. I represent the non-profit Seeds. So this question is actually coming from our experience implementing parametric insurance pilots last year and this year. One was for cyclones and the other was for cold, for cold waves. So as a non-profit, the focus was to create a model that could be sustained beyond the first year, where the community would start paying out. But there's a inherent tension in parametric insurance products because the insurers and we're not putting a blame here, it's the orientation, but insurers are basically creating products which are trying to give payouts for catastrophic loss. And so the triggers are not then relevant to the community's experience of loss. And so it's a suggestion that in the period that if this market is to develop, then insurers need to think about market expansion. And I mean, of course, it's understandable that you want to minimize your loss ratio, but until there is some kind of payout or benefit visible to the community, their willingness to pay is going to be very minimal. And related to this also is another policy suggestion actually, that for a community-based parametric insurance cover, most of the time we are looking at losses related to health and income. The 18% GST also does impose a certain amount of burden. So the government has already withdrawn GST for health and life insurance. I think something similar has to be considered for these kind of products. Thank you. Just like your comments on this.
Okay. Just to answer, before you answer this question, I would just let you know this thing, that in any calamity, whenever it happens, be in terms of earthquake, maybe in terms of flood, the actual economic losses, the insured loss is only 10 to 12% of the actual economic losses which has happened. And why it is so? Because either customers are not basically understand the importance of insurance, they only try to buy insurance when actually losses have happened. By that time, you'll not get cover, right? So it's always advisable that whoever basically understand the risk, they should have the adequate risk cover, maybe in terms for the infrastructure, for their whatever health, for the parameter. That is what is very important in that way, because it has been established fact now. And like you rightly said that parameter, whatever triggers is being set, okay, that is not actually, that may not be at that time that not yield a payout. But the idea is not that every time you have to pay the payout. Otherwise, then this product will not sustainable. Insurance is a risk kind of mitigation, right? It's not like that it's an investment that you pay some premium and you'll get the claim every year. It's not like that. And actually, the importance of insurance come only when there is a no payout. It's very good. It's really good that payout has not happened, but at least the customer has not suffered the losses. That is also the assumption is. And just to let you know, as an industry, the overall loss ratio is around 114%. So normally there's a perception among the customer that insurance companies are not paying claims or they are not making money and all those things. It's not like that. But it's not, you can just always divide those things, product LOB wise or product wise, those things. But on overall basis, if you see, things have, it's not that very good for the other insurance company. But I think thanks to whenever calamity happens, at least some discussion happens about insurance. I think after COVID, a lot of awareness came about the health insurance. people have started buying health insurance, the penetration has increased like anything, right? And I'm sure that when any event happens, earthquake happens, or this kind of heat waves will come, then people understand the importance, and as and when the demand will come, definitely that will bring the rationality in terms of premium rate as well. And about GST, I cannot comment, it's a government decision, so they can do that. But always let you know that as a company, we always advocate to the finance ministry whenever we get the opportunity to do that, because it's a rural product, and to increase awareness, to kind of make it more affordable. Whatever they can do, but ultimately government has their own. The good thing is, recently finance ministry has reduced GST in term insurance and health insurance. I'm sure as and when the demand will increase, then they will talk about parametric insurance as well.
Will you like to respond to this also, because you are in offering a slightly different kind of social insurance? So what's generally the experience in terms of the people making demands and buying products?
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, it comes down to understanding the basis risk. Other than that, insurance is for the worst of the worst. And like my colleague said, it's good that it's good if it doesn't pay out, because that just means the heat season was not catastrophic. But that doesn't mean temperatures beneath that are not dangerous for health and livelihoods, like you correctly said. And we've done this over years, and we've seen payouts differently. In 2024, there was a 92% payout and 100% cash trigger, which was at a lower temperature. But that was not the case in 2025 because the summer, I mean, we all know this, summer was definitely hot, but it was not as hot as 2024. I mean, there's going to be difference, and it's not going to pay out every year, and it brings me back again to basis risk and the buy-in from women. So to be able to understand that basis risk and then buy-in is like, is the solution to getting these insurance products that will do the empowerment, the behavioral change, and all of that. It's a very powerful tool, but it has to be coupled with financial literacy and heat health literacy. And you've seen some of the quotes from women. The layering, the financial layering is very essential because even if the insurance doesn't pay out, there is still a financial protection that reduces financial exposure for women and vulnerable communities that, that do not really make a lot of money. It's definitely at least 3 or 4 days' wage, which becomes the premium eventually. So that's where it all lands in. It's ultimately literacy and understanding what insurance means and when payouts happen.
Dr. Mahavalanka. Can you just get
Two quick comments. One, sir, as an academic and researcher, it would be good to have access to the insurance data, because many times government data becomes difficult, but insurance data, including, because heat has not only sort of other damages, but also fire is a risk. Also infrastructure damages and accidents. These are the 3 other things which can happen in very high temperature. So that access will also build the argument. If we can have a data system across insurance companies, including life insurance, it will be even ideal because substantial data will be collected. Second was, sir, you said AWS, but before even AWS, why not have 2 thermometers, one dry and wet in each school or each panchayat house? It will cost like $5 investment, where somebody can just record, and it is for their own knowledge. We are still dependent on what IMD says, what is my village's temperature. It is very simple to measure and assess, and it will build, and I would suggest many NGOs are here, establish a thermometer in each of the slums where you are working. You will know what is the urban temperature, because it is many times 5, 7, 10 degrees higher than what IMD is saying. So I think that awareness about heat can become very low cost also. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other question? Yeah, please.
Sir, I just had a point to make. I work with informal workers, so on and so forth. So I just had a point to make and flag, sharing it here, and maybe in the subsequent sessions or wherever possible we can discuss this. One was, I was just thinking, we should also talk about the efficacy. You have mentioned, Visala, that there is limits to the parametric insurance and so on and so forth. So we should talk about a little more about the limits and the efficacy of insurance before insurance instruments become popularized and scaled across. So that was one, just because that the probability of heat or heat waves is almost 100%. Yesterday's figures that we saw in terms of the slides was that street vendors, for instance, a group that I work with, are experiencing heat waves to 30 to 40 days a year. So the probability is almost 100%, so how does that pan out? And the loss is not 800,000 rupees, 2,000 rupees. The loss, yesterday's figures showed that would go into thousands, if not lakhs. So what would also be the limits of insurance, and what are the other things that we need to do to make it better, function better, so on and so forth. So that was one. And just to NDMA and to you, sir, our request is that many states will pick it up, are picking it up. And before it gets I mean, something that's being scaled and replicated left, right, center, especially for heat. If there is efforts that folks have taken, can we put together how has it happened, how has it panned out, what was the model, what are the tweaks required, and you know, start framing something, because it's all panning out under NDMA supervision. So that would be good. If
Excellent suggestion, and
Sure.
we'll definitely take it up.
Sure, thanks.
No, very good. Well, so I don't think we have any more question. Please.
Yeah, my name is Dr. Mukhtar Alam, and you see, one of the things which we did last year, and we have displayed our interventions, was the heat information dissemination. So when I showed it to the ILO OSH lead, so he said that that this information needs to be done by the government at a mass level. So that's the one thing that the heat, because what we did, we had taken information in collaboration with the IMND, and in collaboration with, of course, Greenpeace and 10 organizations together. And then we just placed the boards, at the various places, various locations, of the outdoor workers. So that is, so we received a response that, that why this should not be done at a mass scale. That means, each and every location, which is where the outdoor workers are working, large numbers, they should have access to this information, because having the information at the first level in itself is important. So then, suggested that, that this should be taken by the government of India. So, of course, NDMA is the agency which can ensure this. So that's one of the requests. And second is that, that because as we see that heat severity is going to impact a large number of people, and as my colleague, he also mentioned Arvind Unni. So I think, we need to somehow get this, recommendation, for health for all. Because, health for all, of course, insurance is very much important, but then to what extent, because now, especially in the case of gig workers, PMJY scheme has been declared. But then its outreach needs to be ensured, and most importantly, health infrastructure expansion. That needs to cater to the needs of the general masses, which includes, not only in the urban areas and all the outdoor workers in the urban and rural areas together. So thank you very much, sir. So this is my suggestion.
Thank you very much. All the suggestions are very valid. Any response to his suggestion about the accessing the information? What would be an ideal way of people accessing the information?
Well, we have deliberated quite a bit on the very same question. We've engaged with a lot of women informal workers, with members of SEVA, to find out exactly how they would like to receive the information, and well, that's been very, very different. Not every woman in India has access to phones. It's either with the husband or somebody in the family has it. They are not everyone is literate enough to read it, and some women can speak a particular language and read a particular language when another woman does it differently. So there's a whole range of things that has to be considered before we disseminate message in a standard way, is what is our learning. What we've done with SEVA is tailor messaging for informal workers based on trades and languages, and we've shared that with grassroots leaders. So SEVA functions in a way where there's one grassroots leader for every 2,000 women. And these grassroots leaders have a long-standing position and membership with SEVA. They know all of these members. So that's how we've been disseminating information around heat health and financial literacy. And before they enroll into this program, this is something that takes time. This is something that that grassroots leaders spend time on to build that trust, to also share that information and get us to where we are. That's how we've been dealing with communicating heat. And just one more thing, because we're talking about early warning systems, we recently did a literature review about early warning systems around the world. They don't specifically look at a woman's physiology or a person with disabilities or a child. It's generally a man or it's a generic human being. It's very difficult to even tailor message, even if the government is sending out early warnings, that does not have to be tailored to my physiology. And that is something that we're also beginning to look at as we tailor these messages to reach women.
Thank you. So I think I will now close the session, but we had, extensive discussion on the financing arrangements at the national level, how we can look at the various possibilities of the pre-arranged financing. We also discussed the role that various infrastructure agencies can play in improving the resilience through financial instruments. We looked at the commercial aspects of insurance delivery and the social aspects of insurance delivery. So before I close the session, I would like to give 1 minute to each of you to reiterate some of the critical points that you would like to make.
No, thank you so much, and it's been a pleasure to be on this session. I think because one key aspect I want to highlight is that, of course, we are speaking a lot about insurance, and I think we need to bear in mind that insurance is probably not the solution to all the problems, and we have talked about some of the challenges. So the importance of investing in risk reduction, the importance to linking maybe the heat action plan with budgetary processes, with public investment management. I think for me that's something that needs to be looked at and very much considered, because otherwise there is a tendency whenever we talk about finance, that fall immediately on insurance. But there are more than insurance solution than for extreme heat financing. Thank you.
I mean, you will agree that insurance is a small part of the finance, but we have to make insurance work. So far, we have not.
It's an important one.
Yeah, it's an important one. The disaster insurance part has not really been very, very successful, and we really need to make an extra effort to make it work. So, this is our collective responsibility. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think I wrote down sort of 3 keywords to try to sum up a message here, and they were very similar to what Mathieu just said, but I think maybe digging into your point there around trying to make insurance work, I think there's this sort of overarching message that insurance is one piece to this puzzle, and we saw risk reduction and investment there, but also risk retention for, as you mentioned, events that are occurring a lot more regularly. And then we come to insurance, where it performs probably the best when we're talking about risks that are towards the extreme. And I think some of the experience, some of the comments that have been made throughout the room have been touching on a point, and this is the point I kind of want to finish on, around a balance between trying to support the communities and demonstrate the value of insurance. And typically, the best way to demonstrate the value of insurance is a payout. But balancing that with, well, actually, let's stop and think about what is it that we want this insurance product to address. Extreme heat, and the word extreme heat is very generic. Are we talking about extreme heat shock? So a really, really bad, a really hot day, one that causes an incredible spike in mortality? Or are we talking about the general trend of extreme heat, where we're seeing, 300 days, 270 days of the year, people exposed to extreme heat or hot temperatures?
I think if we can link it to the loss of employment, income, productivity, we can perhaps find a better handle to deal with these things, rather than just looking at it in terms of temperature and spikes and those things.
Absolutely.
Vishala.
And also to add on, to look at it as a holistic 24-hour approach that also looks at indoor, outdoor temperatures. Nighttime temperatures are increasing 10 times faster than daytime temperatures, so it's very essential that we incorporate that into design. But also just bringing these things back up, insurance is a great tool to build empowerment and behavioral change. It is a great tool if it is integrated with the stakeholders, with women or communities on the front lines. but has to be bundled. Risk reduction is a definite factor that has to go along with insurance for it to be an effective, successful solution.
Thank you. Ashish.
Thank you very much, sir. As a closing remark, I would like to just highlight 2 points. One is like what he talked about availability of the information, right? So insurance is all about the trust and transparency. Until unless as an insurance company proactively will not provide those information, then the trust will not emerge. Thankfully, a lot of efforts are being done, right, from the insurance company side, from the government side, and the best example is like NCIP, in which all the data is available, right? Each and every data is getting captured, and whenever anybody asks, it is already available, right? And proactively, customers are being informed through SMSs and messages and those things. Like government, like IRD has also planned a platform called Bima Sugam, in which all the information will be available. So I'm sure slowly, when other product will take up, after that, this information about parametric insurance will also come up in that Bima Sugam. That will be kind of one point solution or 1 point information available for all that is available. And my second point is basically here is like insurance is still a very niche, very specialized kind of subject, sir. And awareness about this this program and willingness to buy insurance is still low. So the way I think government has made an effort to make the insurance affordable, to make the insurance aware about this thing. They have launched various programs called like PM SSBY, PM Jeevan Jyoti Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. These have helped us a lot in increasing penetration about insurance products, right? In the same manner, because now this disaster risk is something which is very alarming and it is going to impact all sections of the society. So in the same manner, maybe if government, they can have some kind of product as a government scheme and which will cover all kind of climate risk. That would be really a good initiative from the government side to kind of compensate the affected family or affected customer in case of any natural disaster. I think that would be very helpful in that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And with that, I would like to bring the session to a close with a big round of thanks to all the speakers, panelists for their erudite interventions, very, very meaningful, very impactful. So, and thank you to the all the participants here for raising very valid questions and issues. I think very interactive session. So thanks to all of you for being here. I know that for NDMA there is a lot here, and we will definitely like to pursue this subject at the national level, working with the states. We will definitely like to pursue more for spreading the message of parametric insurance, indemnity insurance, insurance for the vulnerable and weaker communities. So this is one area that we all need to work collectively. So with that, I would like to say thank you again and conclude the session. Thank you.
Thank you for the insightful session. I now request Dr. Vatsa to present the mementos to all our speakers. Our next session focuses on financing pathways for heat-resilient infrastructure, examining how public finance, development banks, and private capital can converge to reduce long-term heat risks. May I invite Lieutenant General Saeed Atta Hasnain, member, NDMA, to chair this important session. May I invite all the speakers for this session, Ms. Mandakini Balodhi, Director Insurance in the Department of Financial Services. She comes with 25 years of experience across public sector insurance and government oversight. Shri Bhaskar Padigala, who represents the United Kingdom as Climate Advisor. He'll be bringing an international policy and cooperation perspective on climate finance and resilient infrastructure. Dr. Ramesh Subramaniam, Global Director, CDRI, who has over 35 years of experience in infrastructure development and resilience financing. Mr. Brij Mohan, Senior Climate Change Officer and Country Climate Focal, Asian Development Bank, who provides technical expertise on country-level policy and strategy formulation related to climate change. Ms. Shubhra Singh, she represents the Sun Group and Khemka Foundation and brings over 2 decades of experience in development programs focused on governance reform, service delivery, and community-based initiatives.
Madam has not come. Morning, ma'am. Welcome.
Good morning. Jai Hind to everyone. It's a very welcome thing that sessions in this seminar seem to be all ending and commencing exactly on time. Very, very rare occurrence in Delhi normally. But thank you for your presence here, everyone, and a great subject that we are discussing in this session, financing for this risk reduction through heat-resilient infrastructure. I don't know, I have a claim to fame that perhaps in this room I may be one of the rare ones who has been at the suffering end of different climatic conditions. Not everyone would have been that. As a soldier, I can tell you this, extreme cold. I have faced up to minus 53 degrees. But I can tell you under cold conditions, it is very easy to keep yourself warm. Layer after layer after layer of clothing, and I still remember 7 to 8 layers of clothing in the Siachen Glacier were good enough to keep me warm. And the scientific community of India, the world, was working overtime all the time to give us new contraptions to heat us. Starting from terrible coal Bukharis, going up to kerosene Bukharis, and then all kinds of solar heaters coming out from Korea, from China, everywhere. So it wasn't very difficult keeping yourself warm under conditions of minus 53 degrees. But let me come to the other end. I've also been in ambient conditions of 48, 50 degrees with the actual temperature on ground, the field temperature on ground being 60 and 65 degrees inside tanks, next to guns. You can fry a good egg on top of a tank, I can assure you, in Jaisalmer. And in the middle of all that, I found the finest contraption which came my way in terms of the world's scientific community and more Indian scientific community was a thing called the desert cooler. I don't know whether you still have heard of a desert cooler. It's still available in the market near Azadpur somewhere. A simple contraption of a pump which throws up water, and you have grass on the sides, and the water comes onto the grass, it evaporates, it creates a cold sensation in that broad area, and you feel much cooler. As the summer moves on and you go into humidity, you find that the desert cooler starts getting less and less effective. But in the world of heat, the world went from desert cooler to air conditioner and stopped there. It has not progressed beyond it. Air conditioning of all kinds, yes, we have progressed into. But air conditioning for the common man is something that we have hardly been successful in. We discuss every aspect of finance, I can assure you. And I've seen all the sessions here are mostly about finance. But we never speak about how does that reach the grassroots? The people most concerned, how does it reach them? And that's what I think is a challenge for all of us out here in terms of infrastructure. I'm not sure how much we have discussed here the necessity of drinking water, cool drinking water, and water coolers as a part of infrastructure all over in India. That is sense of responsibility that one must have to provide one's customers or one's clients, workforce, labor, etc., cool, fresh drinking water. Hardly ever do we ever discuss this. So this is all adds up to a part of the infrastructure and what we can actually finally do. Infrastructure is, no doubt, by definition, goes into anything which reduces the effect of heat, which we can adopt, which we can contract with us. How do you finance for it? Because this is a hugely expensive thing. And you find rarely can communities at the lower end of the spectrum actually afford these things. So we've got a great panel here with us, and we've got an hour with us to discuss and hear from them. I would definitely request them to address the issues of infrastructure, no doubt, and what is being done and what can be done in terms of greater financing needs, which are all affordable financing needs, so that the common person, the common man can also afford these kind of issues that we are looking at. So we have got on the panel with us Ms. Shubhra Singh on my right, Mr. Arup Chatterjee, Dr. Ramesh Subramaniam, Sri Bhaskar Padigala. I shall introduce each of them as they come up to speak, and Ms. Mandakini Belodi, who's been with us many, many times in the NDMA too. So without much ado, if I may ask Shubhra Singh, madam, to make her intervention. If you can take about 7-8 minutes to say what you wish to. If there are any questions which occur to me or to anyone in the panel, we will perhaps query you a little bit to clarify. Over to you, ma'am. Would you like to speak from here?
Thank you so much. First of all, I think what you just said is the most important thing. We have been talking about finance and we have been talking about infrastructure largely, but somehow we tend to focus on the visible part of the infrastructure and not talk so much about the invisible part. You were referring to thermal comfort and similar other health indicators which are not so visible but yet extremely critical. So let me just begin with that. Since I'm representing philanthropy here, so let me begin by saying that we all by now understand, since yesterday we have been discussing this, and in fact, I shouldn't say just yesterday, I particularly would like to congratulate NDMA, because the last heat workshop last year, since then I see a lot of progression, and people are talking about how they have moved forward from that last discussion, and sharing experiences and examples of what has been done in the past year, which is extremely heartening. So let me straight away jump to this. We all understand that as far as financing is concerned, the most critical shift that needs to be brought about is from financing heat impact to actually financing risk reduction. Meaning this is one critical shift that needs to be brought about, and we all have been discussing this. Now, how do we do this? Largely, we all understand that not every spectrum of heat impact necessarily, every domain does not have private cash flow. This is something that we will have to acknowledge. So, in what do we do in those cases? How do we deal with it? So obviously, we have been talking about blended finance, and that actually plays a crucial role over there. And I think blended finance is something that can be catalytic and brought about. And philanthropies can play a role in helping with blended finance as well. But saying that, I would maybe just give an example here. Like, for example, I think in the previous panel, someone was discussing about bringing in regulations and some policy changes in things like housing, infrastructure. So those obviously will become very important and will help in help sectors where there is some private cash flow. But what happens when we are dealing with domains and sectors where there is no significant private cash flow? So in that case, I think we need to look at some of the global examples that have really made a lot of sense. Particularly, I would draw your attention to, maybe most of you are already aware, this Notre Dame adaptation, the Global Notre Dame Adaptation Initiative, NDMA framework, is largely being used by multiple countries now to assess vulnerability and preparedness, and then take data-driven, informed decisions on how do you actually recharacterize and reprioritize your investments or the fiscal flows that need to be recharacterized. I think that's extremely important. This particular initiative globally, they have been able to actually recharacterize $10 billion. It's a very significant amount. I think we should acknowledge examples like this, and there's a lot of learning for us in case we really delve deep and try and see. I'm sure many of you would agree that immediately at this stage, we don't see huge, significant new funds emerging to finance heat. So recharacterization and reprioritizing and using the heat lens at all levels, even for the public investment, even within the government, and even for the private sector. I think using heat lens becomes extremely important, and learning from examples like these. Now I'll move to what philanthropies can do, and I will use our own example, what Khemka Foundation has been trying to do in the last year. So beginning from what work we have been trying to do with the Global Heat and Health Funders Coalition. We're talking about a 300 million network where many other leading philanthropies like Welcome and Gate and all of them are there. So how we are trying to actually move in the direction of financing risk reduction and resilience rather than just working on the impact of heat. So this is one major shift. I would also talk about another initiative. Rameshji is here. So we will be talking about the National Heat Hub, which is something that we have been working on with NDMA and now with CDRI. So again, the idea is to somehow have a platform where this multi-dimensional taxonomy can be evolved, mapping heat impacts across different government levels, different affected populations, research fields, all of this, and how this can be made available for larger dissemination to everyone across India. So this is one initiative that we have been working on. I'm happy to let you know about it. Now, if we talk about the absolutely on-the-ground need, what is it that we need to do absolutely on the ground, at the grassroots level? Yesterday, I heard some of the speakers, like I think Abhyant mentioned about this whole problem with the heat action plan, that it's pretty top-down. And what is really required is bottom-up. Someone also, I think many of you mentioned about this issue of convergence. So just to address these and many more similar issues, we have last August in 2025, we have launched the Patiala, we call it HAP Plus, Heat Action Plus. And the plus is basically trying to address all the gaps that currently exist in the implementation, the preparedness and implementation of HAPs across the country. So this is again a very ambitious pilot, I would say, but at the same time, the idea is that if we as a philanthropy, we can bring in all the experiences and thought leaders from around, like I think colleagues from MHT are here, NRDC are here, they all are going to be a part of this, and how we are trying to see at the district level how this convergence is, how we are able to demonstrate this pilot in a way that we see bottom-up approach, we see convergence, and we already are trying to place the community voices at the center of all the work that is being planned there in Patiala. And especially for the convergence bit, how it is extremely important to have the government stakeholders, the commissioner and everyone else taking the lead and being a party right from the outset. So that we are able to really demonstrate something which is scalable in the future and for others to learn from. So these are the kind of initiatives that Khemka Foundation in the past year has been trying to actually bring on the ground, make it a reality, and then try and see how we can put all these learnings in ways that wider dissemination can happen through the National Heat Hub that I just spoke about. So these are a few thoughts that I would. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very, very useful, and I'm glad that you explained the various methodologies that your foundation is looking at, attempting to do in terms of taking it down to the grassroots level in particular. If I may request now, you have a slight change among the panel. I was not informed about it earlier. Mr. Bhawan is here with us, senior climate change official also. We request you to make your intervention, sir. Particularly request you to comment on the aspects of technologies which are available in the world today in terms of infrastructure, and particularly increasing temperatures because of the number of data centers which are coming up. We learn that data centers usually convert 90 to 95% of their power, electricity, into heat energy. And that locally into a large area can increase temperatures by 1.5 to 2 degrees averagely. What are we going to look at in the future in terms of this?
Thank you, sir. Of course, I will definitely address these couple of questions you have raised. But first of all, I would like to thank NDMA for inviting ADB and share our views. As you know, ADB is very much involved in partnering with Government of India and try to resolve many challenges. Of course, aligning with their climate objective and agenda we have. I really wanted to mention here. I mean, we all agree that that like recent past years, like we have experienced intense heat related or prolonged events related to heat. And many of the state definitely, we also observed based on our assessment, our study, diagnostic study, which we have done in line with our investment programs, which we are running with a particular state. For example, Rajasthan, Odisha, Delhi, they were seriously impacted. And not only our studies, but our meteorological department, they have also kind of warned us like it is not only going to continue, but it would be more frequent, more intense, and it will last longer in the coming decades. So one thing which we have integrated in our business, our operations, when we're focusing on a country level operation, looking at the localized issues and all related to climate risk, especially heat-specific issues, I think we really need to focus, and there is a serious need to integrate latest climate science data, right? Maybe, when it comes to heat-specific data, it was not old available. We were not much monitoring it. I mean, maybe it was more frequent related to, drought and flood, but I think we have latest climate science data available related to heat. It should be very much integrated within the government policies and fiscal planning.
I was listening also in the previous panel that, we have many government programs which are running, for examples, and like we are making huge investment through these programs. ADB also participated in some of the programs where, for example, like smart cities missions, we have Jal Jeevan missions, or maybe state-specific programs, where we catering to infrastructures. But what is our observation that all these programs, they have not really integrated or mainstream the climate or heat-specific latest data and the projections. So that is very, very, very critical, and secondly, definitely, our experience working in India, we have to strongly focusing on strengthening public finance system or mechanism, I would say. We've been working with Government of India, coming up some good instrument mechanisms. I really would like to mention here that I mean we can take policy-based lending approach also, one area where we can cater the Government of India directly when it comes to the climate planning and budgeting. I'm happy to share that ADB is celebrating 40 years of partnership with Government of India this year, and we have taken kind of a very structured approach when it comes to the multi-tranche facilities addressing one specific sectors. So if we consider heat stress is serious concern and focusing on one or two particular sector, then definitely we can also take this multi-tranche financing facilities approach where government resources would be involved, so that we can do the long-term planning also, not only at the central level but at the state level. I also wanted to mention, and that's our also observation, that there is no, when it comes to the public investment, there is no tracking on the heat specific, I would say, indicators. And that monitoring is really needed, right? If we have KPIs related to heat resilience, and then we are building those in some of the programs, that kind of monitoring is very much needed. And when it comes to the union level or state level budget, that's been our suggestions to these states, that there should be kind of alignment and integrations with the heat action plan we do have in India. Of course, coming to your point, I just wanted to mention, definitely when we do provide financing support to any projects and program specific to particular sector, we do try to integrate and mainstream climate mitigation related or adaptations related measures based on the climate risk assessment. We cover the temperature rise and main parameter, where heat wave is also being assessed at the system level, not only the project level. And based on that, the suggestions on the technology sides, like how we can mitigate all those risks being identified at the program level or at the system level, that we try to integrate in each of our program. I mean, you will not find any single project or program where ADB is making investment, and it's become a kind of a mandatory requirement within the ADB system to assess climate risk related to that particular project and program, not only at the project program level, but at the system level. So that kind of, and then we try to identify all the solutions, like maybe one could be the technology solutions to reduce all those risks. So that mapping is always there with respect to the risk identified for the particular investment project or investment program is there. One last point I just wanted to mention, it is specific to the, of course, ma'am also mentioned to that, but we also need to kind of take a kind of a shift or change, taking individual intervention or going to the standalone interventions to the programmatic or policy level approach, right? For example, as I mentioned, the policy-based lending approach can be taken there, and it is what is our observation is like ADB, like institution development partners, they are kind of very much aligned with that kind of directions for the country they are working in. And I just wanted to mention that ADB has its first climate change action plan, which came in 2023. And as per this plan, we are very much committed to support our developing member countries to basically identify and mainstream climate adaptations or climate resilient kind of measures into the national level planning. And of course, we are also supporting some of the countries which I mentioned, the monitoring of the heat resilience KPI. That's also very critical when it comes to identifying the real impact of your investment at the public and private level. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you've given us a whole range of activities which the ADB is involved with, no doubt from the grassroots and up to the state and the national level governments. And thank you very much for that. With that, I'll request Dr. Ramesh Subramaniam from the CDRI, Global Director, CDRI. And of course, you are a part of an organization which we are well aware of, and with an international footprint as much, and a tremendous amount of experience now in dealing with infrastructure around the world. So perhaps we can expect from you a few interventions of success models, somewhere where some marked success has taken place, or you contemplate that will take place in the near future sometime. Perhaps a good and a bad model would be very, very educative for all of us.
Thank you so much, sir, first of all, for this opportunity, and also congratulations to NDMA for organizing this very, very impactful event. Successful models, I think, in fact, efforts, given that the issues that we are discussing are so complex, and focus on heat has been emerging only recently. Too much coal we talk about, and in fact, I should also appreciate your own inspiring examples that you gave at the very beginning. And then very clearly, too much of anything, too little of anything is a problem. How do we get optimality in terms of solutions? I think the focus efforts in India, not to be flattering, and because we are sitting here in New Delhi, but I think the efforts that India has taken across the complex range of issues that we face across the country, I think it's certainly noteworthy. Globally, two examples come to mind. A country where I used to live for a long time in the Philippines, working for ADB, a city in the national capital region of Metro Manila. It's called Quezon City. Globally among the first cities, or maybe one of the first cities, to have dedicated focus on heat risk management. And they had a chief heat officer who was appointed about several years ago, about 8-9 years ago or so. Africa, Climate Resilience for All, has been doing a lot of work in Africa. Came to know recently that Kenya and Ghana are handling these issues quite well. And because heat tends to be very localized in terms of actions and solutions, what Subhraji talked about in terms of, for instance, in the context of India, having the idea of having a national heat hub, that also needs to be a bottom-up type of an approach, because you do need to have comprehensive actions that should take place at the local level, and then those building up to form experiences and solutions. So these are the successful examples that come to mind, but if it is okay with you, I'll share a few broader perspectives. First is in terms of numbers. Annual average losses due to disasters based on CDRI estimates, these are massive, $800 billion every year. $800 billion from natural hazards and disasters. Out of this, heat, if you're looking at it in a quantitative sense, directly measurable sense, is small. But in addition to this $800 billion, our assessment also shows that the indirect losses through service disruptions, for example, can be as high as 7 times. The lowest is 2 times, so that's 1.6 trillion. And if you're looking at 7 times, because some of these losses tend to stay for long periods of time. Heat could be, but you have flood disasters. Actually, they do stay for in terms of particularly impact on livelihoods, they stay for a long time. What I think in the previous panel, what Vishala talked about in terms of the challenges that at the base of the pyramid people face. So this number is very important to keep in mind. And added to the fact that unmet infrastructure needs are huge in low-income and developing countries across the world. The challenges that we are facing multiply very quickly. 800 billion on the one hand, and resilience needs alone out of the total $3.2 trillion of infrastructure investments required in low-income countries. Resilience needs alone are $400 billion every year. These are annual figures, so pretty massive. Now, what do we need? One is obviously, what do we put in place in terms of policy and enabling environment? Here there are many, many factors. I'll just mention a few. How do we mainstream heat? We are mainstreaming climate, we are mainstreaming gender, we are mainstreaming ESG, broadly defined, but resilience has not really come into the ESG picture yet. And if you're building resilience to heat, that is even more remote. So how do we bring resilience overall, given that global resilience financing out of total climate financing is less than 4%? So only about $50 billion, roughly, give or take. So against the challenges that we face, the support that is going in is minuscule. So first enabler is how do we mainstream heat resilience in every aspect of planning is going to be very, very critical. So, cold is factored in Western countries. How do we factor heat is going to be the next challenge that we face. Second is enablers in terms of data and risk modeling is going to be very critical because data available, but is there capacity to collect consistently data and analyze it? Do we have modeling capabilities is also something that we need to look at. Governance, having assured that there is data and we have capability in interpreting data. Insurance solutions, the previous panel talked about. Governance is very, very critical. Transparency and independence in terms of all these data coming in, decisions that are made, allocations of resources, particularly in a complex economy like India. Center-state relations are there. Incentives will always be needed at the local government level, particularly for addressing slow onset disasters like heat. Do you have transparent arrangements in terms of decision making as well as resource sharing? And we can talk about conditional grants or unconditional grants that are given by way of incentivizing heat actions at local government level. But do you have transparent mechanisms in place for resource allocation is very critical. Now, if you look at, I mentioned about 7 times indirect losses, but if you just look at direct losses from heat, the economic losses, the impact on the base of the pyramid, the low-income wage earners and so on, those directly come in. But if you look at major infrastructure sectors like, for example, power sector and water, what is required in terms of redundancy and system planning is very, very critical because clearly outages are going to be there because of heat. Are we ready to meet these challenges? Renewable energy solutions could be impactful, but are we having them on scale? And is there adequate redundancy in the sectors? Is very critical. And then one of the most important enablers is also continuously building advocacy and awareness is very critical, be it at the society community levels, but also at the individual levels. Second set of points quickly is public financial management systems to be in place. Let's assume that all these enablers are there. I'm sure Mandakini will be talking a lot more about it, given her rich experience on this. When we talk about climate, mainstreaming climate considerations, mitigation is coming in a significant manner. As I mentioned, resilience is not. In this context, do states at whatever level, at local, sub-regional, national levels, Are there well-functioning medium-term budget frameworks in place? Because this is a disaster, it's not going to go away. It's only going to increase in intensity. Do we have well-functioning medium-term budget frameworks in place? Is very critical as part of public financial management. What Bridge Mohan talked about in terms of policy reforms, the previous panel also talked about having contingent instruments in place. Now, what enables speedy access to these contingent sources of financing? You need to have reforms continuously taking place in the public financial management arena, so that the triggers that would enable multilateral institutions to provide financing, they would be met and you stand ready. Because once a disaster strikes, you cannot be going in and doing the reforms, doing the measures in place, it'll be too late. And that's a challenge that entities like the Fund for Loss and Damage are trying to address, because but unfortunately, that volume would be minuscule. So pre-arranged sources of financing, insurance, there was a lot of talk in the previous session. But pre-arranged sources of financing, how do we enable them? How do countries get ready is going to be quite important. I already mentioned about governance, but measurement and reporting metrics are going to be very, very critical here, in addition to transparency and the other enablers. And finally, on investments, given the significant market failures and the need for public investments likely to continue, how do we have financing mechanisms in place, good public investment programming that captures heat as a risk moving forward? And what is the right blend of public and private sector financing needs to be looked at? Second is integrating resilience. Mitigation is now being broadly mainstreamed in every aspect of the project cycle, starting from identification, pipeline identification, design, procurement, execution, learning, and then the loop continuing. But how do we bring in resilience, particularly heat resilience considerations, into every aspect of the project cycle, and in the investment programming is going to be very, very critical. And then finally, at the project level, project structuring, and if we are going into public-private partnership type of solutions, how do we incentivize private sector to take care of the slow onset disasters? Because it's something that you probably may not be able to quantify in an ex-ante sense, but through modeling, through mechanisms in place, how do we come up with those sorts of solutions is going to be very critical. Let me pause there for now, but I'll be happy to come back.
Thank you. I'm sure there'll be lots and lots of questions on the wide range of issues that you have just covered. May I now request Sri Bhaskar Padigala to make his intervention?
Thank you very much, NDMA, for having UK government here represent our views. I'll just take forward from what my eminent panelists have already mentioned. I think there are a lot of points that itself is a topic of a discussion as a whole panel itself. What I'll maybe touch upon is there are a couple of aspects which Ramesh also mentioned. Is we shouldn't be looking at financing infrastructure in a silo. That's the first thing. It has knock-on effect in terms of it's linked to policy, it's linked to governance, it's linked to its capacities, awareness, and technology. Everything is linked. Now, I would look at from a two-spectrum end. One is public finance, and second is private finance. For public finance, again, not flattering what India has done, but we have sort of already looking at embedding resilience and heat to some degree into our programs and schemes, which is a good way to mainstreaming heat and resilience, multi-sector resilience into the infrastructure programs. A good example is Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, wherein affordable low-cost housing are being constructed, right? But how do we make them those are thermally comfortable? Can we use low carbon materials and etc.? It's already being done through support of UK and World Bank. So that's one good example of it. But there are multiple sectors that we need to also focus on. For example, the amount of infrastructure that we are using to create roads, bridges, and dams, etc. Do we have enough standards wherein it factors in resilience into it, right? because the pace we are going, India is an inflection point wherein the infrastructure that we create right now will stay there for next 30, 35 years, right? So we need to make sure that whatever we are building is resilient enough for that future shocks and extreme events. Just to plug in UK experience into it, so we recently launched UK infrastructure strategy, which exactly looks into developing standards, which looks into climate resilience, including heat. It would be very surprising for a lot of you to think that why would UK need to think about heat? But we have seen in 2022 that even 40 degrees Celsius is considered heat wave in UK. There were a lot of economic losses and losses of mortality and morbidity. So for us, it's also a consideration. So that's one spectrum of it, looking at how effectively we can use public finances. Now, having said that, public finance alone can't bridge the gap for requirement for the resilient infrastructure that we have. We need to bring in private sector financing into it. There are multiple ways we need to look at. One of the ways is blended finance. It's a good tool, but it's not a silver bullet. There are multiple tools within blended finance. For example, concessional financing is there, first loss mechanism. You have guarantees, which are being used globally a lot to fund infrastructure projects, climate resilience specifically. UK's British International Investments, which is a development institution arm, has been using this catalytic blended finance to support technologies and also business models that are looking at resilient infrastructure, heat specific, as well as the technologies that are needed, for example, startups. So that's one way of looking at de-risking the investments that the private sector often feels that anything related to climate resilient is domain of the government. Private sector has less interest because it's not profitable for them. But I think that's, again, the perception is being gradually changing. We recently did a study wherein we looked at what are the private sector investment opportunities in India. To our surprise also, cooling as a solution came up in one of the top 3 as a profitable investment sector that India has. Now, the penetration of room ACs is less than 10% in India. And the way we are looking at AC penetration, space cooling, the market is going to grow a lot. According to estimates, it was around 1 trillion by 2037. So cooling as a service, it can also be looked at as an investment opportunity by the private sector. Now, I was talking about BII, and we also have other arms, which is Guaranteeco, which guarantees companies on resilient infrastructure, including heat resilient infrastructure. Now, coming back to the second aspect that which I was talking about is, all of us, we want money. We say that, okay, this is the amount of climate finance we need or resilient finance we need. But do we have enough capacity to use that amount of money, even if someone gives you that money? We need to have a stronger pipeline of projects, good quality projects that can actually be implemented. So that's the last aspect we need to look at, is that technical assistance in creating a strong pipeline of projects. So I'll stop here, looking at the spectrum from...
If I may ask you a small query here. You speak about technology, you speak about infrastructure. The one issue which one doesn't hear normally in these circles is human resources. You see, in this whole game, human resources is an element which is there. Managerial capability, project management. You may have the world's entire finance available to you and the world's best technologies available to you. But if you cannot manage it with the limits of human resource capability which you have, everything is going to come a cropper. What is your comment on that?
That's absolutely very, very important. Human capital in terms of that's I think the soft thing that really actually would help you implement and scale it up, whatever the technology that you're implementing. And just to cover that aspect is also the institution and the governance mechanism. One is that heat is again cross-cutting. It's not just one department that can deal with heat in India or anywhere else. So it is health department, it is the environment department, it's the water department, and everyone. So I would agree with you in terms of human capital and more multi-governance aspects of heat resilience.
Thank you. If I may request Madam now, Ms. Mandakini Balodi, Director Insurance in the Department of Financial Services, 25 years of experience across public sector insurance. Over to you, ma'am, for your intervention.
I would begin by acknowledging the great work that has been taking place in the segment of risk resilience, both within the insurance sector and outside it, in terms of infrastructure. We have ADB, we have CDRI, we have philanthropy, we have insurers amongst us, we have the embassies. It's a very wonderful gathering, a very august gathering. I'm very happy to place on record the recent progress that has been made in the area of insurance and risk financing. I would begin by saying that the Gift City IFSC at Gandhinagar has come up with a sandbox for insurance-linked securities. When we talk of financing, we have insurance as one way of pre-arranged finance. Then we have these CAT bonds, and we have these insurance-linked securities. In India, the market for insurance has been developing, it's developed, and we have now parametric insurance, which the states have very well adopted. We have models in Assam, Meghalaya, Nagaland, and Sikkim, and Maharashtra, Gujarat. We have the NGOs working. We have SEVA doing extensive work with the women force against heat protection. So this area of development, this ILS and CAT bond development, this sandbox, opens new gateways, wherein we can examine a new way of risk financing. Building resilient infrastructure goes a long way, and it protects what you pointed out, the most important aspect in this entire discussion, the most important part, or the core, the human capital. So we protect the human capital. There are lesser morbidity, there's lesser mortality, there's lesser loss of earning, loss of wages. So there is financial resilience, there's physical resilience. But what we are also looking at the good ways, at the better ways, innovative ways of financing it. Now, when we speak of parametric insurance, that can be availed at a group level, at a state level, at a sovereign level. And when we talk of these pools, the pools of insurance coming together, wherein it could be different countries coming together, different states within a country coming together, particularly in a country like ours, where there is a diversity of risk and hazards among the states. We have an entire range of hazards spread across our country. We have cold desert, we have hot desert, we have cyclones. Earlier we had cyclones only on the eastern coast. Now we have them on the western coast as well. We have landslides, we have flooding, name it and we have it. So far we've been very brave, we have been exceptionally brave at this front. We are mitigating to our best capacity and capability, and the government is very cognizant, and so hence the setting up of NDMA, NDRF, SDRF. From the public-private partnership, these insurance-linked securities, in addition to the already available covers under insurance, which are the property insurances for citizens and for the establishments. We have the surety bonds, which was another development in this regard, where we are freeing up the capital when it comes to huge investments. And then another addition is the InvITs and the REITs, which again encourage spending and investing in the infrastructural development. The only missing piece, I would say, is linking the dots. The infrastructure, the ESG, the human capital. So when you ask me to invest in heat resilient infrastructure, what is it that a corporate gets out of it in terms of ESG credits? Since a heat resilient infrastructure does not directly impact the insurance sector, what does the insurance sector get out of incentivizing a heat resistant infrastructure? I would urge the gathering to think on these lines. So once we have this interconnected ecosystem, the stakeholders would be able to play a more meaningful role. I would pause.
Thank you. I mean, I think you clarified it in very short, in few words itself, the meaning of the term ecosystem here. I mean, encompassing the entire cycle of these issues. Thank you very much. This is one of the most disciplined panels I have ever chaired, where you find 10 minutes before, you have actually given time 10 minutes to the audience to be able to make their comments or queries to you. The house is open to you, please, sir. Anyone? Yes, I can see you one hand. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yeah. Take a mic. There's a mic coming behind you. Yeah. And if you're addressing it to anyone, you can please mention that. Otherwise, it will be a general question.
Yeah, basically, to the ma'am, I wanted to just say that basically, climate resilient infrastructure, that is something, which we as Janpal and Gig Workers Association also, we had presented as a very most important, step, which needs to be taken up, climate resilient infrastructures, public infrastructures, because we have to mitigate the heat island impact. And that needs to be done, very, very urgently, because the heat severity is going to increase day by day. So we just have been, promoting and advocating that, that we as an organization, we cannot do, but then all in this room, all from all sectors, they are the ones, who are, we have, of course, as the previous one speaker, mentioned that, that the cooling solutions, is the number one technology solution which is going to up. So I'm primarily, bringing an attention to, sir, especially, greening the external walls of the buildings with a mixture of, solutions including green food generating plants, some space, for solar panels, and some yeah, a mixture of, renewable energy security, food security. So these can be done, for all the buildings, because we are not being able to, halt the expansion of some say ecologically hostile habitats. So that we are not doing. So therefore, and heat is becoming an issue. So we need to make the city cool by greening the external surfaces of all the buildings. And including, like now we see as the city expands, we have seen large number of, glass buildings. So these glass buildings are also, the big source of, heat emissions. So heat emissions are coming from glass, heat emissions are coming from air conditioners. So on the one hand, sir, heat island mapping has been taken place, and it is being shown in some posters, but then we need to, I think, that's why, we need to, have, a very important, steps, or rather, monitoring solutions, for what kind of measures are being taken up, for reducing the heat, So heat generate, so that.
Yeah, we got your point.
Thank
Anyone
you,
would like to, Mr. Subramaniam, would you like to take this on? From an infrastructure angle, cooling, particularly infrastructure-related buildings, etc.
Sure.
What technologies could be used?
Yeah, first of all, the urgency or the need to take this as on an emergency basis, fully noted, fully agree. I think two things come. One is obviously what are some of the new material solutions. I think Bhaskar, as you pointed out, cooling solutions, the demand for cooling is obviously going to grow. Consumer, even those probably who are at the base of the pyramid will be probably will be able to afford these solutions. Well, the part of the challenge is how do we make it affordable also we need to look at. In terms of materials, I think the progress that has been made, particularly in the last 5 years, in terms of heat insulation, heat-resistant materials, how is it that we can support and localize? It's something that CDRI is looking at. Partly also in response to your earlier questions, sir, on human capital, this is something, again, while global efforts may be needed, at the national and local level also efforts needed, particularly in terms of be it in coming up with technology solutions, identifying new materials, products, but also the broader issue that you raised. We have a lot of technical skills, but how do we turn all those technical skills into effective project structuring and getting efficient financing solutions also is critical. But going back to the technical the material type of aspects, in CDRI we are also providing small fellowships, but across the world, many in India, but many in Africa, Southeast Asia, in the Caribbean and so on, to have localized solutions being developed for including addressing the heat challenge that countries face. One point to keep in mind, we talk a lot about concrete solutions. We also need to look at what are nature-based solutions. As we know, closer to home here in Delhi, South Delhi, temperatures are a good 3-4 degrees lower. And that is because of the green cover that we have. And how do we come up with more nature-based solutions is also critical. We did a survey of 3,000 professionals as part of a global infrastructure resilience report that we launched in November. Only 15% reported consistent use of nature-based solutions. Otherwise, they're all going for concrete solutions. So how do we use locally available technology solutions, including those that are nature-based, is going to be critical, because they're going to be cost-effective and also much more sustainable.
In the use of concrete-based proposals, what is the progressive, the overall progression of regulatories? In the sense, the issue pointed out about glass buildings. More and more buildings in Gurgaon you see along the highway, everything is made of glass. What can be done, or is there anything being done at all in terms of regulatories on this? Would anyone like to answer that? Yes.
Just quickly wanted to mention, of course, I think it's a bigger issue, and then we also look at the national level standards which are out there. As I mentioned in my previous remarks that we have a latest science data available. I think there is also need to, update our national building code, for example, like Sir has mentioned about the, energy efficient materials which are out there, but we look at the, risk and impacts which we are observing related to heat. So this is one could be the solution. And then I also wanted to mention one specific point. I think if we are making a kind of a large investment, whether it is using the public resources or private resources, we should make it mandatory to have climate risk related assessment, and then focusing on each and every parameter. Like if we are catering to one specific region where, heat stress is the major concern in the initial assessment, then, these climate risk assessment is going to identify all these risks related to climate, and then also suggesting what could be the good adaptations measures can be implemented. It could be engineered or maybe is very structured, or non-engineering solutions also could be identified if we have conduct specific assessment.
Absolutely. Ma'am, would you like to say something on this?
Yeah, I just wanted to, actually this question brings me to the first point that I was making, one of the initial points that I was making while I spoke earlier. There are actually 3 categories that you need to look at. One, of course, when we are looking at private housing, the building code and guidelines, they will play a very, very important role, and timely revision and inclusion of the heat-related parameters, they will play a very important role over there. The second question is about a very large segment of the population where affordability really plays a critical role. And I just want to give this example just about a week back, and many people here already would know. We were, I was looking at some initiatives which were done in partnership with Mahila Housing Trust. Some of the colleagues are already here. And we were looking at these cool roofs, which were very affordable, and looking at some of these paints that were being used to lower the temperature at least by 2 degrees. And it was making a significant difference. The population, the community was expressing clearly that it made a difference during extreme heat days. So affordability also plays a very important role when we look at the larger segment. And similar, I think similar lens is also equally required when government programs on housing, when they are being planned, not just for the private sector. So I think all three need to be clearly addressed, not only in the mitigation, not to address it in a way that you're, after the impact is made, then you're trying to do some firefighting, not really in that sense, but more in the preparedness zone, when you're thinking more long-term and you're planning in a way that you're factoring in all the population segments while you're doing it.
It's not a very good word, but the term subsidy, do you think it applies here anyway? As an initiator, if you're looking at technologies, if you're looking at technologies which are emerging at any particular time, to give them an impetus, the necessity of subsidy has always been felt. What do the financials say about it?
This is a very tricky question whenever it comes to subsidy. Yeah, that was a good trick. But I think this is sort of a biased view of mine, is subsidy inherently it's not bad. How we use it, how it's implemented actually defines whether it's beneficial or not. A good example is the viability gap funding, the subsidy that was given to solar sector and EV sector, right? So you need that sort of an impetus for any nascent technology or a sector that needs a sort of a hand-holding for it to be, mature, the technology, the ecosystem to mature, and also then the private sectors to gain confidence and come investing into it. But again, it boils down to what do you prioritize when you're talking about subsidies and etc. But I think the government of India is actually thinking of, prioritizing the startups, the new technologies that are coming in here in India to actually subsidize them, which is a good sign.
Primarily keeping things affordable. That's the
Absolutely.
whole idea behind it. Would you like to say something?
Just to supplement, carefully formulated, carefully crafted subsidies that are also targeted properly with clear measurability. Earlier in my interventions, I talked about governance. So here, measuring, monitoring the impact is quite critical. And also the subsidies ought to have sunset clauses clearly. How far do you go? So I think there are many, many examples from different sectors, different industries that we can learn from. Probably the most recent one where there is raging debate is in the EV industry or EV segment. So do you provide subsidies to consumers or producers? How do you achieve alignment? How do you have convergence? At what point do you take out what level of subsidies? I think clearly there are solutions available. But again, on going back to your point earlier, how much should this be in the hands of the public sector versus private sector? Like, for example, there are many, there may be experts here that are working in the green building, type of provisions. There are global alliances, there are national alliances. India, has got several, I think FICCI, CII, all have initiatives. We are recently, CDRI has signed a partnership agreement with the International Finance Corporation on promoting resilience and green building standards, and we've taken a number of countries to work with across the world. So I think the private sector-led solutions also need to be supported. How regulations are crafted and they are enforced also is critical. The survey, the same survey, the 3,000 professional survey that I mentioned, also points out that in developing as well as even in advanced developed countries, enforcement of existing regulations is actually quite weak. So how do we enforce existing regulations, whether it's for any of these things that we are talking about? This is something critical that we need to look at as well.
Thank you. We can have one more question. Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. My name is Parag and I am representing Seeds. So I have two things to share. One is that, whenever it comes to disaster management, because, we are now 20 years more onto that. And when we, discuss or talk about that, there are certain frameworks, right, and the jargons, training, capacity building and all. So why not, focus on culture of preparedness? Because if I say an example, school prayer, we never had any capacity building, training and all, and still we remember that, This is a kind of a culture. So how to bring that, in our system or in this, entire framework? Second is that, when we talk about heat or temperature, we are limited to the figures, the temperature is 40 degree, 42 degree. But what about the comfort of the people who have day-to-day sufferings, Because they are least bothered about the temperatures. They have their own day-to-day suffering. So how to, get out of all these things and bring as a culture of preparedness beyond these all plans?
Okay, we'll come to that, the response to that. I think you have a query, Mrinalini?
Yes, sir, and this is in continuation with what Dr. Subramaniam just mentioned, but the question is for Mandakini, madam. India is positioning itself as a large and strong insurance market, and we are also trying to connect DRR to the insurance viability and long-term insurability. Within that, as Dr. Subramaniam mentioned, what regulatory or capital relief mechanisms that we can support so that we encourage a prevention-linked insurance rather than a loss-based coverage? If you could tell us that. Thank you.
When it comes to disaster risk insurance, as of now, there are several kinds of products which are available. Parametric is one, and it is scalable, again, at an individual level, at a community level, and at a sovereign level, or global level, so to speak. Then we also have, as I mentioned earlier, the various financial instruments, CAT bonds or ILS bonds and all that, which are now beginning. Now, when we speak of positioning ourselves as one of the largest insurance market, we are indeed one of the fastest growing insurance market. What we need to see is that disaster, in terms of insurance coverage, when you restrict it in terms of insurance coverage, is something that is measured as per the terms of the contract that has been entered into. It is very critical to have the right kind of contract in place with the right kind of deductibles. We have witnessed that in case of Sikkim, right? And we have witnessed an opposite effect in case of Nagaland, where there were actual payouts. So an instrument of protection is as good as it is drafted. So that in terms of insurance. In terms of regulatory changes, as I mentioned earlier, we are having in GIFT City, the sandbox for insurance-linked securities. So I would urge the insurers, the market side people who are interested in buying insurance to test what is there also. It would give us an insight or at least engage in discussions. Forums like these are a good opportunity to talk about these things and exchange ideas. So I would request all of you to kindly engage in discussions at IFSC also. I would also add one more dimension to this entire situation, which is which was asked in the question earlier. The citizen centricity in all of this is of extreme importance, utmost rather. So when we talk of sustainability, we should talk of livability. When I'm designing cities, when I'm designing my day-to-day life, and it all boils down to policy advocacy and the steps that are taken at the citizens level. The awareness and the affordability of the measures which can be easily undertaken. Heat, thankfully, is one of the areas where you can think global but act local. It would be the local materials which would come to your rescue more than anything else. Thankfully, those technologies are the cheapest because those are available locally. You have people who are skilled at putting them in place for you and designing all those things. So I would like to address this from a policy advocacy perspective also. Awareness, initiative, and of course affordability. It all boils down to affordability at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Would anyone like to respond to the question as such? Mr. Subramaniam? Yeah.
I think very quickly, Mandakini already touched on that as well. Just to supplement what she said, well, I would totally agree. I think that having citizen participation taking it to, call it grassroots level, full mainstreaming are all important. I've always been feeling that, and infrastructure planners, people who've been doing projects, I think most of you would agree, gender in development planning, obviously it's glass half full, but there are instances of glass being empty, so we do have challenges, but I think we've been doing well. ESG, there is always, because you said school prayers, I'll just say, ESG, the fear of God is there. The moment you talk about land acquisition or other environmental sort of assets, but resilience has still not reached that cult status. So how do we collectively work together? And I think the point that Mandakini made earlier, connecting the dots and achieving greater collaboration to lift up resilience to that cult status is going to be very, very critical. Can resilience reach that level? If you don't invest, you're going to get into trouble. So, too much water we are dealing with, too little water we are dealing with, big challenges, but at least, we are recognizing heat is going to get there. So how do we really foresee and plan for it? And there are lots of other forms of resilience measures that we need to put in place so that resilience needs to become a very important layer of ESG. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Subramaniam, obviously your message hasn't been, or rather has been understood to a great extent in the city of Neom in Saudi Arabia. Are you aware that the city is now abandoned? Those of you who may not be aware, Neom is the model city of the world on which $500 billion was being spent by the government of Saudi Arabia to bring about a service-related economy converted from an energy-based economy. Only 10 days ago, we have learned that the final project has been abandoned. Why? Because they had planned to set up a 100-kilometer corridor of glass buildings, which would have generated so much of heat that it was impossible to sustain the cooling which was required for it. This is, I think, the prime example, a lesson which should emerge to the world. You can't go around in making infrastructure of this kind when you are not in a position to bring about a cooling effect of the same. Thank you very much. It's been an excellent panel, absolutely. May I request you to give them a hand, please?
I request Hasnain sir to present the mementos to all our speakers. We will now break for lunch and reconvene at 2:30 p.m. for the next session.
சட்டையெல்லாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அப்படியே வேர்த்து சட்டையெல்லாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா
Welcome back to the third technical session. This session addresses the critical issue of residual risk that remain even after prevention and mitigation, and explores how insurance, risk pooling, and parametric instruments can protect lives and livelihoods against extreme heat. To chair this segment, we are pleased to have Mr. Krishnan Narasimhan, Lead Specialist and Program Manager for Climate Disaster Risk Financing and Insurance at United Nations Capital Development Fund. We also have Ms. Christina Steffen, Head of Advisory Center for Disaster Protection, serving as co-chair. May I invite all the speakers for this session. Ms. Kamna R. Sharma, Additional Commissioner, Crop Insurance for PMFBY, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. Mr. Dipankar Munshi, he leads operations and programs at IBISA Network, supporting innovative risk management and insurance solutions through global partnerships. Shri Mangesh Patankar represents Munich Re India and brings global reinsurance expertise in climate risk analytics and risk transfer mechanisms. Shri Chandan Verma, Head of Agriculture, Swiss Re India, who brings expertise in managing agriculture-linked climate and heat risks through reinsurance solutions. Mr. Avreet Singhal, Partner in Risk, who brings extensive experience in crop insurance systems and climate risk product innovation. Finally, Mr. Anuj Kumbhat, Founder and CEO, Weather Risk Management Services. He's a pioneer of weather-based and parametric insurance solutions, advancing climate risk resilience through data and technology. The rapporteurs for this segment are Ms. Niyati and Mr. Mrinal Srivastava.
Yeah, very good afternoon to all. We were just chatting a little while ago that, so like Christina has this unique flavor of attracting the graveyard hour immediately after lunch. Yesterday she was also moderating a session immediately after lunch. Same is happening today. So thank you to the NDMA and the Government of India for having us here. I have to tell a couple of things before I start. I am actually on annual leave in India, and because of 4 women, I'm here. One is, of course, sitting on my right. One is Madam Srivatsav, whom I could not say no to, despite my being on leave. Third is my mother. She was saying that you are doing so many things in different countries, oh, hamara desh ke liye kya kar rahi ho aap? So because of that, and the fourth, not the last, but not the least, my wife, who gave me kindly permission for 2 days to come to Delhi, and said that when you come back, your divorce notice will not be ready. You will still continue as my husband. So, so thank you very much for this opportunity. We have a very good panel. We will introduce, or they will introduce themselves in due course, but I will not be doing justice if I don't say a few words about the organization I represent. So thanks to NDMA and thanks to the organizers, we are up on the, our logo is up there. So UN Capital Development Fund is a very unique boutique agency of the UN system, not very well known as UN Development Program or UNEP is there. But we have a very unique mandate within the UN system. We were also formed in 1966, which means we are 6 decades old. And what is unique about UNCDF, it's the only UN agency among all the multivarious UN agencies that has a sort of development finance mandate. You can call it like the financing arm of the United Nations. So we are a catalytic finance entity focusing exclusively on world's most underserved markets, which are the least developed countries and the SIDS and countries in fragile contexts. India is not one, but pockets of India where such things we are talking about, heat wave management, the residual risk management are. So we work largely with the private sector and also with MSMEs to de-risk their investments in key sectors and key development activities. So that stands us in a very unique footing where we can be a catalytic funding agency supporting the interventions of other UN agencies. So let me give you a couple of examples. So for example, I will not name the country. We have recently given a $1 million guarantee to a women-only micro bank, which is using their own liquidity to on-lend to micro businesses, small businesses run by women. 3.7x is the leverage. And these is all, these are all early stage markets where market systems are not there. So we would like to see how that can be applied in the context that we are discussing over the last day and a half. So on that note, I will hand it over to Christina for her opening remarks. I know that we have a very elite panel whom we will talk about. One other rider which I should mention is that insurance is not a panacea for all climate problems or all problems in the world. Nobody in the world wakes up to buy insurance at all. It has to be packaged with other embedded services to make it applicable in the right context. It has to be co-created with the beneficiary in mind, not in boardrooms. So these are some of the important things that we should reckon with. And as was mentioned initially when we were invited up, it is only to manage the residual risk. So it has to be a layered approach, which I think the panel will also unpack. So thank you very much, and I hand it over to Christina.
Thanks a lot, Krishnan, and good afternoon. Hope you had a good lunch. I'm glad you came back for this session. It's my third time on this stage, and I've said already a lot of things. I just want to pick up on my opening remarks from yesterday morning. And you heard me say yesterday that extreme heat is not fundamentally a financing problem that needs a financing solution. And it is mostly a risk management and governance challenge where finance can play a role, but it's not the only role. This morning, Dr. Vatsa also mentioned it is a fiscal problem. So that's why this panel is going to look at how we take a balanced and inclusive approach to talking about financing solutions for heat waves. I've also said that we already have knowledge of a number of pilot initiatives in India on disaster risk financing for heat waves. Some of them have been discussed already in quite a lot of detail on this stage. I think we reached the moment in our conference where we can look at these pilots but have some critical questions that we're asking about them. What worked, for whom, under what conditions, and very importantly, how can those be scaled? And how can they be sustained? And we will learn from successes, but I think it's a safe space. We are among friends by now, and we can also talk about maybe things that haven't worked as well, or things that can be improved to reach scalability. I think that is something very critical for this conversation. Another thing I want to say, and it's complementing what Krishnan said, insurance is not a panacea, and even more so for heat waves. It's a type of solution that is quite questioned in some places because, it's not your typical disaster. It's a disaster that's recurrent, that's increasing in severity. Is it insurable per se in that sense that we're all defining it in? And so at the same time, because of how hard it is, we have a challenge in front of us, as Dr. Vatsa also put it this morning. We have to make insurance work as well. Not as the tool, but one tool of the toolkit. So I think that's what we're trying to get from the panel and the discussion today. And I want to maybe talk about what works, what we've seen working in other cases, what success looks like, if you will, when insurance does work. And the first thing that works is clear accountability and understanding who you're serving, what you're serving. In the case of heat waves, for example, this could look like identifying credible long-term players, but also payers, because we're talking about affordability, we're talking about, Krishnan was mentioning, you don't wake up in the morning and think, oh, I want to buy insurance today in general, and even less for this kind of risk. So, having consortia that, from example, from the industry to ensure that employers are managing also this risk and their own business interruption risk, that's another conversation. It's not just about microinsurance. So insurance for heat waves has many dimensions. Another thing is, just to probably repeat myself and repeat a lot of that has been said here, insurance functions as a part of a bigger picture, of a holistic solution. And it has to build on risk reduction. It has to build on these programs. We've talked so much about the early warning systems and also the health services and the health part of it. And maybe with that, I don't want to take more of your time with my remarks. I think you want to hear the panel. So I want to turn to our guests today and thank you all for being with us. We have an excellent panel today that covers several critical parts of the puzzle that we're trying to solve together. We have national scale programs, we have the insurance industry, we have the reinsurance industry, but we also have the risk modeling and product design angle. So we're hoping that they can give this holistic picture that we need to have to talk about insurance being scaled up. Let me get started and turn to you, Kamna. Kamna is the Additional Commissioner for Crop Insurance at PMFBI. I won't be able to pronounce the name of the scheme, so that's why I'm pronouncing only the acronym. From the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare in the Government of India. Welcome. And before I hand to you, maybe just noting the question, I want to give you the space to tell us about a national scale program, probably the biggest in the world. We were just discussing before the session. We are talking about 400 million farmers covered. And I want to know for this session how heat coverage is included in the crop insurance scheme and what are the lessons you're learning from it.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'll just pick up one line from Mr. Krishnan, and I would like to add something. Mr. Krishnan said that insurance is not the panacea for all else. But I would like to add that insurance is not the panacea for all else, but insurance is the most structured mechanism to address risks at various levels. So I think this is what makes insurance important. There are a lot of mechanisms which we discuss, how to encounter the risk, overcome the risk, how to grant protection, especially as a preemptive measure rather than as a post measure. So insurance gains importance because it has a structured approach. When we start discussing upon financing of risk, obviously a lot of issues crop in because we talk about funding, source of fundings, what funds are required. A lot of questions come into mind because obviously these are to be addressed. But when we talk about insurance, since it has a structured mechanism as how I would say the insurance product will be financed, and further when there's a disaster or when there's a loss to the insured, how the insurance company pays. So I think that's the USP of financing risk through insurance. Now, after talking in general about the insurance, I would like to come to the national level crop insurance scheme that we have in India. In India, government implements two crop insurance schemes. One is the flagship program, Prime Minister's flagship program, that's the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, and other one is the restructured crop-based crop insurance scheme. Both are the important schemes, and both the schemes have been built in after considering a number of factors, especially I think one of the most important factor that has been put into consideration is to cover maximum perils and also to cover the entire life cycle. because the ultimate aim of this scheme is to address the distress of the farmers. Now, distress can be consequential to various reasons. Reasons are in the form of peril. It can be through heat wave, it can be through cold wave, it can be through inundation, flooding, pest attack, landslide, or maybe a number of other factors. So this was the idea, to have a comprehensive scheme which not only addresses all the perils, most of the perils I would say, maybe some may be left out, which may be covered further, but also to cover the entire life cycle. So this is the idea of the scheme, and I think it's for this reason that the acceptability shown by the farmers, there are a number of farmers who have been regularly taking up this scheme across the season and across the years. And the government has also been building up the scheme in I would say, in a futuristic manner, how to introduce technology, because as she said, this scheme is largest in terms of the farmer enrollment and third largest in the world in terms of the farmer's premium. Since the number is huge and it's likely to increase, and it should increase actually, because a lot of farmers are still not under the ambit, and all farmers should be covered under this scheme. So when the numbers are increasing, it becomes very important to upgrade all the processes, the administrative things, the procedures, the confidence level, everything, introduction of technology, and getting more perils into the fold, and also to reach out to the farmer, and also to have the voice of the farmer to make the scheme as one of the most robust scheme. Second point which I would like to add, another thing that when we talk about risk financing, or when we talk about insurance, and we have been discussing this entire day that yes, insurance is something which is not easily acceptable, a bit complicated also in terms of procedures. Everybody cannot understand it, so it's very important to make it simple with affordability, and it's acceptability is very important. Insurance as a concept, I think it needs more of an acceptability. So the same principle applies for crop insurance also, similar to other schemes. And I think once we reach a stage where the number of farmers becomes, I would say, a stable, we need to cover more farmers. So it's very important to deep dive and find out that how to increase that number, and how other farmers should also be made realize that this is important for them. So our target should be that the farmers should take up this scheme as one of the input of the schemes. As the farmers take up fertilizers, seeds, and maybe irrigation and other things also, it's important that insurance or risk management, if we talk widely, should be taken as an important input of the entire agriculture system. So now moving forward to the general concept of risk financing, as it is insurance is important for agriculture. So I think in a similar manner, we need to project insurance or risk financing as an important aspect or important input of other, I would say, other spectrums also. So these are the learnings from the implementation of the scheme. And I would like to share with this house that we have completed 10 years of the implementation of the scheme, and a lot of learnings, and I think lots to be done more. And we can proudly say that we've been in a position to cover a large number of crop and a large number of farmers also, and the intention is to move ahead. One more point that I would like to share, maybe just will take 1 more minute, that when it comes to Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, the ultimate aim is not only to provide insurance, but also to move towards financial inclusion of the farmer. So there's insurance, there's protection, there's financial inclusion, and there's also a stability in the income of the farmer. So this is what the broad intention of this scheme is, moving from insurance to inclusion to, I would say, a sustainable livelihood and better income prospects. Thank you.
So thank you very much, ma'am. I know that It's a lot to do with building the financial health of the farmer, and then this 10-year story so amply reveals that. So I would like to invite Dipankar Munshi, who is representing IBISA here. So Dipankar, what I would like you to say is briefly about IBISA itself. And then I thought you pioneered a couple of innovative heat-related, dairy sector-related, good pilots in India. So I would like you to briefly talk about that. What are the key lessons learned? But more importantly, how do you see the prospects of moving that to national scale? Because, just like the PMFBY has got so many farmers covered, there are probably equal number of or more people in the livestock sector as well. So that is a huge market which is untapped. So how do you, what are the things that we can do together? At the end of this conference, we should be able to write a note saying that this is the input for a national scale. Thanks.
So thanks, Krishnan. Maybe just before I start, can you all hear me at the back? Am I audible? So yeah, thanks, Krishnan, for the question. And indeed, just to introduce IBISA, we are a startup. We are around 6 years old now. We are based out of Luxembourg, but we also have a fully owned subsidiary in India. And the way we like to look at ourselves is we are the ones that will help you design and operate climate insurance, be it for heat, for cyclones, any other climatic risks. And our journey with heat and dairy started around 4 years ago now. But we like to joke inside IBISA that it started in the childhood of our colleague Bala, because Bala, he was doing this internship in a milk cooperative in Kerala. And basically, because it was something that was in his village, he was close to it, he knew, he had more context. And the problem was very simple. Whenever there was, let's say, unprecedented heat, not heat waves, not excessive heat, but just heat that was abnormal, the farmers would start complaining a lot. And this was basically because they faced this dual problem, right? Because one is that they would have to invest much more in the cattle because you need to install your sprinklers, bring water to the cattle, bring more feed, etc. And at the same time, the productivity of the cattle would drop. So there wouldn't be enough milk. And if you're familiar with milk cooperatives in India, it works on a weekly revenue model. So you supply your milk for the week, and then you get paid at the end of the week. And at the end of the week, there was always this, let's say, mismanaged expectations, right, on the part of the farmers. And that's how we started Heat Index for dairy. It's basically a very simple product. It costs around 100 to 200 rupees. It pays out after we've seen unprecedented heat for 5 to 7 days. So it's again a trigger-based product. So just to throw numbers, if it's been hotter than 45 degrees for 5 days, it pays out an X amount and it goes on. And just to talk about why we find it so impactful, right, is Krishnan, when we were talking back when you were in Bonn, you said 3 critical points for any program to scale or even be accepted for that matter, right? First is evidence of demand. And I think we've been doing this product this will be our 4th year. We started with around 15,000 or so farmers only in the state of Kerala. Last year, we did around 350,000 or 3.5 lakh in pockets of India. The second that you spoke about was business viability. Are the insurers willing to do it? Are the reinsurers willing to do it? And again, my answer remains the same. We've been through one of the hottest years in history of India, 2024, where a lot of unprecedented payouts had to be made to cover these heat-related risks. And yet here we are, ready to do another season. So if risk is managed well and if the product is well designed, it's viable both for the end user and for the insurer. And the final point was about financial feasibility, right? Can we do this program for the next 10 years? Hopefully with the support of the government, but even without it. And that's where the question becomes much more complicated, right? Are you covering the needs of the customers properly, the final farmers? Is your product affordable enough? Is your product attractive enough for an insurer? Is there enough support funding required? I mean, we need concessional capital, we need catalytic capital, and with all the evidence that we've seen so far, indeed, it's something that we have in place. And so I do feel very optimistic about this product sort of growing into a national level product for the simple reason that the capital is there. I think we have a very good insurance and reinsurance environment in India. The regulatory framework to support this environment is there. We have good market awareness now. I always say parametric insurance, the mathematics existed since the 70s or the 80s, but all of a sudden people seem to understand it, and that's just because we are facing the pain ourselves now. And so there's this good market awareness, there's governmental awareness, there's governmental motivation, and Christina, would you, perfect. So that's that, and finally, I think that's where we, WRMS, in risk exist, and that's for the technological part, right? Because basis risk is one of the biggest challenges of our industry. Finding the right index is one of the biggest challenges. Covering the needs is our moral need and ethical need. And that's where people like us come in, wherein we don't pretend to be insurance experts, but we are confident about being technology experts. And we are more than happy to experiment. We are more than happy to try new things for the interest of the end customers without sacrificing the business case for the insurers. So yeah, that's a bit of a gist of what we've done so far with dairy. And maybe just to conclude on that, we've also worked a bit with human heat index. And that's, again, small because we've also been very strict about not using premium subsidy or trying to sell insurance as financial support, but rather we've always been strict with our partners. But that's, again, this will be our third year with the program. We've done a bit with poultry, because poultry is, again, the same problem. When it gets hot, your birds start dying, your eggs start cracking. And my favorite, this is again quite nascent, is that we will be doing a bit of coral reef conservation in the Philippines, again, because of heat. So yeah, that's what we've done with heat so far. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dimpakar, and also for your optimism. I think you brought, with your smile, you brought a lot of positive news as well from the side of the dairy producers. Maybe we'll come back to the scaling part, and I think I'm hearing also a time component. You know, there is this discussion, does it need 10 years as well? Does it need 3 years? Does it need more? So I wonder if that's also your realization. And you said you have support from the insurance and reinsurance industry. So now, moving towards the reinsurance industry, I want to invite Patankar Mangesh from Munich Re. How is Munich Re supporting, I guess, these pilots, and what do you see in terms of scaling up? Same question, I guess, in terms of national scale.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, first of all, for inviting me here and allowing me to share my thoughts, maybe quickly about Munich Re. It's one of the largest reinsurers in the world. And for those who don't know what a reinsurer is, we are simply a wholesale insurer. We insure not the general public, rather we insure insurance companies, very simple. And that obviously needs quite a bit of strength from balance sheet perspective. So most of our transactions are pretty high value, and that's where perhaps the scaling up question also comes in, because many of the insurers might not simply afford to get into very small pilots where the fixed costs could be quite prohibitive, right? First of all, I'd like to congratulate this panel to specifically talk beyond livelihood risks for human beings. I think we are now touching upon different sectors here. We have someone representing crop. We have someone representing, in a way, livestock as well. And that's actually a good news, because we need to look at it from broader perspective. So when it comes to heat stress or heat wave, again, the discussions that you have seen so far, those are not really heat wave discussions. These are actually heat stress discussions, heat risk discussions. That's also a good move, I would say. So let's look at both of these topics in a bit of a broader fashion. And first, I would touch upon the crop sector. I think, as Kamna Madam had already mentioned, we have this quite old scheme called weather-based crop insurance scheme. These days, it is called as restructured weather-based crop insurance scheme. This has been going on since 2007 in different forms. And here we have seen quite a few different types of weather parameters being covered. Could be rainfall, could be humidity, but also temperature, and particularly high temperature related risks, which are quite critical for crops. Let's say if you go towards north, saffron crop or apples, they get affected if there is a heat stress. If you go towards south, sugarcane crop, if the nights are very warm and if the days are not warm enough, then that difference could impact the sugar production. And from that angle as well, there is a scope to provide sugarcane heat stress indices in the market. So that particular product has actually scaled up. If you see today, that overall market would be close to $250 million US, and that's huge for the scale of India, considering that we are still a fairly under-penetrated market when it comes to general insurance. So that is a good success story, I would say. Second is, of course, the cattle insurance. And here, I think tremendous work has been done in the last 3-4 years, particularly through channels like Ibiza. And I think here as well, we have seen quite a few interests. Kerala is one success story where Milma, which is basically the local dairy federation, had tried out heat stress indices for cattle population. The idea is very simple. The milk productivity gets impacted if there is a heat stress event, and that actually means that farmers deserve a payout if they take up such products. We have seen some scaling up in Rajasthan as well through one of the other insurance companies here. I think very, very similar sort of concept here. Good thing is for crop as well as livestock, we have seen quite some research done by agronomists, by veterinary scientists, who have documented clear evidences where heat stress beyond a certain point actually impacts the productivity of the crop or the cattle. And then there is a very, very clear insurable interest that gets established, right? So all these research papers are there in public domain, and you cannot question them beyond a point. And that becomes very easy for us because we look for insurable interest. When it comes to human population, it becomes slightly tricky, and I would like to spoil the party here a little bit, that perhaps we are trading that very fine line, fine border between insurance and derivative when it comes to covering human beings with, let's say, an assumption that if there is a heat stress, that does impact labor population, that does impact their livelihood. I would question whether this really impacts in all the scenarios, or there would be scenarios where this impact might not be seen, and you might see a bit of a situation where a person takes insurance product, gets benefit because of heat stress, and yet is able to find an alternative livelihood in that, let's say, hot day. And that means that person might get doubly covered, or let's say double benefited, right? So this is something which we need to perhaps discuss maybe in the next round when it comes to the scalability and the challenges. But I would simply want that perhaps we are treating that fine line between insurance products and derivatives. And if you want to really scale this up in the future, I think some sort of policy mechanisms have to be present, which establishes that yes, that person really did not go for work and hence deserves a payout, right? Thank you.
So thank you very much, Mangesh. So just like how he did a little bit of churning, I'll also a little bit of churning, because we have another reinsurer sitting in the same panel. Probably we should have told the organizers to rearrange the chairs before we started. So I will come to you later, Chandan, but I'll go to Anuj a little earlier, because we don't want to have repetitive messaging. So Anuj, please briefly tell us about some of the work that you've been doing, especially on this heatwave index products, parametric products, and more importantly, the simple message that we need to convey to NDMA and others is that how do we work together to take this to the level of PMFBY or something big in India, and then it becomes a model for the world.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, and it's a pleasure to be here. One important thing which I've noticed is that this place was full yesterday, and NDMA to organize a specific event for Heatwave is actually recognizing the problem, which is otherwise silent, as already somebody pointed it out. So heat risk is very valid, relevant, and very important from Indian perspective, and that is great that we are still talking about it, and we are talking about it. One of the things which I would want to add to what Kamna ji said, one thing which really is a success story is PMFBY, not just from the product design and anything else, but how a large operational program from government brings in all the stakeholders. It's a P partnership where state governments are working with central government and private agencies are working with them, and it is scaled to an extent that we are talking about 400 million farmers getting covered. There's something which is similar to this, which probably will help managing the disasters in India and including probably heat wave disaster. And one of the interesting thing about disaster management is basically, in this case, we are talking about layered risk. When risk is layered, naturally the finance should also be layered. And this is what the understanding I've got in last 2 days, is that there is a layered risk and hence the finance should be layered. So what I would rather put it this way is parametric insurance, while not a panacea for everything, is also, the purpose of it is not the compensation, not covering every beneficiary or every farmer, because it's difficult to identify non-farming or, outside the occupation system when gig workers, construction workers or various industries are getting impacted. It's very difficult to identify it. So it's not about giving compensation. Purpose of parametric insurance in this case is basically ensuring the system stability, even when there are massive disaster events in case of heat waves. So that's what I think is probably one of the important things which this does. Our own experience, we have covered basically dairy farmers for their milk yields. We have also covered humans in Iraq. We have also covered financial services, basically farmers or beneficiaries, both rural and urban, taking loans. We have also covered gig workers. So these are some of the experiences which we have worked in. But what is important that the payment capacity has been a challenge, which this is what we have seen in the past. Just to talk about us before I come to a couple of slides. WRMS is a parametric insurance designers. We are an integrated climate company, and word integrated is important because we also measure weather. We are a weather measurement company also. We put weather station network. Right now we have about 10,000 stations in India and order book of about 40,000 stations, and some of the partners in our weather station network. Some of the agencies who are actively participating are also here. For instance, NDMA, which is Tamil Nadu Disaster Risk Reduction Agency, which have put a station network for managing the disaster risk in Tamil Nadu. Integration basically means that we actually deal with data as well as parametric insurance design at a scale. Just from the critical disaster point of view, I've already covered it's the deadliest climate hazard in India. In terms of number of deaths, nearly every year, last 5 years, it would come on the top. It's silent and cumulative. Silent, I think we've already heard about it. Cumulative is important because various sectors at different point in time at different levels, not just sector, systems, people, everything is differently impacted. We have also talked about livestock, we've also talked about poultry, differently impacted cumulatively. There is a disproportionate impact, as we've already seen. Mangesh told about this. For livestock is a different impact. There's outdoor worker, which is a very different impact. Urban poor, different impact. There are research which are done for both humans and outdoor workers, and elderly population which is getting impacted. So all this put together and climate change over the top of it basically is accelerating the crisis, and then hence it is requiring redressal. Just a very broad perspective here, rising mean and extreme temperature across states. As you can see, the color coding, as you move from 1996 to 2025, it's getting darker and darker. That's what I'm trying to say. It's basically becoming more and more relevant, more and more impacting. Same is the case with morning or afternoon heat waves or heat wave days plus hot nights. All of this is basically getting darker, as you can see from this. Again, decadal movements, which is showing that it's basically getting hotter, not just during the day, but also in the night. So you don't get a reprieve when you come home and you want to sleep. This also impacts your health. One of the other interesting things which has happened from the parametric insurance perspective, there is an early onset. If you want to try to cover it from 1st of March, you realize, as Chandan was saying, you realize that FAB has become the most hot FAB in last 10 years or 20 years. Similarly, the onset is early, but also the duration is longer. It's much, much longer than what it was earlier. And if you can see, there is about 0.5 degree change or days change per year. So it's like within 10 years, there is a 5-day movement. It's preponing and the duration which is increasing. So what Heatwaves needs to address this, it needs a new layered financing approach. And that's what we are trying to address, and that's what we are trying to say. There is no visible asset damage to assess. And that's where Mangesh was talking about why it should be derivative. There is an impact which is basically very, very different for each individual, for each occupation group, for each housing and health funding. Right now, currently, it is based on advisory. It is not based on triggers. And I'm not talking about just the insurance. I'm talking about almost every funding, whether it's forecast-based financing or anticipatory action funding, it should be trigger-based. And funds response capacity, not individuals. That's what we think is right for heat wave index. Just how parametric triggers support disaster management, it's basically heat trigger threshold crossed, automatic fund gets transferred, which is right now a process in almost all government systems. So there is no claims, no loss verification, payout is automatic. Something which can be learned from PMFEY, that's how they are trying to do, and they have been doing since last 10 years. The other thing which is I'm talking about in the second row is basically heat alerts resulting in funding intervention. So basically it is an anticipatory action insurance or anticipatory action payout. It may or may not require an insurance, but it can be insured as well, where anticipatory forecast data resulting in payouts through insurance mechanism, and it is an early action financing, and this strengthens the response capacity. I think this is already covered in a way that there's a payout which is automatic. It can go to state, it can go for local action to a district. So it can be connected to hazard action plans of each district, and the payouts can happen like that. One of the things which I want to talk about is how states can apply these parametric funds, whether through insurance company or through National Disaster Management Association. basically states can use this fund, National Disaster Management Authority, cooling centers and water access to at various places, hospital surge and backup power for those hospitals, supporting gig workers and MSME. What you would see that the reaction of MSME is slowest. They do not follow a lot of procedures when it comes to helping their workers manage the heat wave. While a lot of large organizations are doing something about that, small MSMEs are not. But all of them are registered with Government of India. And there is a way they can also get registered with State Disaster Management Association, and they can offer paid leaves, which can be funded by SDMA in case of heat wave event. Worker protection and safer hours that can be implemented using these funds, and urban heat mitigation and emergency medical services. So that's about it. What I'm basically trying to say is that national level intervention, basically defining what can be the framework for parametric triggers, what can be the framework for parametric intervention. Intervention at a national level can be at the top of the pyramid. The state level intervention basically comes first, and the state can, within the same framework which has been decided by a national agency like NDMA, the state can set the parametric triggers which are more relevant for them. For example, Himachal might want to do it at 30 degrees Celsius, Mumbai might be 37, or some other cities can be, inland cities like Delhi can be 45 degrees. But the lowest in the pyramid basically is mitigation and routine response, which can also be trigger-based by hazard action plans which are implemented. That's about it. I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anush. And thanks for making this proposal to get to scale, I guess differently, right? It's now including states and NDMA, so it's the national levels of government, and it's a very interesting proposal. We can talk about that in the second round. Maybe now, to follow up, I would like to invite Avrit from InRisk to talk to us a bit about the types of products that you've developed, and the kinds of lessons and learnings you're seeing. And we're taking ambitious scale-up ideas. So,
right. So, am I audible at the back? Yeah. So, first of all, thanks, Christina. Thanks, Christian sir, for inviting me over here. One thing that we have all sort of discussed is that, of course, there's a lot of work being done in the space of providing insurance-based resilience for heat index. But first of all, we need to understand, and I fully agree with Mangesh, is it even required? So before we even jump into the concept of heat insurance, we have to understand what is the heat resilience action that each community undertakes. Of course, nobody wakes up saying that I want to buy insurance. But if it is hot, people do wake up thinking something. What is it that they think? Maybe we would think that let me get a new AC. Somebody else may think that let me just skip work today. Somebody else may think that my cattle, my livestock may give lesser yield, so I may lose out on some income. A vegetable vendor might think that I may not be able to sell my vegetables today just because people may not turn up, or that my stock might get ruined before the end of the day. So everybody has a very different perspective when it comes to how heat impacts them. Now, before we even dive into insurance, we have to look into how each community responds. So a very brief introduction. I am the Chief Product Officer at InRisk Labs. We do a lot of work which is similar to what EBISA does and partly what WRMS also does. We work with insurers, we work with larger organizations, and we work with other stakeholders in the entire ecosystem to develop parametric insurance solutions, which can be for a variety of risks. It can be heat, it can be rainfall, it can be n number of climatic or even non-climatic events. But it all starts with a simple question. Why is this required? First, we answer that question. We actually go and engage with the people who are the atomic units of an insurance program. For example, last year we collaborated with an organization which covered over 100,000 workers across the country to provide them a heat index insurance solution. Now, before we even went forward, we spoke to some of those intended beneficiaries on how or why do they think that they would require insurance. And we asked these people that you are not going to get any subsidy. So we actually spoke to people who work either at the grassroots level or are going to pay money from their own pockets to pay for that insurance. And we asked them, if you're not going to get any subsidy, would you still get insurance? So I'm just going to share one of the incidents that was narrated to me by a discussant there. This lady said that she works in one of the hotter regions of Western India in Gujarat. And she said that one particular day, so she is a garbage picker. Now for this lady, she has to work outdoors the entire day. Now she said that a few days had been so excessively hot that she could not go out and work. She tried to go out and she just could not survive the heat, and hence she could not really gather enough garbage that could earn her enough livelihood. Because of this, the position of money was extremely tight at home. At the same time, her son fell ill. Now she did not have enough money to go and get medicines for her son. So what is the option that these people have? She would either mortgage some jewelry or something at the home, right? And they would go to a local money lender and get some cash for the immediate requirement. Now at that time, this lady was insured under a program which was coincidentally reinsured by Swiss Re that year. And she got her claim around the time when her son got ill. Because of that, she said, this insurance product just did not give me money. It gave me my son's health. It saved me an item which I would have otherwise lost, a jewelry item which I would have otherwise lost to a local money lender. So insurance for these people is hope. It is not a commodity that they are buying. It is not a financial product that they are purchasing. It is a promise that if everything else fails, then something might come in to help you and at least provide you some sort of relief to ensure that you do not completely get liquidated. But is the same case going to apply to us? Of course not. If it gets even hotter by 5 degrees, I don't think anybody in this room is really going to get impacted. For us, it might be a very different thing. And that is where I come into your question, Christina. It will still impact us. Now, I am also working with a couple of organizations who say that if the heat increases, the cost of cooling in larger commercial complexes increases. Now, these people also would require insurance for the increased cost of cooling equipment because of extreme heat. The use case is very different. The application is the same. Everybody has a different response to heat. I fully agree with Mangesh that we need to build evidences. We cannot just say randomly that, okay, I have a product, let me just sell it to whosoever is going to buy it. I have to sit down with the beneficiary, I have to sit down with the policyholder, I have to understand what is the pain that they are already suffering and then develop a product accordingly. I am also working with a hotel chain which says that the footfall drops excessively when it is very hot. They have the evidence to prove that. The 2024 North India footfall was extremely low. Now they have certain evidence, so why not? They're also in the business of making money, and if their footfall drops, if their occupancy drops, they can take insurance. So the idea is very simple. I'll just repeat again. Let us start with the why. And if the why makes reasonable sense, we go ahead with insurance. If it does not, we do not go ahead with insurance, right? Or at least we identify the actual pain point that is being covered. With that said, when it comes to national scalability, I think the most important question again starts with the why, and based on that why, we have to develop a messaging. We cannot say the same message to everyone. We cannot say that, hey, I've come up with a heat insurance program and this is going to help you. Nobody, if I honestly come and ask you, there are a lot of people in the insurance fraternity here. How many of you have an insurance product which you have opted for voluntarily? Very few. We all take insurance either as an embedded product or because it is mandated by some law or some regulation. We have to understand that nobody else, if we who are one of the most insurance savvy set of people in the country, if we do not go and take voluntary insurance, nobody else is going to do that. So the messaging, the way the insurance product is presented to the people who are the ultimate intended beneficiaries, that has to be worked on. So it's not just a financial sustainability thing, but it's a the biggest role which I think a national scale-up for such a program would require is understanding the pain points of each community and working with those communities to solve their own pain points, creating a messaging around their own problems. So if you're talking about the dairy industry, of course, loss of dairy productivity is a huge problem. But will the same thing apply to, I don't know, poultry? Maybe, may not be. We have tried that, right? It has not worked very well. There is some use case, but probably not very well. We have tried that with aquaculture also, with shrimp manufacturing, and that, shrimp production, and that is something that was a product which was developed along in a partnership with the Central Institute of Brackish Aquaculture, which is of course an ICAR institute. But ultimately the product did not pick up. Why? Because we cannot just randomly say, hey, I know how to calculate temperature, I know how to apply a couple of mathematical formulas, let me go and apply it everywhere universally. I also work with a company which gets impacted due to consequential losses arising out of agriculture. So what it means is that they are an agri-value chain service provider, and if heat impacts the agricultural produce in that region, these people would get indirectly or consequently impacted. Now it's a very different type of risk. While we have an insurance product for crop insurance and the farmers are getting covered, what about these people? These poor souls also need something to protect them. But we cannot again go back and say that I am going to apply the same formula. So we have to sit down with every person, understand their why, and I think once we are able to do that and develop a message around it, that's the way forward to scale up. That's all from my side.
So thank you. We have approximately 15 minutes left, right, for Q&A? Okay, but then I have to cover Chandan. So I will change the format again slightly. So we never spoke about the question of affordability. So far, the underlying assumption has always been that such schemes will get some subsidy from somewhere, from the government or from some donor. But then as a reinsurer, of course, we have covered topics from the perspective of different stakeholders. And if there is a business case, Swiss Re or Munich Re or some other reinsurer will definitely protect the local insurers. But what is your perspective on the overall, when we think about national scale, what are the perspectives on affordability? What do you think would make it nationally scalable? At the same time, it is affordable to the end customer, assuming that the end customer has to pay. And maybe for the poorest of the poor, below poverty line, the government is willing to pay, but for others who are economically active, they have to insure themselves. If that was the case, what are your perspectives to make that work?
Thanks. I think in your question, I already have the answer where you mentioned that it has to be divided into segments. But before that, thanks NDMA and the organizers for the workshop and having me here. So the easiest way for any reinsurer or an insurance company is to expand it in such a manner that we can cover more and more insurers and policyholders in place, which we normally call as a law of large number. So if we divide, say, India as a whole country, maybe we are more than half of the Europe. And if we try to increase the penetration by way of covering as many, say, policyholders and the areas in places, this problem may solve. First, because it may reduce the premium charges for the insurer and reinsurer. Then secondly, maybe when we divide it into segments for the low income people, the middle income as well as the high, if we still charge the same amount of premium rate to them, it might not be significantly impacting their pockets. Say for example, for a low income policyholder, we still pay them a lot of financing, which might be, or if it has to go through the insurance domain, it can be mentioned as risk financing. And we all know we have the national level schemes, then it goes from national to states and state to the district and district to the municipalities and then to the villages. Maybe to increase the scalability, why not we should think other way around also, that we make the bigger policies at the central level and then we make products starting from the villages, which happens in the case of agriculture insurance, which is PMFBI2. So similarly here also, because as the panelists also shared that the risk stating at different location will be different. But when we try gathering and looking at the village level problems, try bringing the municipalities and the village level people and then discuss about their actual problems, maybe it may have a different rate compared to someone sitting in a different location. Then based again on the financial aspects, the processing and the rating would be different. But after understanding these products, we then need to define and redefine the triggers, because we might try to cover only one parameter. And for a reinsurer as well as for a policyholder to make it more affordable, I think instead of making a complex product, we should try making this as simple as possible. And second is, along with the simplicity, we may try making it more at speed. When I say speed, it should be a speed of servicing, which is speed of servicing, at the time of issuance of policy as well as claim. Because these things also, or these type of delays may also have a result on the overall rate which the reinsurer or an insurer charge for them. I think with that, if we have these local bodies involved in the policy making, rightly seeing that which type of ultimate benefit we are trying to cover to the policyholder, and then making the triggers differently for them may definitely help in reducing or making it, I should not say reducing, but making it more affordable to the community at large scale. And from the reinsurance fraternity, we definitely had to see that we should charge the right risk for the right price for the right risk. And it cannot be same for a, man, as Avrit mentioned, sitting here, it 5-degree increase doesn't make any difference to us, but it definitely make huge difference to the farmer sitting on ground, maybe growing paddy. His yield may have definitely have a huge impact, and any other farmer, whether it's for wheat, it's for rice, or for soybean, for any other thing. But along with them, maybe we have land laborers too. We have the fruit sellers too, but their need as well as their capability to pay premium might be different. As I mentioned about the municipalities, we have another way of collecting some money from them by way of, say, asking taxes along. So we can say property tax or any other form of tax. If we align this to the insurance product, maybe the cost looks very small. Because other thing which maybe is important to note is when we see things very separately or single, maybe we feel that the price is bit high. But if we try combining couple of things and maybe try comparing the prices or comparing the cost, it might look not as costly as it is. Maybe buying a movie ticket and buying an insurance, if we see these two things, maybe then we say insurance is much cheaper than buying a movie ticket. I'm not saying the popcorn cost, but still, it must be much affordable.
Yeah, so thank you so much. I think we have time for 2 questions, maybe. 2 questions. Any hands up, please? The mic. First here.
Good afternoon. My name is Aditya. I'm from the non-profit Seeds. It's a question to the panel. We've had discussions with livestock farmers in the Changtan Plateau of Ladakh district. And they've mentioned that although there is a livestock insurance available from the government, that they're not able to avail it because the underwriters are not, there seems to be some last mile gaps. So just a question from my side that, is there any issue when it comes to insurance coverage in that particular area in Changtan, providing those services? And one more question, just quickly I'll finish it. When it comes to parametric insurance, I want to understand, is it possible when you are doing the actuary calculations, calculating risk, is it possible for you to factor hyperlocal factors? For example, if you're looking at developing a product for cyclones, is it possible for you to consider that if there's a mangrove cluster in a particular village, that the risk of cyclones would be less in the mangrove cluster versus the one which is not there, and then make the appropriate adjustments to the premium calculation, because that will also create incentives towards these kind of nature-based infrastructure. Yeah, thank you.
I think the second part of the question, one of the reinsurers can take. The first part of the question in terms of last mile reach, what I would suggest is, Siddesh from SBI is here. You can probably talk to him on the side, because there are no primary insurers here. So you should talk to a primary insurer. Siddesh, you can talk to him about Ladakh. Maybe it's an opportunity for you to go to Ladakh.
Yeah, on the second part, definitely when we price any type of product, especially in the parametric domain, and again covering the special risk, the price takes care of the effect on the local field as well as the type of risk being attached to it. So as you mentioned about Ladakh, if we are covering, say, cattle in Ladakh, definitely the temperature, the variability as well as the type of cattle there will be taken into consideration while pricing it, compared to if we are covering say Jersey or a local breed of cattle in Rajasthan or in any part of the country. Mangesh, you want to add anything?
Question about the cyclone. Basically, the risk is analyzed for each grid, and what we do is that we translate the cyclone storms into gridded wind speed vectors, and that is being analyzed on what is the price for each grid. So let's say a 27-kilometer grid, which is ERA 5 data, we basically use pressure data and the cyclonic data sets which are available, and those IB tracks or IMD, and then convert the cyclone data of any path to any grid. Basically, if cyclone is moving 250 kilometers away from where you are located, we will get the speed of your at your grids, and the pricing is done basis that grid speed. So yes, it takes into account that idiosyncrasies or localized risk. Just to answer the question on the cyclone.
So first of all, thank you to all the panelists for such an enriching discussion. So my question is about a lot of pilots we have seen for last 2-3 years. Maybe Avrit was part of one of the pilots, and Mangesh, you were also associated with the mimicry, and Nagaland pilot everyone knows about. So what we have learned, first of all, from the pilots, and the lessons, the positives, the negatives, and as in, I represent NDMA. So we are of the interest that how we can scale up those pilots to the national scale. What are the practical approaches to them? So if anybody can answer, there's like how to scale all those pilots to a national scale.
There's a very short answer to this. If NDMA allows all the SDMAs to spend their SDRF budget onto insurance, this will scale up, right? So there's a lot of interest already. No, if money is allotted, the products will come very quickly. Trust me, you will
but
get
again, the pilots like the Nagaland run the pilot with its own money, not the SDRF money.
Precisely. So they did it with their own money, and a lot of states, see, scale up will happen through a lot of government intervention. It doesn't have to be necessarily additional money, but at least some sort of push. There has to be a decent amount of push coming from government. For that, we are already working with, I think, 8 or 9 state governments. Out of them, 6 of them are interested in getting a heat-based solution for the loss of livelihood component under the SDRF, right? Which is currently not covered under SDRF, of course, but they want to create a proxy product. But the question is always the same. And I agree with you that there are a number of issues. And
my question is that, like, the lessons you have learned from the pilots, I would request all the insurance companies that you come up with those lessons, you submit it to the government of India, you tell them that, okay, these are the pilots we have run, and these are the results, and maybe we can scale it up further. So no insurance company, as I know, they have approached us or told us that the pilot is successful and we are doing this and this. So that's the question.
Like Siddesh is getting a lot of business connects today itself. So he can reach out.
Shishir, I'll just add to it when it comes to pilot. Now, if you see YesTech, YesTech is something which translated from pilots to a full-fledged implementation technical intervention. So there were pilots in 100 districts, and certain private sector was also involved, and there were certain outcomes, and the modeling is done, and now YesTech is under full-fledged implementation from 2023. So that's what, because it was something which was government, I would say a dream to have technology-based seed estimation, pilots conducted, modeling's done, and now obviously everybody knows that it's under full-fledged implementation. So I think if the product is good, the modeling is good, even if when it comes to the government also, I don't think that it might take some time, maybe for acceptability for examination, but I think good product, I think always finds a market. That is how things work out.
Just to add to that, SDRF basically needs to align or assign pre-arranged funds for scaling up parametric insurance. Second question to answer your, you said that anything worth scaling and what has been the result of pilot. So it's a good idea that you get into this, answering this question, what failed and why did it fail? And that probably can address a lot of issues related to how this can be scaled up. Probably one of the things which has happened in PMFY also when Kamnaji told about YesTech, yes, things failed initially. And those learnings resulted in better work, better technology adoption, better analysis. And that resulted in basically allocating funds, or fund allocation was done by the government. So essentially, before you scale it up, you need to understand why it failed and how do you address that failure. But most important thing is not expanding is actually a system failure, because as temperature rises, system should not go down. It should basically sustain. That's important.
Yeah,
Thanks,
just
Anuj.
a question. My name is Sonali. I work with a not-for-profit called Prayas Energy Group, and it's been a fantastic experience listening to everybody. I had just two questions. One is that what I understand about insurance as a product is that the lower the probability of a risk concretizing, the lower the probability, the pricing is then commensurately lower, and higher the probability, higher is the pricing. And I'm assuming there's a layer 2 added to when it is reinsurance, because you're trying to create 2 layers of protection. So from that perspective, as far as the data quality, the historical, let's say, anecdotes of how many payouts, how many claims, payout ratio, that kind of thing, what I've been given to understand, and someone else asked that there have been pilots and not full-scale programs. How do you as reinsurers hope to address this, number one? And number two is, ma'am was speaking about acceptability, which is a very important thing as far as adoption of wide-scale programs for parametric insurance is concerned. I wonder whether more transparency in how these programs are actually designed, how they are priced. And let's say now in a case of a normal retail insurance policy, we know that the premium is recalculated, renegotiated, depending on what have been the claims, your age, and if it's a personal insurance product, what are the disabilities that have come or health problems. The revisiting of the premium as well, the recalculation, if that were done in a more collaborative and transparent fashion, do you think that could become a catalyst for better acceptability and trust? Thank you.
Okay. I'll talk from the government perspective, because for government also pricing is a very important part, because government programs are subsidized, and if prices increase, there's a larger outgo of subsidy from the government of India as well as from the state governments. But as a being part of the government, what I realize when it comes to pricing, a number of factors influence. Most important factor is your historical data, because as you were saying that if the risk is high, there's a high probability of high pricing, risk is low, there's a low probability. This is a general concept. This is how maybe I would say the most primary part of pricing. But there are various other aspects which goes into pricing, that insurers are in a better position to tell you, insurers, the underwriter, the actuaries also. But
when it comes to rolling out a product, especially where government is involved, when we are talking about large-scale risk financing, so it's very important to have a clean data. The first part is your data on the basis of which the pricing is being done, because that is what the insurers have on their plate. So it's very, the first step is to have that historical data. And in the crop insurance scheme itself, we have seen that when the data confidence increased. Earlier, because systems were not automated, the data was scattered, the data wasn't granular, there was no uniformity in data. Some states had district level data, some had state level data, some had block level data. So it was very important to bring uniformity. And when you are firming up the data, then it's very important to have a validated data. So the data sources have to be strengthened. For getting more transparency, it is very important that the data is taken from the granular level. So this is how the data matures. Once the data matures, automatically, when you are implementing a large-scale scheme of insurance, with the pricing or the I would say the underwriters of the insurance companies gain confidence. So that's the first part. Second is when we come to the second is the implementation part, because if you are implementing a scheme or if you are rolling out a product which goes through a journey of years, so maybe the initial pricing is done, maybe in the next cycle when the fresh prices are being quoted, it is very important that how that product has been implemented on ground. Because there are multiple factors which insurers take into account. There are loadings, there are moral hazard factors, there are uncertainties taken into account. So it is very important when any product is designed, because government is also an important part of lot of risk financing schemes. So it is important to ensure and to minimize those factors who bring uncertainty in pricing. So this is a very important aspect when we come to roll out a product, when we talk about pricing. So reduction of uncertainties, having firmed up procedure, having a robust data set. Data set doesn't come immediately. It takes years. And now, since we are in an age where we use technology at every step, so I think a lot of processes have now started incorporating technology. But I would say any scheme which is being started afresh, technology can be brought in right from the beginning, so that the confidence level of the connected stakeholders is high. So this is how I would say how I perceive the pricing part being a government officer. And yes, it's very important. I won't say high or low, I would say rationalized pricing, because it also becomes very important that the product is viable for the insurers also. So there should be rationalized pricing, and this helps in I would say going long way, taking a product forward. And if even if the prices, I would say prices are high in terms of in numerical terms, but they are rational, and if it is benefiting to the customers, then definitely there will be an uptake of that product.
Thank you very much, Kamna. Yeah, I want to thank all the panelists.
Excuse me.
Unfortunately, we will take the questions in the room, so I will invite you to engage with the panelists. We have to go to the next session. This is followed by another session. So I want to thank you all for being here. Thanks for all your interest. And again, please do engage with all the panelists and ourselves as we come out of stage. And yeah, thanks to NDMA for making space for this discussion.
May I request Ms. Mrinalini Srivastava, Director, International Cooperation, NDMA, to present the mementos to all the speakers, the chair and co-chair. We now reach the final technical session of the workshop. This session focuses on a crucial question: how do financing mechanisms reach those most vulnerable to extreme heat, informal workers, women, and marginalized communities? May I invite Ms. Anna de Grau, Senior Policy Advisor, Center for Disaster Protection, to chair the session. May I invite all the speakers for this session: Ms. Bhavna Ahuja, Program Lead, WRI India. She works on climate resilience, vulnerability assessment, and mainstreaming adaptation into development policy. Shri Amar Patel, Lead Risk Advisor, Center for Disaster Protection. May I invite all the discussants for this session: Dr. Sahil Heber, Senior Coordinator, Seva. He brings his insights on informal women workers, occupational vulnerability, and last-mile climate risks. Ms. Bhavna Maheria, who's a program manager at Mahila Housing Trust. She brings experience in community energy, climate resilient technologies, and heat adaptation. Ms. Bharti Birla, who's an enterprise specialist at the ILO. She focuses on informal work, labor governance, and social protection in South Asia. And finally, Ms. Ritu Bharadwaj, who's a climate finance and resilience expert with over 20 years of experience in policy development, program management, and research.
So thank you all very much for your time. And one advantage of being the last session of this international workshop on heat waves is to really build on the main themes that we've been discussing around shifting from a reactive to a proactive crisis financing system. This session will now directly focus on money out instruments, specifically through adaptive social protection systems. My name is Anna de Grau, and I'm a Senior Policy Advisor at the Center for Disaster Protection. Secretary Bharadwaj sends his apologies for not being able to chair the session as he has a meeting with the Prime Minister, which is completely understandable. And it's a huge honor from the NDMA to be able to step in for him. But before we get started, I wanted to take a quick poll in the audience of those who have worked on social protection systems, either at the state or the national level. Any anticipatory action programs? Or those working on gender, equity, and social inclusion? Yeah? Okay, see a few hands. So it's really my hope in this session that we draw on the collective experience of policymakers in this room to really address three fundamental themes. The first is on how adaptive social protection can protect against the short-term impacts of extreme heat. For example, income loss to livelihoods in both indoor and outdoor sectors, in agriculture, construction, manufacturing, and textile. We'll also explore existing social protection mechanisms aligning with wider risk reduction and climate adaptation approaches, such as shift adjustments to avoid heat exposure and cooling mechanisms. Second, we'll explore practical pathways across sectors to ensure that financing mechanisms translate to timely support for workers and communities, such as providing support to cover more people during a shock or covering the same people with higher benefits. Some examples we'll explore today include social assistance, social insurance, labor market programs, along with enabling public policy frameworks that underpin them at national and state levels. The experts on this panel discussion come from organizations that specifically work on the disproportionate impact, both physically and financially, of extreme heat on women in the workplace, and how it compounds with income level, migration status, and age. And according to the ILO, as raised yesterday, 2.4 billion workers are exposed to extreme heat. So we'll explore how innovations through public policy, financing mechanisms from this panel really serve as powerful examples that could be shared with other countries who are also facing this emerging risk. And just as guidance for the audience, as you listen to the presentations and panel discussions, please consider what you'd like to explore more deeply and how it applies to your work. Because after the panel discussion, we'll open for questions. So we'll first begin with two technical presentations. The first is by Ms. Ahuja, who's the manager of the Climate Resilience Program at WRI India. And the second is Mr. Patel, who is a risk finance advisor at the Center for Disaster Protection. So please, Ms. Ahuja, over to you.
Thanks, Anna. Very good evening, everyone. And thank you to NDMA and its partners for giving us this opportunity to be present here today and presenting, the work that WRI India has been doing for the last couple of years. So this session is actually about, financing mechanism for the communities at risk. And, I actually would like to take this opportunity to shift the focus and talk about, the community, I think the sector and the segment of the economy which, we feel is also at a greater risk to the extreme weather events. And so that's the MSMEs and their workers. So MSMEs, micro, small, and medium enterprises. So this is actually a very systematic lever if we talk about, in India's growth trajectory and, in the climate journey. Because they not only contribute, to the GDP, which is to the extent of 31%, and, employs a huge population out of the agriculture sector, contributing substantially to the exports. But they are also, have a good contribution. They also actually share a good share in the industrial energy consumption, which is to the extent of 25% and contributing to the emissions. So they not only are important from the mitigation point of view, but I think when we really talk about the adaptation part, and so this is one segment which is also very vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. We have a lot of statistics which basically show that, how because of the extreme heat, we have the billions of labor losses which is happening, lakhs of crores being lost as, income. And, in the future that how India can actually lose up to 34 million jobs by 2030 because of the extreme heat and the productivity losses which is taking place. We have already talked in the previous sessions that how, these slow onset events are not much covered also, and we definitely need more of evidences and micro level studies to actually document the kind of losses we have because of them on the productivity aspects and all. So just to give you a flavor, like if we really talk about the flood aspects also, we get to see that how billions of rupees are actually, the billions of the dollars are actually being lost by the industry because of the flood related events and the kind and the extent of damage it actually causes. Now WRI India for the past 3 years have actually been working in this space to build the resilience of the MSMEs, and we have actually adopted a very multi-pronged approach in creating, in actually building that resilience of the segment and even their workers to the heat and the flood risk. So it actually started where, with all the stakeholder engagements and, understanding the ecosystem. where you're engaging with not only with the MSMEs, but with the local organization, with the industries, the government, to understand their perspective and to create and build that coordination, and also, that the approach that we will co-create, the plans going forward. So this also involved, where we actually did a lot of spatial analysis and, the data and the multi-hazard assessments to identify that what are the different industrial clusters that we have and how they're actually exposed to the heat and the flood risk. We also did a lot of on-ground assessments where we did, the survey of 300 plus MSMEs and also did group discussion with the workers and expert consultations to understand the entire the issue that is there in the ground and how it is actually impacting the kind of risk which it caused, the kind of barriers and the challenges and the response mechanism that is present. Finally, we have also been supporting, the sector through the capacity building programs, given that, the issue of awareness is one of the major issues when you really talk about taking any sort of, measures to reduce or, the impact of, these extreme weather situations. So this is actually the report, which will come out of the entire activity and the work that we have done. So this is coming out in March. But just to quickly share and give a glimpse of, the risk which is there at the ground. So we see that over 80% of the MSMEs reported that how, the heat along with the humidity is impacting their operations and even the workforce productivity. If you look at, at the enterprise level, the heat is something which is basically disrupting the core operations through machinery, overheating, power and cooling failures, material damage, and slower production cycles. At the worker level, as highlighted in the previous sessions also, this is something which basically drives fatigue, dehydration, heat incidents, absenteeism, and even, the risk which could arise because of, the fire-related incidents as well. So all these operational and, the workforce stresses is something which cascades into the financial pressures for the MSMEs in terms of the higher energy and the maintenance cost which is required, the production losses, the working capital constraints that we have. Coming to the part of where we can also start off with the discussions is basically the challenges to the risk financing in terms of, coping against, the heat, extreme heat which is emerging, the gaps that we have. So what we largely see and has been talked about by the previous speakers as well, that the responses to heat has largely been reactive in nature. And then, the shift that we require towards more of anticipatory action, towards more of, being proactive is something that requires addressing some of, these things, because you really can't neglect them. These are some of the structural challenges that we really get to see in this space as well and in some of the other spaces that we have. So first among these is definitely the low risk perception, where we get to see that when you interact with the businesses, when you really interact with the workers, I think this is always seen as a very short-term seasonal challenge, which definitely limits, the preparedness aspect and even, the demand that should come out of these employers and also the MSMEs for creating, the tailored products that is the need of the hour. The second is that we already see that the MSMEs struggle, with the challenges related to the finance part of it. And even if you look at the insurance thing, I think the penetration in India for the MSMEs have been low, and there have been issues related to the data collection part of it and, the kind of figures which is available, whether it's related to, the fire insurance part, or even do we have the data on, the disaster risk related insurance, if any, that the MSMEs, are actually engaging with. In terms of the cooling solutions against, the MSME faces those challenges. For instance, if you really talk about the cool roof part of it, there are things related to the mandate. There are things related to what we call is that, is there actually a manual which is there? Do we have, that well-defined funding mechanisms which, which can help the MSMEs actually to access these things? The third is basically when we say MSMEs is in a blind spot part, and I think what we usually see that this is one segment which is already having a lesser capacity, especially when we talk about the micro and the smaller enterprises. And so their representation, when we really talk about, the climate-related part, the climate policy part of it is one very important thing, which basically results in a very fragmented and misaligned space. We really don't have a very dedicated, guidelines or enforcement mechanism which is specific to the heat stress for the MSMEs. And I think even in the heat action plans, while they're evolving, we get to see that I think there's not much emphasis or focus which is given to this sectors and even, the indoor workers when we talk about. Then what we feel is that developing, the financial instruments, what you really require is the granular data on, the heat part of it and even, the awareness which is there at the ground. So that is something which is very, very crucial and which is again, we really need to have those micro level studies which could provide us, the impact, the kind and the quantification of, the losses and the damages or the which is happening at the ground. Business case for investment is very, very important, not only for the MSMEs, but also for, the different stakeholders involved, whether it's, the government or even in the financial agencies. The other important thing is that the MSMEs also, when you interact with them, we get to understand that, the contingency part of it or, the emergency fund is something which is not very much maintained already because they are facing the working capital issues. So I think that sort of thing is again a big hindrance to when we say about, the adaptation and resilience part of it. And I think the space and, the environment these enterprises actually work, which traps the heat, the poor ventilation, the space constraint, and even the regulations that we have from currently in existence. So all these things, plays a very critical role in actually, preventing or raising the challenges for the sector to actually invest in the space and also, taking measures for the workers. So this is basically, these are actually some of the questions in a way that, we can address today in the session also. And some of the hidden solutions as well that, we can actually decipher from this as well. WRI India has actually been working, since the last 1 year, we have done a lot of capacity building sessions, realizing that, it is very important to make the different stakeholders, whether it's basically the MSMEs and even the workers, that this is what you can do and, what is available. So for the MSMEs, we have done, this sensitization programs where we have called, the different occupational heat stress experts, the financial agencies, and, the cooling organizations which are providing the cooling solutions and all to come and basically share, and build that network so that they can actually, start thinking about and, doing that shift from being, very reactive to more anticipatory and more precautionary in nature. So in the end, I think there's just a quick small video that we have actually prepared. The team has actually prepared, so to set the context and all, yeah.
வெறும் உப்பு படிஞ்ச மாதிரி நிறைய இடைஞ்சல் இருக்குங்க.
अगर मैं डायरेक्ट प्रेशर दे रहा हूँ कि हीट पे काम करो, तो काम नहीं कर पाएगा, कोई भी एम्प्लॉय नहीं कर पाएगा.
अगर गर्मी से कोई आदमी परेशान है, उसके क्या लक्षण हो सकते हैं, उसके क्या प्राथमिक उपचार हो सकते हैं, वो सब सीखने को मिला, जो इससे पहले हम लोगों को कभी इस तरह का ट्रेनिंग नहीं मिला था।
Excellent. Thank you so much, Ms. Uja. And I think it really starts us off with with a macroeconomic approach to some of the challenges that are facing MSMEs. And just wanted to pick up what you mentioned in the beginning on working with industry, CSOs, and government to address some of the operational, workforce, and financial impacts that you raised. So I'll now pass to Mr. Patel for his presentation.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Anna. And again, thanks to the NDMA for giving us this opportunity to present. I have two kind of points or two jobs with this presentation this afternoon. The first is to kind of, I think, really set the tone for the panelists here today, to link this session with all the fantastic sessions we've had before this, and in particular, I think we saw in the previous session there was a focus on insurance-based mechanisms, and even before that we've heard a lot about parametric insurance in particular. But the second job, I think, is to just not speak for too long, because I think the best value and the best insight is going to come from our panelists here. So really, I think just the one point or the one question to be answered is, why are we talking about money out mechanisms? And we've spoken a little bit already around what these might be, but I think just to sort of frame what's going to be said in the next half an hour to 40 minutes, I just wanted to talk a little bit about why it's just as important to think about money out as it is to think about the financial instruments that provide the money when it comes to responding to extreme heat, but other climate hazards as well. So I showed this diagram a little bit earlier, this framework for disaster risk financing, and have circled here where we're focusing on about matching up the money in instruments, so having the right amount of money, the right payout at the right time, with making sure that that payout is received by the right people at the right time to be able to reduce the impact of disasters. We see some examples throughout disaster risk financing where instruments are organised really well, but the payout doesn't reach the affected party, and therefore there are some negative consequences and some of the challenges that were highlighted in the previous presentation as well. So why are these mechanisms so important? There are a few points on those slides, but what I want to pull is the speed. Rapid disbursement prevents negative coping strategies. So we've heard examples already of the programs that are represented up here, but other money out or disbursement, community-related disbursement programs that support insurance payouts rather than potentially high interest rate micro loans. I think the other really great thing about, or the other reason why money out mechanisms are so important is because it allows targeting. We started the day, I think one of the first points that was made was around identification and ensuring that the most vulnerable groups of people are the people that receive the most assistance, the most help. And having a good money out mechanism is vital for this. And so I think this leads me to kind of my last point, and pairing what we've talked about already. We've heard, as I mentioned, a lot about parametric insurance, and this just sort of using this as an example, but we can think about money out mechanisms in a wide variety. Pairing sort of the money in mechanism of parametric insurance and the payout based on a trigger to how do the organisations disperse that cash, and equally as important as having access to the funds, it's making sure that it's reaching the right people at the right time and we're going to hear some positive examples from both MHT and SEVA. The very last point I just want to make is that we also see, and I just wanted to highlight, adaptive social protection, which we're going to hear a little bit about within this panel as well, as a great money out mechanism, and that's using existing social protection networks that the government have set up and expanding them either vertically, where that means that in response to a shock, there might be an additional payout using the same infrastructure, the same lists of beneficiaries. And then we also see what we call horizontal expansion, and that's where the pool of beneficiaries is expanded, because you can acknowledge that, in the example of perhaps textile workers, most of them will have a job, but on days of extreme heat, they may not be able to complete their duties, and for those days, it makes sense to provide some sort of unemployment benefit. So those were just a couple of examples. I hope I've painted a picture as to why this is just as important to talk about as all of the financing that we've spoken about today. I'm going to hand it back, and I'm really looking forward to hearing from our panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Patel. As we go into the next segment of the session, we're going to have a cross-sector dialogue of experts from trade unions, grassroots organizations, labor and climate experts. And on the panel, we have Dr. Hebar, who's the Senior Coordinator of the Self-Employed Women's Association, or SEVA, Ms. Maharia, who's the Program Manager at the Mahila Housing Trust, Ms. Birla, the Enterprise Specialist at the International Labor Organization, and Ms. Bharat, the Director of Climate Resilience, Finance, and Loss and Damage at IIED. So let's get started. Dr. Bar, it's lovely to have you here. SEVA is the largest trade union across the country for women workers of the informal economy, with a key focus on community organization and leadership. We've heard a bit about SEVA's parametric insurance earlier from Climate Resilience for All and also from Mr. Patel. But can you share more from your perspective the motivation of developing adaptive social protection mechanisms to support your members during heat waves?
Thank you, Anna, and thank you to NDMA and its partners for inviting SEVA to this event. We started the parametric climate insurance program as a pilot in 2023. And that's because in 2022, large number of states across the country experienced a massive heat wave. And we realized that members, SEVA members and informal sector workers often face a very difficult choice when there is an extreme climate event. It's a choice between income and health. If they don't go to work, there's no income and there's no food on the plate for their children to eat, for the members to eat. But if they do go out to work, especially during the peak heat periods, there is a lot of significant health impacts that they then have to finance through whatever limited savings that they have. So to ensure that members are not put in this predicament, we started the parametric heat insurance program in 2023 for 21,000 members across 5 states or 5 districts in the state of Gujarat. The product itself did not pay out in 2023, but members really liked one other intervention that we had, because all the members who had participated in the program received one climate adaptation or mitigation equipment. And that protected them not only against heat, but also other climate shocks like excessive rainfall, cyclones, and so on. So in 2024, we partnered with Climate Resilience for All and scaled the program to 50,000 members across 3 different states and 22 different districts. And this time, because it was a significant heat wave, members did receive a payout. Many of them actually received much more than the premium that they had paid. And I think that really helped us in 2025 when we further scaled the program with CRA to 225,000 members, and this time in 35 districts and against multiple climate shocks. So this year we not only covered heat, but also tropical cyclones. So we have been gradually scaling this program, and I think there's a lot of demand from members because everybody now realizes that climate change is here to stay. The frequency and duration of climate shocks are only going to increase in the years to come. And if members want to protect themselves and their families, then insurance is probably one tool that they can access. Having said that, one of our key learnings over the last 3 years has been that standalone climate insurance programs by themselves will always suffer from a lack of demand generation, especially in years when there is no payout. A lot of the other panelists, earlier panelists also alluded to basis risk and how basis risk is very difficult to account for in a parametric product. And hence, like if there are multiple years when there is no payout from insurance, poor informal sector workers for whom 300 rupees is a lot of money will always ask you, why should I participate? What is the value in it for me? And hence, standalone climate insurance will always run into this problem, and therefore long-term financial sustainability of a climate insurance program is limited. So one of the things that we did in 2025 is that we started something called the Climate Welfare Facility. So in the Climate Welfare Facility, the climate insurance is still a very important component, but along with the climate insurance product, we give members access to several other services like climate and health campaign, mental health support, access to climate adaptation and mitigation tools, and access to blended finance mechanisms for a grant that they can access. Even when there is an insurance payout, typically it is in the few hundreds. But what if a member has suffered huge amounts of losses and wants to restart her livelihood? For that, having access to a ticket size loan of 5,000 or 10,000 that is financed through blended finance tools so that the interest burden is lowered is actually a key component of the entire climate welfare facility. So I think one of the key lessons that we have learned over the last 3 years is that there needs to be a very holistic and integrated approach that not only focuses on insurance but also on other aspects of members' lives that can reduce the burden of heat waves, of unseasonal rains, and of cyclones and other climate shocks. The second key lesson that we have learned is that at this moment there is very limited climate literacy, especially among the informal sector workers. When we started the program in 23, none of our members had heard about climate insurance and nobody knew how a parametric insurance worked. Despite having done this for 3 years now with CRA, I don't think our members completely grasp how a parametric climate insurance works. Many of them are participating in the program because of the implicit trust that they have on the Seva grassroots leaders. And I think these are two critical aspects that will determine the success of any climate insurance or a climate welfare facility like program. A, the organization needs to have a lot of trust so that members buy in, and 2, there needs to be significant investment made to promote climate literacy. And not only on the access to finance programs, but also on basic things like what is climate change, what are the impacts of climate change, and how can members best adapt and mitigate themselves against climate change. So I think climate literacy is important. We also realize that the role of technology is critical. So in year 1, when we enrolled members, we used a very manual data entry process into Excel sheet, and that resulted in a lot of manual data entry errors for the Aadhaar card and the bank details of members. And a lot of our claims, the claim did not trigger in 23, but even in 24 when we did the same thing, about 20% of our members who should have received a claim did not receive it on time because their bank details and their Aadhaar information was inaccurate. Therefore, in 2025, we introduced a mobile application that uses AI tools and scans the bank details and the Aadhaar details so that the members' details are captured technologically and the error rate decreased from 20% to low single digits. There were still errors. There were still some members who did not receive the payout on time and some that have still not received the payout. So I think leveraging technology not only helps with member onboarding, but can eventually in the future, we hope, help with claims management, with member communication, and with any other communication on other aspects of the climate welfare facility, like climate health, early warnings. I think all of these can be facilitated through technology. Finally, the other key lesson learned is that heat is no longer the primary challenge. It is a key challenge, but there are so many other climate shocks that only a heat insurance product in isolation might not work. We really need to look at multi-peril products. And even for heat, we have been using maximum daily temperature as the trigger, but is that the right trigger? Should we be using heat index? Should we be using the average of temperature all through the day? Should it be nighttime temperature? Because there's a lot of medical literature that suggests that nighttime temperature is a more important determinant of a person's perception of heat than daytime temperature. So these are other considerations that one needs to keep in mind, and that is something that we'll be working on in the years to come.
Thank you so much. That was excellent. And there's many points to pull out, one of which on the alignment between parametric insurance and a welfare approach. And also, thank you for sharing the details on the disbursement mechanisms and kind of the mobile technology that you're using as well. Ms. Maher, yes. So the Mahila Housing Trust has supported over 5 million people through improvements in housing, living, and working environments. Can you share some of the nuanced approaches that Mahila Housing Trust takes in supporting workers and communities through periods of extreme heat?
First of all, thank you NDMA to give me this opportunity to share our work at this platform. At Mahila Housing Trust, we see heat is not only a climate disaster, climate hazard. Actually, we see as a livelihood, health, and care crisis for informal sector workers, women workers, especially women workers. Unlike the flood and cyclone, heat does not destroy the assets overnight because it's a slow onset but potent disaster. When before launching the heat insurance, Mahila Housing Trust has done focus group discussion in 3 cities across Gujarat, Ahmedabad, Baroda, and Surat. The objective was to know about the expenses. Sorry. How the heat impacting their life. How many loss of work days happen during the summer season. How much medical expense occur due to extreme heat. And how much they invest to prevent themselves from the heat stress. And we try to know about it, how much they can contribute. If we launch some kind of heat risk insurance, that what will be their willingness. So we got to know that initially our women said they are happy to pay. They are happy to pay between 300 to 500 rupees premium amount. And their losses were around 3,000 to 4,000 rupees. Actually, we negotiated with the insurer, and even previous panel, they also discussed about the same issue because our objective was the temperature should be less. So that temperature will trigger on same year, our community women will get benefit. So next year their willingness will be definitely increased. But insurer objective was to get the premium first. He said no, temperature should be triggered after 5 years. And there was a negotiation, but mutually we agreed and we decided the financial product. The product was like, I would give you example of Ahmedabad. The premium amount was 354 rupees. Temperature must be vary for different city to city. So for Ahmedabad, the lower, it was parametric and layer insurance. So lower temperature was 43.7 degrees Celsius and higher was 44.1 degrees Celsius. If the 43.7 degrees Celsius will cross, if the city cross the temperature, lower level temperature for 2 consecutive days, then women will get 750 rupees amount in their account. If the higher layer temperature, it was 44.1 degrees Celsius for 2 consecutive days, community women will get 1,250 rupees amount in their account. So total payout was 2,000 rupees. Fortunately, that year the temperature was, lower layer temperature was triggered, and 2,000 women received 750 rupees amount in their account, so total payout was 15 lakh rupees. After receiving the 750 rupees amount, we also tried to know that how they have utilized this amount. So we got to know that some of the women replied that they invested to purchase more stock, who are vegetable vendors and hawkers. Some of the women said they paid electricity bill because in summer they get high electricity bill, so they utilize that amount to pay electricity bill. Some of the women, of course, they use for medical expenses. And some of the women, they said they invested in cool roof technologies. So my suggestion would be policymakers must therefore treat heat as an economic shock. Economic shock, not only a health risk. Social protection system for heat must go beyond like heat insurance, linked savings recurring schemes, special heat allowance, and it can be systematically integrated into system like construction welfare board. Government should also mandate the cooling station and rest stations at work sites alongside the existing protection like heat, like health and accident insurance. To treat heat is a routine occupational risk. So my suggestion would be, if the social protection system do not adapt to heat, then eventually, systematically, they will exclude workers who keep our city functioning. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you so much. Yes. You mentioned heat as an economic shock and really impacting livelihoods and also care work. And you also highlighted MHT's work on cool roofs. And this aligns with a lot of the discussion that we've had earlier in the days on risk reduction and the importance of disaster risk reduction for extreme heat to reduce underlying vulnerability. So thank you for highlighting that.
Yeah, I would like to add that, of course, Mahila Housing Trust is working on both like adaptation and mitigation. For adaptation, generally we promote affordable cool roof technologies for our grassroots communities like solar reflective white paint, bamboo roof, modular roof, green roofs, etc. But I would like to share that even in last panel, I heard that someone was talking about subsidy. So of course, if the middle class family who is adopting solar rooftop system for their homes, if they require subsidy for solar rooftop, then why not community people? They are well aware about the results. They know if they apply solar reflective white paint, the indoor temperature will be reduced, it will directly impacting their income. They know very well. But their priority is to survive their family, not the technology. So they are aware, but there should be some financial mechanism because they are not eligible to open their account in nationalized bank. So there should be some climate resilient products, loan products, especially for grassroots communities.
Thank you, thank you. And Ms. Birla, thank you for joining us today. So far, we've heard about the financial mechanisms being developed to support periods of income loss for workers, in addition to Ms. Ahuja's presentation on the impact of heat stress and high humidity levels on workers in MSMEs. Given ILO's tripartite mandate between trade unions, government, and employers, from your perspective, what's the responsibility of employers in this, and also to protect workers against occupational heat stress?
Oh, thank you. Thanks for having me here. And from the ILO, we are recognizing very well that heat waves are no longer, episodic climate events. They are something that are there structural, and they have intensifying risk on workers, and not just on workers, but also on the enterprises, especially the micro small enterprises or own account workers or the self-employed workers. So there is a need to actually look at it in a more comprehensive manner. One is obviously the occupational health and safety. That is the major issue where the workers face a lot of challenges, but also this is a area where it directly impacts employment, it impacts income, as also the productivity of the enterprises, so how the enterprises will survive. So from the ILO perspective, we have the normative instruments in terms of Convention 155, which talks about safety and health, and it talks about the responsibility of the employers, the role of the trade unions, and the role of the workers to engage in workplace committees, occupational health and safety committees within the enterprises, to have their voice when these company policies are being made. At the same time, we have Convention 178, which talks about how to have a national mechanism to look at issues of occupational health and safety, and including developing a preventive culture. So how do we prevent and how do we mitigate risk? Not use something like that, when the event happens and then you start working on it, but developing comprehensive national systems to address occupational health and safety issues. Apart from that, one of the key instrument which also talks about responsibilities of the employers is the MNE declaration, which is the declaration for multinational enterprises on responsible business conduct and social policy. It talks about how the large multinational enterprises and large national enterprises in a country should look at issues of occupational health and safety challenges that the supply chain faces because of the actions that are happening in their businesses. So businesses contribute to a lot of employment, income generation, skills, but there are certain things that businesses do because of which challenges also happen. And the workers who are working in these sectors, whether you take textile sector, agricultural sector, or construction, they are all part of supply chains where the supply chain responsibility also comes in. So the question is, what can employers do in terms of looking at these challenges which are caused by heat, but other issues also related to climate change, as you mentioned. So, first and foremost, for example, usually the thing is that we cannot have same regulations or same ways of mitigating challenges in all sectors. The sectors are very different. If you look at agriculture, for example, the challenge in the agricultural sector is, high solar exposure or seasonal peaks. Then there are a lot of workers who are working as casual workers, as piece rate workers. They have production targets. Now, all these precipitate a lot of more further challenges for the workers who are already vulnerable. So if there is a challenge that these workers will get paid based on a particular quantity that they are cutting, or they're doing piece rate work, then they would tend to work more to earn more, and this causes more exposure to them. Similarly, if you talk about construction, for example, there are different workers who are working with, there are challenges related to heavy workload, multiple employers, contractors. Many of these workers are usually in construction sites through small and petty contractors. So most of the time, employers want to say, okay, the worker doesn't belong to me, so I don't need to take care of the challenges. But the worker belongs to the contractor, and as in terms of responsibility of the principal employer, and especially on issues related to occupational health and safety, it is the responsibility of the big business whose construction is being done. Similarly, for textile garments, if you see, they need a lot of technology, and as we were hearing from the presentation before, most of the MSMEs may not have resources to actually upgrade the machinery, or take care of the poor ventilation that also triggers these solutions, trigger more vulnerability for these workers, or they don't have enough mechanism or enough support to actually put in place measures that can reduce the impact of heat. So the question is, how do employers not only take care of the workers who are in their own companies, but also in their own supply chains? And this is also part of the responsible business conduct that they have to do. They can conduct human rights due diligence, and occupational health and safety is part of what we call as fundamental principles and rights at work, which means that it needs to be looked at by companies when they're doing human rights due diligence to make sure the workers, not just in their own companies, but also in the supply chain, workers who are in medium, small enterprises, home-based units, on account, home-based workers who are supplying to them, how their issues are being taken care of. So it's not just a legal, it's a legal obligation on them, but also it's an important strategic investment that they have to make in order to make their supply chains more sustainable, accountable, and remain functional. Thanks.
Wonderful, thank you so much for that. You raised, mandates under international law on this as well, and what is interesting that you pulled out is the responsibility of employers not only within their company, but also within the whole supply chain, and really thinking about it very systemically in that way. So thank you. Ms. Bharadwaj, you've researched extensively on climate change, financial instability, social vulnerability, including adaptive social protection within India and other countries. Can you share more from a macroeconomic perspective, the role of adaptive social protection supporting lives and livelihoods for at-risk sectors, and how do you see other countries addressing this risk?
Thank you, Anna. Actually, I'll take a step back because, a lot of interesting perspective has been shared here because Amar presented about money in, money out. So why are we even talking about money or finances when we talk about heat stress or heat waves? And that's clearly because people are suffering loss, financial loss. So the financial loss is in terms of loss of efficiency, loss of wages, extra expenses on health. People are taking debt because they can't go out to work, and also, slipping into poverty. So these are clearly financial impact that people suffer because of health related. So that's why we are talking about finances in context of heat. Second is, to address that, what kind of support is really needed? And then only we can define like what kind of financial support can we really design or packages that we can design. And the third is how do we deliver it? So I'm going to, first I've addressed, like that's the, and it's very nicely elaborated, some very good practical examples. And I was hearing you out and I felt, wow, this is an experience. You're talking about international experience. This is the kind of experience across the board, across the global south, most of the countries, most of the workers, whether it's agriculture, fishery, people engaged in MSME sector, practically everyone faces the same challenges. Even ma'am, when you mentioned about MSMEs, people talk about SMEs bringing in health-related measures for workers, even without, people don't understand SMEs operate on a very thin profit margin. They hardly have money, even for their, and even a small shock really pushes them into being unviable or closing down. And thankfully I've worked a lot in the SME sector in the past, so I really understand that challenge. But also, even without heat stress, if anyone has ever gone to a brick kiln site or a steel re-rolling center, if you walk in your shoes, you'll almost feel it's melting. Your face would be burning, and that's the regular condition. It's not even summer month. You go there in November, December, you'll find the same situation. So obviously these sectors have inherent issues. On top of that, there's a climate risk. Now let's go on to what kind of support is really needed. The support is one, of course, insurance has been talked about. So you need to provide, whenever farmers or people working in SME sector, they face a financial impact like that, loss of efficiency, loss of livelihood, employment, etc., you need to compensate them immediately. They need a cash transfer, they need a food aid, and they need an immediate direct benefit transfer. That's something, I'm using the term DBT because that's something that Government of India is already doing through a lot of social protection programs. The only thing additional that needs to be done, because for example, I know in MGNREGS there's already an additional employment guarantee for 50 days when a drought of a severe category is declared. So similar top-ups are there, but what we need to understand is how do we really now take into consideration some of these newer, more intense risks that people are facing. That's the first level, and of course insurance has a role to play, but there are other instruments out there as well that we need to consider. The second is around building longer-term resilience. So you can't keep providing support to people and keep having them exposed to that kind of risk again and again. So you need to come up with, I'm not going to talk about what needs to be done. Everyone here is quite expert. You need to create green infrastructure. You need to bring in more shade, and these are things even European cities are doing right now. So you need to invest in that. Third, I really feel, because we're talking about what kind of action and support is needed, is how is wage rates defined in India? We have different agro-climatic zones. And I remember when I was working in Rural Development Ministry earlier, there was a schedule of rate, and that schedule of rate, SORs, are defined based on work, motion, and time. So Hyderabad NIRD does these studies in which they carry out work motion, and then they work out how much a worker is able to dig out a particular soil or carry out a certain work in a particular agroecological zone, also taking the soil type and a range of other ecological parameters. That SOR has not been updated. I don't think it has been updated in last 15, 20 years. So they keep updating like in add-ons, but right now it needs that new SOR has to be drawn, and that's why I'm saying the labor market or the way in which these things are governed, that needs to be revisited in context of new climate risks. The moment you do that, you will automatically start incorporating that in the wage payment. That compensation for working in heat stress automatically gets incorporated in the way people are compensated either in SME or in agriculture and other sectors. So that is one. So these are like longer term systemic changes you need. Third is the modes of finance. Now modes of finance, we did publish a paper a couple of years back, I think now, in which we talked about ways in which this can be done. Of course, India is not suffering from that problem, from the debt issue, sovereign debt issue, which a lot of other least developed countries, small island developing states, suffering. There was a very good discussion. We could not have a representative from Ministry of Finance. We had a very good discussion with her yesterday, where we also talked about there's a lot of macro fiscal impact that countries suffer, which is around whenever they are hit by any kind of climatic disaster, their debt levels go up. And as debt levels go up, because they suffer from cyclones, floods, so instead of investing, debt is per se is not a bad thing for a country. Every country, America has more than 97% debt to GDP ratio. So every country takes debt, but that debt is used to invest in infrastructure for countries' growth and development. But when countries starts taking that debt only for rebuilding, recovery from disasters, that is a bad thing. So that is one aspect which India, because of its strong economic backbone, it's doing well. But currency fluctuation, these are things that we don't even account for, but currency fluctuation, like currency depreciation because of climatic impact, is something which least developed country on an average, including debt repayment and import costs, it accounts to around 10 to 11% of their GDP. The amount of investment they're doing on health and education is around 2 to 3%. So, my point being that these are other invisible impact that countries are suffering on their economy. If some of can be bridged, can be addressed, a lot of these investments into providing additional top-up support can be covered from recovering from some of those losses itself. So I'll just stop there and maybe we can have a better answer.
No, this is perfect. And I think one of the questions for this conference is, how can we share these lessons with countries facing this and who are really looking at this, as it emerges within their sectors, within their government, public policy. I'm really enjoying this discussion. I realize we have 5 minutes left, so we'll open up to Q&A if anyone has any questions for our wonderful panelists. Yes, okay, so we have 2, I see. Maybe we can take one at the front and these 2 here.
Hi, my name is Aditya from the nonprofit Seeds. So there's a question to the panel. Recently with the labor code notifications, they've mainstreamed social protection measures like Provident Fund. There's also a focus on improving social protections on health and accident insurance. So similarly for climate risk, what do you see is the role of bodies like ESI, Employee Service Insurance, or your construction welfare boards in providing that extra layer of social protections for workers, who are facing these kind of climate risks?
Okay, maybe we can take a second question and then the panel can respond. There's one in the back here.
Hi, these are like quick set of comments also, if that's okay. Firstly, I was just, love the presentation and the panel, a lot of wonderful insights. I was just wanted to just ask Sahil primarily that, this is, whatever you have said is wonderful insight and would be really useful to take the instrument forward. Just wondering if it's published, documented, because earlier sessions we had put a request to NDMA that this needs to be documented, shared, thought through together, and then kind of taken forward. So if it's not published, not in the public domain, because these are wonderful insights, it has to be shared and should be documented. That was one. Connected to, actually, just before our friend said, that's the second comment and a question, is that take seva out of the equation. You take trust out of whatever that you have implemented. Because I feel, at least from hearing you, that seva provided that infrastructure in some sense for the execution of heat parametric insurance, right? But that is not how workers are right now. Most of informal workers are not even documented. We don't even have stats. I mean, we have e-shram, but it has its own problems. So it's connected to our friend before who said that, look, we have welfare boards that are not doing well. So whatever that we are doing, how do we see this getting delivered? Because that's not going to just happen because of insurance companies, so on and so forth. So how do we think of it in the long term? Because that's going to be equally important and critical. And connected to that last point is that, look, I would know about informal workers, someone would know about communities, so on and so forth, but it's a request to also NDMA, if that's possible in some way, because that should change, is that community participation, even in discussions like this. How do we encourage that? Because that is going to really make a lot of difference in how we imagine participation and getting the participation actually on the ground, because these are such wonderful spaces to learn, and communities are very strong. They are much more articulate than, let's say, me. I mean, they would do a great job. So going forward, if we can really open it up in real sense, that would be really, really nice. So 3 points. Thanks.
Yeah, excellent remarks and questions. And would anyone on the panel like to respond to some of them?
Yes, I mean, when we talk about social protection through ESI, we need to first see who's covered under ESI. Right now, ESI covers only regular workers who are in a regular employment relationship. But what we are talking about is, 90% of the workers, or even own account workers, self-employed workers, micro enterprises, the owners of the enterprises themselves, who are running these very small home-based units. All of them are vulnerable and they're not covered through any kind of social protection scheme currently, which can, address these issues. The issue of wages, which you heard, piece rate workers and no time motion studies to adjust. So those kind of things are very important to discuss, because the idea here is not to sort of take away the responsibility or substitute the employer's responsibility, but to complement, the stress that comes on the workers. So we need to look at the entire population. How will we address it? We need more comprehensive systems like insurance, but also looking at how the government, employers, the workers' organizations play a critical role in enabling that. So I think we need to go beyond the regular workers and also address the challenges of informal economy workers as well.
I'll just add to that. So Aditya, to your question, I think there's definitely scope for various existing government schemes and initiatives to play an important role in access to affordable finance. We already have several benefit schemes, like PM Swanidhi is a yojana for street vendors. The loan sizes are generally around 10,000 rupees, and if you repay it, then it keeps increasing sequentially. Can some of that be used to purchase insurance? Is a question. And should members who opt for the loan be given that choice? I think that's an interesting way of doing it. Similarly, the Board of Welfare for Construction Workers also has a lot of funds lying there. Can they act as a mutual where they cover all the construction workers? Is it economically feasible? I think all of those questions need to be answered, but there's definitely a place for some of these large government schemes in the delivery of insurance or other access to affordable finance, and even other organizations like ESI to play a role on climate health, mental health, and so on. So I think the government already does so much in silos. All of that can be clubbed together to provide some real relief against climate shocks. And sorry, to your question, I think the case study itself is documented in a couple of places. It's not very comprehensive. We are undertaking a evaluation of the entire insurance program with CRA and academic institution in the US. So I think that report hopefully comes out relatively soon. We are also doing analysis with the World Bank and London School of Economics on the climate welfare facility. So we should be having more of those literature out soon. But I think if NDMA can take the lead on this, or any other organization can take a lead on this, and Dr. Vatsa said that they are interested in putting out something that all the states can follow. I think it's such a complex process right now. We have learned so much over the last 3 years on what basis risk is, what total loss ratio, burn rate, max sum insured, all of these. There are so many complex terminologies. I think if they are explained well, and if the implications of each one of them on the premium and the payout is explained clearly, I think a lot more CSOs, NGOs, CBOs can take part in the climate insurance space. I think the second question was on the trust on SEWA, and if we take that out of the equation, I think there's still scope. But given where workers are right now, and given that a lot of them depend on subsistence, I think it's important that the premium be subsidized at least initially. If the members are asked to contribute the entire premium of 700 rupees for a multi-peril climate insurance program, I think very few will be able to afford it. So at least initially, either from donor funds or through government sources, if that premium can be subsidized, I think you'll rapidly see an uptake. And the role that government can also play is spread this through various other channels like self-help groups, farmer producer organizations. If some of those channels and those structures can be used, I think the program can scale up relatively rapidly.
Excellent. Thank you all very much. And as we close this session, we've spoken about the role of adaptive social protection addressing residual risk with mechanisms like parametric insurance, but how it can also be aligned with risk reduction and adaptation measures, and really looking at the system as a whole, as our panelists have highlighted, resisting the temptation to view complex social and health challenges through primarily a financial lens, but explore how finance can be an enabler. So thank you all very much. Please join me in thanking our panelists.
May I request Ms. Mrinalini Srivastava to present the mementos to the chair and all our speakers.
On the request of NRDC, I would just like to invite you all to join them at the Global Heat and Cooling Forum. This is taking place on 2 days, April 20th to 21st. And this is, of course, NDMA's co-supporter, and so is CDRI. This is taking place in Delhi. And Abhyant, would you be able to give the venue now, or where is it? So it is at Bharat Mandapam, April 20th to 21st, Delhi. Thank you so much. So, our last session, we have only the way forward and some closing remarks. For the recapitulation, we just thought, because Dr. Vatsa is reaching in another 5 to 7 minutes, if you all agree, I can recapitulate the proceedings that took place for last 2 days, and then our dignitaries can suggest us the way forward, and they can make the important remarks around the way forward. I'll start with day 1. We had 4 sessions on the day 1. The key takeaway from the inaugural session was that extreme heat must be treated as a governance and systemic risk, and not just a climate or weather phenomena. We also discussed that institutional recognition of heat waves as a formal disaster risk is essential for structured financing. When we moved to the technical session 1, which was on the heat action plans from local tools to global practices, we discussed that heat action plans must evolve from advisory documents to institutionalized tools with budgets, leaderships, and accountability framework. In the session 2, which we had heat resilient infrastructure, climate smart urban development, we discussed that resilience must be embedded in urban design, building regulations, and infrastructure planning. We also discussed the passive cooling, nature-based solutions, and climate-aligned financing. They are cost-effective, long-term resilience strategies for cities. We moved to the session 3 when we discussed about the health, heat, and human systems, protecting lives and livelihood. We discussed about what can be done for health, labor, safety, social protection, and mortality surveillance, and not just the temperature monitoring. We discussed about the adaptive social protection and occupational heat safety, that it should move from relief-based approach to long-term risk reduction. Then we had a final session on data technology and innovation for extreme heat governance, where we discussed that the shift must be from temperature only to multi-parameter impact-based forecasting. With that, we ended the day 1. On day 2 today, we had an introductory session where the high-level principles were discussed on investing for DRR. We also had the session on disaster risk reduction financing mechanisms to address multi-hazard risk and heat resilience, where we talked about shifting to pre-arranged and structured disaster risk financing. May I request Mr. Webster to please join on the stage? Thank you. In the session 2, which was on financing for risk reduction through heat resilient infrastructure, we talked about how do we mainstream heat resilience into infrastructure, public finance, and governance. We talked of building blended, prevention-oriented financial ecosystems. So session 3, when we talked about the residual risk for extreme heat through market mechanisms, money in mechanism, we talked about strong adaptation and risk reduction measures, where market-linked instruments such as parametric insurance, catastrophe bond, and risk pools were discussed, and how to reduce fiscal pressure on governments and allow more rapid and financial protection. The final session, which we just had, I'm sure that must be in your memory, so I'll not take much time. This was on financing mechanisms to reach communities most at risk. We discussed about financing to be integrated with social protection and local systems. And we did hear about how micro, small industries, how this must be prioritized for last mile access and financial inclusion. With that,
I will now request the two dignitaries on the stage, sir, to take the way forward and the discussions there onward between two of you. Thank you so much.
So, we need to come there?
No, sir, you can discuss it from there. I was just filling in for time.
Okay. Why don't you begin with your observations?
Thank you, Dr. Ladies and gentlemen, friends and colleagues, we are coming into land. And having this final session, I do feel the weight of responsibility on us to do justice to the richness of discussions you've had over the last 2 days. There's been an awful lot of ground covered. And I also appreciate that we are now between you and the delicious refreshments outside in your post-workshop lives. But given that Mrinalini has provided a really comprehensive overview of all the topics covered, I'm going to keep my remarks very brief. So it's been a real pleasure to join you for these past 2 days focused on extreme heat. My name's Ben. I'm an Associate Director at the Centre for Disaster Protection. And the last time I was in India was in 2023 when India held the G20 presidency. And on that occasion, I was really impressed not only by the hospitality and generosity demonstrated by India, but also the leadership demonstrated on specific topics, particularly on the DRR working group that was established under India's presidency, and the amount of ground that was able to be covered. And I feel as if this workshop has been no different. You've set a really high bar in terms of the level of engagement and the smooth running and the excellent arrangements. So we are incredibly grateful to the NDMA for all of the preparation and the thought that has gone into planning this workshop. I'm also cognizant that this is a really key forum where you have an awful lot of expertise and experience dealing with extreme heat. And there are many colleagues and countries around the world who are keen to learn from your experiences. So I see this workshop being an interface between the domestic discussions, not only the 23 most heat-affected states in India, but also as knowledge partners, as international partners, we want to share those experiences further afield and ensure that we can learn and build on the great work that's already taking place. So I think I can speak on behalf of all of us as the international partners when I say a hearty thank you to NDMA colleagues for the invitation to participate and make this an international workshop. So please could you join me in giving them a round of applause for all of the efforts that have gone into this workshop. And in terms of my key reflections, so I won't go into all of the details. There will be a report as an output from the workshop. But I think I leave with a sense of urgency. So reflecting back to the first session yesterday morning, my colleague Christina referred to the effects of extreme heat as an invisible disaster. So the fact that there aren't obvious visible signs like a flood or a storm. It's not a localized hazard, but permeates wide portions of society and wide geographical areas. It's a silent killer. And importantly, it specifically and cruelly targets the most vulnerable people in our communities. So the elderly, those with underlying chronic health issues, those who don't have the means to access cool areas and cannot afford to stop working. And it exacerbates inequalities, as we've heard, both class and gender. So it's these individuals, the people that extreme heat affects, that I take with me in my mind and feel that we therefore need to move quickly. We have discussed some of the challenges of dealing with extreme heat, but also the many opportunities we have to scale up and the good practice that has been identified across risk reduction and mitigation, across preparedness and response, and also finance and governance. So now we need to move to action. We need to work quicker, but we also need to work smarter. We can't afford to replicate each other's mistakes and errors, and we've clearly heard the call that this is a systemic issue, and therefore we have to work across silos, across departments, across organizations and sectors to be able to mount an effective response to the rising threat of extreme heat. So as the Centre for Disaster Protection, and again, I'm sure all of us as international partners, we look forward to continuing this discussion. I understand the intention is to continue with this forum, these workshops, and thank you for making it an international cooperation effort as well as a domestic learning exchange. We look forward to supporting. Thank you.
So thank you very much. We are coming to the end of this two-day workshop, and we are thankful to all of you for turning up in very good numbers. It has really encouraged us and reinforced our faith in the mission. We feel very heartened that our effort to improve the national engagement and international engagement on this issue is bringing us very tangible, very clear results. The participation here, the kind of presentations that were made, the practices that were shared, all of them reinforce our faith in what we are trying to accomplish. We look at this assembly as a community of practice. This is a community that we have established with great effort and persistence, and we would like this community to expand further. We definitely would like it to be an annual event, but in between also we keep organizing several get-togethers, meetings, workshops, where we discuss the practices, the frameworks, the guidelines, what's happening in the field, how we can improve our interventions. So we definitely need to keep working at making this community more inclusive, and we always would remain open to more and more interventions, more and more participation by a large number of stakeholders, both from within the government and outside the government. We discussed the heat action plans extensively, and we are very clear that we will impress upon all the states that they prepare the heat action plans for the districts, for the cities. So the number of heat action plans would increase, and it should not just increase, we also need to improve them qualitatively. And we are committed to developing those tools that help the municipal corporations and district administration to improve the quality of the heat action plans. What is very, very important is the kind of preparedness and mitigation measures that are being implemented on the ground. And the workshop last 2 days brought out a number of interventions that are being made, again at the level of communities. And the diversity of the interventions has increased, and we will also support expanding the kind of interventions at the level of housing, livelihoods, and also at the level of access to civic infrastructure. Cooling solutions need to be promoted, and we need to demonstrate more passive cooling solutions across the country, across the states, and that actually raises the issue of financing. How we should develop more financing mechanisms so that the states and districts could access the money needed for the investments. And this is one area we need to work a little more, and we need to work with our partners from outside the government so that we can take it to a scale where we are really able to provide support to the people who are actually bearing the disproportionate impact of heat. So for us, the task is very, very clear. We need to work continuously on policies. We need to strengthen our policies. We need to provide more support. We need to target the vulnerable communities. We need to expand the financing arrangements. And most important is that the financial mechanisms such as insurance are really getting traction. And we definitely need to encourage that at the national level. We should also have a connection with international reinsurance pools so that we have across the country insurance products available for heat. It's part of the broader disaster risk financing arrangement, and it's very, very important that the specific financial allocations for heat wave management be recognized within the government. We are striving for that, and hopefully we should get some success in that, and we should be able to make much higher level of allocations at the level of the state governments. We conducted a big campaign for improving the heat action plans in Delhi, and that actually gives us the impetus for expanding our urban level interventions. The good thing is that many municipal corporations are very keen to work in this area, and we should be able to get their both technical assistance and financial support for improving the quality of the interventions needed for providing relief to the people. In the area of the monitoring heat framework, we are working also with our early warning agencies to integrate humidity, to improve the index, and to monitor the spell of heat wave more closely. I think these are some of the most important priorities. These priorities remain year after year, but as we work more on these issues, perhaps we get better direction. We have a more, I think, purposeful pathway that is available to us for pursuing these ideas. So these are some of the things that we will be pursuing along with you. Please, through this forum, I would like to extend our offer of support to each of you. All of you are working in this area, and it is, your presence here is a reflection of your commitment and support. And please reach out to us for any support, for any policy level kind of intervention. We would be more than happy to work with you, collaborate with you, and we are very, very conscious of the fact that more we work with the external stakeholders, the more successful we are at, in dealing with this immense challenge that we are facing in the wake of rising temperatures. So thank you very much for being here and for being part of these very valuable proceedings. We will be sharing the proceedings with you, and we will be also be initiating several steps, and we will invite you to be part of those processes, those mechanisms, and it would be a very constructive, very forward-looking collaboration with all of you. Thanks again, and I would like to also thank Mrinalini Srivastava and all the team members of the NDMA for working together very hard, very diligently on making this workshop a great success, and a big round of applause for them.
Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the conclusion of the International Workshop on Heatwaves 2026. On behalf of NDMA and all partner organizations, we thank all chairs, co-chairs, speakers, international experts, and participants for their valuable contributions. We also thank the NDMA team and the EMC teams as well. We wish you a safe journey and look forward to continued collaboration in strengthening heat resilience and disaster risk governance. There's tea outside. You can all enjoy the refreshments. Thank you.